I recently became a full-time reseller with a goal to generate $1,000 per week in profit after eBay fees and income tax. This week, we're hitting some thrift stores. I show you everything that's sold on eBay, and then I'm starting a new video game collecting challenge that I can't wait to dive into. Let's go. So let's get into these 13 items that sold over the weekend. And up first, I've got this pair of 1951 wool field trousers, like military wool pants, picked up for $15 from a garage sale and sold for $40 plus shipping. Sold those within about a week of listing them. Picked up this Splatterhouse game. I paid up for it a little bit, so it wasn't like a total, steal or anything. But I paid $15 from a garage sale, so they kind of knew what it was. And sold it for $40 plus shipping. Picked up this Radica Scanners handheld. It's from 2000. It comes with these little like monster cards. Scan them and then they do something on the screen. I don't know exactly what it does, but it works. And I have a couple bucks into this from an estate sale. I picked up a huge lot of toys like this and some Power Rangers and sold it for $54 plus shipping on an offer. Picked up this leather jacket. It's from Lucky Brand. It's called the Bonneville Racer. Paid $25 for this from a thrift store and sold it within about 2 weeks for $135 plus shipping. So a very nice one there. Picked up this Powerpuff Girls backpack from 2000 for $2 from a garage sale and sold it for $35 plus shipping. Paid $5 for this New York Giants jersey from a garage sale. Sold it very fast for $40 plus shipping. It's one of the nicer ones with the embroidered numbers. I would probably pass, unless they were like really cheap, I would probably pass on the ones that have the printed numbers. They sell for like 20 to 25. This is like the right time of year for it, like in season and everything. But for the printed numbers, yeah, I'd have to get them at like definitely $5 or less to make those worth it, because they're just not as desirable as the ones with the embroidered numbers, obviously. Paid $5 after the discount at a thrift store for this Marmot full zip jacket. Sold it for $23 plus shipping. Sold another Department 56 building. Picked up a huge lot of these for $5 a piece at a garage sale. Been selling through them slowly. Hopefully we can get through them by the time Christmas rolls around. But sold, this is Scrooge and Marley's Counting House. Sold it for $25 plus shipping. Sold a Littlest Pet Shop figure. So last week I've been selling through a bunch of Littlest Pet Shop stuff from a big lot I picked up. And this was just kind of in there. I'm already way in the profit on that big bin. I paid $20 for a bunch of stuff. And so I'm kind of calling this like free. I sold it for $13.50 plus shipping. Sold this vintage 1980s Prince tennis bag. Paid $6 from a thrift store. It took a while to sell, but ultimately sold it for $63 plus shipping. I'll save the best item for last. Next up, sold this pair of Levi's 505s, paid $5 from a garage sale, sold for $15 plus shipping. Got to get these really cheap going forward. I mentioned this last week too, but I thought these would be a little bit better. I know like modern, like vintage Levi's are very, very valuable, but modern Levi's, like you gotta assume like 15 to 20 bucks. So you really don't want to be paying more than a couple dollars for them. Definitely a good garage sale pickup, not a good thrift store pickup. Picked up these Hunter boots for $10 from a garage sale, sold them very fast for $45 plus shipping. And then the best item this week, probably will be the best item this week, but the best item this weekend, picked this up. I have about, I paid $70 for the lot, and I sold a Power Ranger action figure out of the lot for $200 like 2 weeks ago. It's from Power Rangers Time Force. Call it like 30 bucks I have into this one. This is the Time Force Deluxe Quantasaurus Rex. I don't even have the remote, but I do have the box. So I think that's what's making this really special. It's obviously rare to begin with, but the fact that it has the box is making it extra special. Sold this for $250 plus $25 shipping. So very, very nice one there. And if you missed last week's video, I completed my 100 game N64 collection, and it was an absolute blast. I have that all in a playlist if you want to go check it out. It took me a very long time to get the funds to actually be able to purchase all of them. And kind of the game I was playing with myself was I could use up to 10% of the profits I make on eBay to buy games for the collection. I kind of teased last week what the new challenge was going to be, and I'm officially starting it this week, right now, today. The new challenge, I'm very excited. I'm calling it Operation Advance. One of my fondest memories with the Game Boy Advance actually is it must have been right when Ruby and Sapphire came out. So I don't know what year that was. 2002. So Ruby and Sapphire came out in 2002. So I definitely had a Game Boy Advance in 2002 because it must have been pretty new at the time. I remember we were going on a family vacation and driving to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania from New Jersey. And we're going to be stuck in the car for like 3 or 4 hours. And my parents said, hey, you know what? Stop at GameStop. You can pick up a game for your Game Boy Advance. My brother got a copy of Pokemon Ruby and I got a copy of Pokemon Sapphire. And by the time we got to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, I had like 3 gym badges. My brother didn't quite have the concentration that I had, so he had 1 or 2, I think, by the time we got there. And I remember being in the hotel room doing a Pokemon battle with the Pokemon that we had trained up to that point. So that was a really, really fun time, and that's a good memory that I have of that console. And then in the years since, it's just a console I go back to all the time. The games are so good. I replay Metroid Fusion all the time. I replay Metroid Zero Mission. Probably the game that's at the top of my list for most time sunk into is Pokemon Emerald. I probably had a couple 100 hours into that game just with like the Battle Frontier and all that stuff. But since then, I don't have those games anymore. I have Game Boys and I have a flash cart, but I really, really want to collect the actual physical cartridges of a lot of those games. And, there's a ton of games on that for that console that I've never played before that look awesome. So I'm really excited to actually have physical copies of those games and get a chance to play them. Yeah, and I'm just excited to like explore this console that I have just a lot of love for and really have only experienced like a very small percentage of what it has to offer. So I hope you're excited for it too. And my plan is at the end of every week to add at least 1 game to the collection. That is my goal, to add 1 game a week. So stick around for that.
Now, time to hit the thrift. My wife pulled out this painted owl that I would have 100% missed. It wound up being a painted Fenton piece with sold comps around $100 to $150. I also pulled out a couple of clothing items. I paid just $2 for this Dallas Cowboy sweater. Red was discounted today. That should be about $20 or so. But for $12, I also found this Major League Gaming hoodie from Nike with comps around $60.
All right, so good morning. Today is Wednesday, and I've got 7 more things that have sold since Monday. And before I jump into those, we are back with another Wednesday Weird and Wacky Bolo. The brand is called Fenton, and I found a couple of lower end pieces. And there's some things to look for. It's a very desirable brand. You always kind of want to do your research and look the items up. The sell-through rate can be kind of slow for, the lower end stuff. But there are some items that are crazy, crazy valuable. Because Fenton, and I am not an expert, but again, just kind of give you some things to look out for. So first is this uranium glass style. So it's hard to tell in person, but generally, they have this like greenish tint to them. But when you put it under a black light, if you've ever seen anybody walking around a thrift store with a black light, like shining on stuff, that's what they're looking for, is this uranium glass, because it actually reacts and it glows under a black light. It's got this very distinct look about it. So again, just kind of showing some comps as we go through here, but somebody sold this uranium. It's called Mask of Pain. Kind of scary. $1,800 they got for that. Let's try and find another uranium piece. We've got this Ghost. I don't know the era because Fenton's been making stuff for like 100 years or more, I think. They've been around a long time. Yeah, and they have these stickers you can find on them. These little like oval stickers that will have the name. If the sticker is missing, it is a little bit hard to verify. Sometimes they will be signed if they're like hand-painted pieces or whatever. But yeah, this uranium Fenton Ghost, somebody got $980 for that. And there's another uranium figure, this koi fish, $900. Besides that, let's show some other ones. So there's this, this kind of like pinched, I don't know what you call it, but it's like almost like the pinched edges. That kind of signals Fenton as well. Somebody got this glass plum piece, $1,400. So this style should be a signal that it's Fenton as well. As this like almost like matte finish on a piece. It's called custard glass, I believe. And again, they're normally like hand painted to some degree. Somebody got $1,000 for this vase and bell combo. Here's another, looks like a custard glass piece, like hand painted with like this church design on it. Somebody got $800 for that. If you see something hobnailed, that, not always, but a lot of times is Fenton as well. Someone got, for this pastel blue planter box with this hobnail pattern, they got $385. We've got another hobnail milk glass bowl for $175. And yeah, they're actually like pretty good, valuable, desirable stuff. So there you go. That was Wednesday's Weird and Wacky Bolo. And now let's jump into the 7 things that sold since Monday. And up first, I actually sold a lot of Playmobil stuff on Facebook Marketplace. Bought a big lot of this at a Goodwill, maybe like 6 months ago. Counted one set and it was almost complete. Kind of put it on the back burner just as, you know, my pile started growing and kind of fell to the back burner, and decided I didn't really want to count everything. And it was some big boxes. It's like, you know, actually had the cardboard boxes to some of the sets, and they would have been pretty expensive to ship. So I decided to just list it locally. I had about $60 into all of it. 60 into it, sold it for $120 cash. So $60 profit on that one. And now on eBay, we also sold 6 items. So up first, I've got this Mickey and Minnie Christmas window display, little Christmas decoration. Picked this up from a garage sale for like $3. Sold it for $25 plus shipping. Picked up this Furby. It's from 2012 for $6 from a thrift store and sold it for $25 plus shipping. Paid $10 for this vintage 90s Cabela's workwear vest. It's insulated. It's a really good size, 3XL tall. Sold it for $30 plus shipping. Unfortunately, it's going all the way to Alaska, so probably going to lose a couple bucks on the shipping there, but still good overall. Paid $5 for this Vineyard Vines quarter zip from a thrift store and sold it for $20 plus shipping. Paid $9 for these vintage 90s Wrangler jeans from a thrift store and sold them for $30 plus shipping. This one took a while to sell. I think I have about $5 or $6 into both of these. They are these vintage Jack Toys sea creatures, and they have like motors in them, so you put them in the water and they like kind of swim around. Kind of interesting. Actually new in the box. So this took close to a year to sell, but I finally sold them for $65 plus shipping. And then finally, last item today, another sweater from that huge bundle I picked up months ago, but selling through them now that they are in season. Paid $4 for this vintage 90s. The brand is called Carvin Paris wool sweater and sold it for $35 plus shipping. So nice little day of sales. Let's get these packed up and I'll see you back here on Friday.
Time for thrift run number 2 this week. Clothing was half off today, so ended up getting this Levi's hooded denim jacket for $9 with comps around 30 to 35, and this Carhartt for only $5 with comps around 30. But again, my wife found what had to be the best item in the entire store. This is a piece of art glass from a maker called Blanco. Produced in the 1980s, we found similar pieces selling for between $300 and $1,000.
Good morning. Today is Friday, and since Wednesday, we've got 9 more things that have sold on eBay. And then later today, I am taking the game fund over to the game store and adding the very first game to the Operation Advance collection. So very excited to do that. Technically, I'm crossing a couple off already because I already owned those before the challenge started. Just a couple of the what I consider to be the top 50, or at least ones that I am excited to try and play. But for the most part, we are starting this from scratch. So I'm getting the very first game off of the collection today. As I mentioned at the start of the week, I'm only using 5% of the funds this time around instead of 10 because the store has grown quite a bit. What I actually, in hindsight, have decided to do was start the fund from zero because I have quite a bit of money rolling into this next challenge, and I think it would be a little bit more interesting and a little bit more challenging to just straight up start from zero. So that is what the game collection, like the game fund number is showing. But up first, let's jump into these 9 items. And up first, pick this copy of Spider-Man Web of Shadows for the Xbox 360 from a garage sale for $15. Sold it for $65 plus shipping. I've got a DVD VCR combo, paid $8 from a thrift store for this just last week. Sold it for $90 plus shipping. My wife picked this up at the thrift store earlier this week, and we sold it almost instantly within a day. Paid $7 for this 1980s. The brand is called, or the maker, I guess designer, is called Blanco. It is a 9-inch art glass bowl. She wins this week for sure. Sold it for $315 plus shipping. Very, very nice sale there. Sold another Power Rangers item from that estate sale. Probably have like $3 or $4 into this at the most. It is a 1998 Lost Galaxy Morpher. Sold it for $70 plus shipping. So next up, we've got this Philips Norelco one blade shaver. I picked this up for $10 from a garage sale. I only picked it up because it was brand new sealed. You know, generally I have luck with these new sealed, like more recent items. Like even if you only make a few dollars profit, it's kind of worth the trouble because they're so easy to list. But sold that for $23 and free shipping. Picked up this 2001 Mattel Classic Baseball handheld electronic game. Paid $5 from a thrift store, I believe. It's been a while. This one's been listed for a long time. But finally sold it for $18 plus shipping. Sold another Power Rangers item from that estate sale. Again, this is part of like a huge lot, so it's hard to identify exactly like how much did I pay for this specific item. Kind of free because I've already sold so much from this, but I'm saying I have about $1 into it. It is the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers line from 1993. So these are like the original plastic figures. He's 8 inches tall. What's special about this is that it has all the accessories. So normally when you find this, it's just the figure. This one has the chest and back plate, and we've got the sword, and we've got the gun. So I sold it very fast for $50 plus shipping. We've got another VCR. Picked this one up for $12 from a thrift store and sold it for $60 plus shipping. And finally today we've got this Xbox One 500 gigabyte console. Paid $40 from a thrift store for this and sold it for $80 plus shipping. Includes a controller, cables, and there was a loose copy of Halo 5 in it, so I just threw that in. And that is everything we've got today. Let's tally up our brand new game fund and hit the game store looking for some GBA games. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $1,072 in profit after eBay fees and income tax. This is a huge milestone, and I can't wait to see where it goes from here. But we're not done because we've also got $53 in the game fund, which means we're adding a game to the GBA collection this week. And for $13, we are adding a copy of NHL Hits 2003, putting us at 5 out of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one. I have been trying to make eBay my primary source of income, but I'm also a stay-at-home dad with 2 very young kids. I have a goal to generate $1,000 per week in profit, and with the holidays coming up and time off from school, this is not going to be easy. Let's see what we can scrounge up this week.
So good morning. Today is Friday. I've had 24 things that have sold this week. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to quite hit the highs of last week. I finally cracked that $1,000 profit number. A little slow this week by volume, but I do have a couple of really good items in here that I'm excited to share with you. So let's dive in. And up first, got this set of 2 vintage 90s picture frames. Picked these up for $6 from the thrift store and sold them very fast for $59 plus shipping. So it's definitely like a style to keep an eye out for. This like sun and moon. The keyword I came across was whimsigoth. So kind of interesting, but you know, sort of in and a little bit trendy right now. So kind of cool. Sold this Ralph Lauren plaid shirt. Picked up from a garage sale for only $3 and sold for $18 plus shipping. Picked up this Nintendo Wii U from a thrift store for $40 and sold it for $120 plus shipping. Got this vintage 90s Colorado Avalanche shirt for $3 from a garage sale, sold for $25 plus shipping. Picked up this 2005 Frogger tabletop arcade game for $5 from a garage sale and sold it for $36 plus shipping. I've been selling through these. I think we're almost out of stuff now, but picked up this huge bin of Littlest Pet Shop stuff for about $20 from a garage sale. Included a couple buildings, some figures, like a little carrying case, and listed some of the individual characters that were valuable separately. So this one was the Great Dane dog. Again, kind of free, but sold it for $10 plus shipping. Got another vintage clothing item. It's this 90s Ralph Lauren polo shirt. Kind of this like interesting striped pattern, definitely gives vintage 90s vibes. Paid $3 from a garage sale and sold for $19 plus shipping. Sold a bunch of these patches previously. Picked up a huge lot of stuff from an estate sale, and I think maybe we have like $5 or $6 into the whole lot. So really like $1 maybe into this particular bundle. There's a bunch of vintage NRA stickers and patches, kind of interesting items. Sold those for $15 plus shipping. Paid $5 from a garage sale for this Rudolph figurine set. What year is this from? It's definitely not, it's not like vintage or anything. It's probably like kind of recent. Still sold it for $95 plus shipping. So up next, I paid $12 for these Hugo Boss Delaware Slim jeans from a thrift store and sold them pretty quick for $40 plus shipping. Now, before I jump into this next item, I do have another weird and wacky bolo for you today. So in the 50s and 60s, there was a company making aluminum Christmas trees. Goes by the brand Evergleam. If you find one of these, you have something very special on your hands. So first, we're gonna look at the sell-through rate. So, how many are listed versus how many have sold gives you a sense of, how desirable the item is. So there's 114 listed, and there are 223 sold. So very, very fast sell-through. Let's sort by high to low, because there are some crazy ones, especially if you're willing to ship a giant item. So sorted high to low, aluminum Christmas tree Evergleam is my search. I've got this pink Evergleam aluminum Christmas tree, $8,500 somebody got for this thing. I've got another one for $6,000. This one looks about like 5 or 6 feet tall, so this is a big one. Let's see, a 4-foot, 58 branch Evergleam tree, $5,200. A 7-foot yellow for $4,000. 6.5 feet for $2,000. Scroll down a little bit and find some that are a little smaller, like the tabletop ones. We'll do 4 foot and below. Yeah, somebody got $550. Another 4-foot aluminum Christmas tree, $520. 4 foot for $460. And then we're gonna sort even lower. 2 foot, this one has the box on bids, $320. Another, a 2 foot one with the box, $240. 220, 200, 200, 150. Definitely take a second look when you see these aluminum Christmas trees. So that was our weird and wacky bolo, and now let's jump back in to some of these items that sold this week. And up next, we've got a Rawlings 12-inch, goes by Heart of the Hide is the like model, baseball glove. Definitely like one of their higher end adult glove models. Picked this up for $5 from a garage sale and sold it for $110 plus shipping, and it's not even in season. I have a couple more like this listed, so come springtime, I'm hoping these do pretty well. I picked up a bunch of cassette tapes from a garage sale for literally 10 cents a piece. I bought it because there was a couple like 90s rap cassettes in there and already sold those, made some money. Had a bundle of rock cassette tapes in there that I sold as well. Got like another, so the rap cassette tapes, I think I got like $40 for like 4 or 5. And then I got another $20 for some rock cassette tapes. I literally paid, I think it was $5 for the whole bin of tapes. And then bundled all these reggae cassette tapes together and sold those for $15 and free shipping. So after shipping, about $10 out of it. Picked up this tennis racket from a thrift store for $10. It is called the Prince Beast Pro 100. Sold it for $40 plus shipping. My wife picked up this fossil leather wallet from the Goodwill bins for $1. We sold it for $18 plus shipping. Paid $10 for this Diesel Only the Brave men's watch. It is massive, and honestly, I think it's kind of hideous. Like, I would never wear this thing. But hey, it's definitely a style. It stands out for sure. So we have $10 into it from the sale, but it needed new batteries, and they were kind of weird sizes, so I had to pay some money for the batteries. So $15 into it and sold it for $70 plus shipping. Next up is this vintage expansion bracelet. Picked up for $5 from a garage sale and sold for $47 on an offer plus shipping. It would sell for a lot more, but unfortunately one of the links was damaged. But very desirable item, so it sold anyway. So as I'm going through this list, I'm realizing that 2 of the items that sold were actually previous returns. I don't normally talk about returns in videos because I don't think it's really that exciting. It's not that interesting. But just to give you a sense of what happened, like this PlayStation 4 Pro, I don't test items for like an hour straight. You know, I turn it on, I put a game inside, I play with it for like 10, 15 minutes and make sure it runs. It's not really worth my time to sit there and like agonize about like every little detail. Of course, I put a game, I usually play test consoles with fighting games because you have to use all the buttons. So I, test it, run it for like 10, 15 minutes. Usually we'll like update the console and just make sure everything's running smoothly. And then, send it off. Sometimes things happen. It's rare, but sometimes things happen. Unfortunately, this was a pretty good console. This PlayStation 4 Pro Star Wars Edition, person ran it, said it failed after 10 minutes, and I believe them. What are you going to do, right? So accepted the return, got it back. I lost $20. So I have about $20 into the console because this was part of like a huge buyout that I made like over a year ago. Tons and tons of consoles. I assumed a bunch of them were going to be broken, and they sold them to me for good prices. But this one crapped out. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Had $20 into the console, plus I lost $20 on the return. So I have about like $40 into it now. And then I sold it again. I just immediately listed it and sold it for parts, and it sold for $77 plus shipping. So again, at least like get my money back. You know what I mean? So not a huge loss there, not too worried about it. And then this other one was an Atlanta Falcons jersey. I sold it like 2 weeks ago. Person got it, said it didn't fit, sent it back. You inspect it, make sure it's good, make sure it doesn't smell like smoke or something. Immediately relisted it, and then it's sold within a couple days. So not counting that towards the profit this week, but, a nice, easy, like, resale of something that got returned. So it's not something I really worry about all that much. Anyway, back to actual sales that I'm counting towards profit. We've got this iPod Nano, 4th gen, it's an 8 gigabyte model. Kind of a rarer color. Unfortunately, has to sell for parts, so it needs a new battery, but I'm not going to crack one of these iPods open to try to squeeze an extra like 10, 15 bucks out of it. So sold it for parts and got $19 with free shipping. Sold another iPod. I tend to like test and list things that are similar. So, the death pile is shrinking very, very fast, but I tend to kind of like bundle things together, and that's how I do my listing days. So if I am doing clothing, I will do like all clothing for 1 or 2 days, like photograph a ton of stuff, list a ton of stuff. It just goes a little bit faster that way. Been testing consoles. I had a big pile of consoles that is clearing out very, very quick. Next on the list is Xbox 360. So I probably got like 5 or 6 Xbox 360s back there with all the components and everything. And it's just easier to do the same console over and over because you kind of get in like a flow and they go a little bit faster. So the other day I listed a bunch of iPods that I had that was just kind of like sitting on. So I got this other iPod sold. It's an iPod mini, 6 gigabyte, 2nd gen model. I think these are a little desirable because of the like form factor. They're a little nostalgic for people. I paid like $4 or $5 for an iPod and a couple of digital cameras from a garage sale recently. So I have about $2 into this iPod and sold it very, very fast for $50 plus shipping. Picked up this Dallas Cowboys sweater for $2 from a Goodwill just about a week ago and sold it for $17 plus shipping. Another cassette tape from that haul. So again, literally about 10 cents into this cassette tape. It is Bob Marley and the Wailers. Sold it for $15 and free shipping. Got another console. It's the PlayStation 1. I would estimate I have about 10 to 15 bucks into it and sold it for $45 plus shipping. And then the final item this week is this lot of Mark's Johnny West accessories. So these are accessories that would have come with like Western themed toys in the 1960s and 70s. I don't know exactly which sets they're from, and it's not really worth the trouble to try to look them all up. I made sure I didn't have anything like crazy rare here, but I bought a huge bundle of 60s toys, maybe like 7 or 8 figures and a bunch of accessories for, I think it was $20 from a garage sale, and I've already sold, I sold Tonto, and I sold some other character. I didn't grow up with this stuff, so I don't really remember what their names were. I'm already like 200 bucks in the profit on these, and I've got a bunch more figures left to list. Just, again, been getting to them as I can. But then I just decided to list these accessories that weren't part of any particular set that I had, just as one big bundle. Sold that on an offer. I had it for $15, took an offer for $13.50 plus shipping, and that's everything I've got today. Let's get these packed up, head into the thrift store, let's get going.
Now, before we hit the thrift store, if you're new here, I'm also on a quest to collect the top 50 Game Boy Advance games of all time But the catch is I can only use up to 5% of the profits I make on eBay to buy new games for the collection. Now let's go hit the thrift store and hopefully we can find some good stuff to build the fund. And before we even walked in, check this thing out that was sitting in the window just waiting for us. This is a bronze sculpture of Abraham Lincoln produced by an artist in the 1950s that apparently holds some really good value. Granted, the one we got is a little beat up, but there is a recent sold comp for $1,200. I also found a few other items, this Tyndale fire-resistant jacket with comps around $50, this swatch for $5, that should be a nice little $20 to $25 item, and finally picked up this signed piece of pottery from Bill Campbell for $6 that should be around $25 or so. Today is Friday. It's actually Black Friday, so hope you all had a very happy Thanksgiving. And I know that I did, and still feeling it a little bit today. Feel very sluggish, and I think it's well deserved. So had all the usual fixings yesterday, a bunch of leftovers today, and taking it nice and easy at home after quite a bit of traveling yesterday. Before we get into all of the things, so the last time you saw me here was last Friday, and I knew the schedule this week was going to be a little weird. I only recorded last week once, and I'm only recording once this week as well. So this is actually 2 weeks worth of sales that you're seeing in this video. We've got this, the brand is Jonathan Adler. It is this salt and pepper shaker set. Picked up from a Goodwill for like $6 or $7, sold it for $30 plus shipping. Got this vintage 1980s Panasonic boombox. I actually found this in a basement. This is like one of my go-to moves. Go down into the basement, go to like the husband's work area, and you're going to inevitably find tools and a bunch of stuff. And I keep finding vintage audio equipment. You know, Panasonic, Sony, stuff like that, especially vintage stuff is really, really good. Unfortunately, this one did not end up working. But I paid $20 for it and did end up selling it 4 parts. Still got $40 plus shipping for that. Paid $25 from a Goodwill for these Doc Martens waterproof steel toe boots. Sold them for $65 plus shipping. Picked up this vintage 2000 Faces magazine with a bunch of Pokemon stuff in it. Paid $1 from a garage sale for this. Sold it for $7 plus shipping. Picked up this Yankee candle from an estate sale for $2 and sold it for $24 and free shipping. I think this is the best item we've got this week. This one up next. It is a set of 2 figures from the 2009. It's called Transformers Leader Class line. Had to do a bunch of research on these. They're actually very complicated figures. From my understanding, at least not in terms of like value, because I'm sure there's vintage stuff that's worth a lot more. But in terms of like the quality of the build and the figure and like all the stuff you can do with it, this is kind of considered one of the best things you can get if you're a Transformers fan, because it's just got tons and tons of detail. It makes sounds. It does fully transform, does some like crazy stuff. I paid $5 for the 2 of these from a garage sale and sold them very, very fast for $150 plus shipping. So $75 a figure. Awesome pickup there. Paid $15 for this Spec Ops The Line Xbox 360 game. Sold it for $28 plus shipping. Did a little bit better on this item than I expected. I picked up this Nike Major League Gaming hoodie from a Goodwill for $12 and sold it within about a week and a half for $89 plus shipping. Paid $2 for this Singamajigs from a garage sale, sold it for $19 plus shipping. Got a cassette tape, paid $1 for this from an estate sale and sold it for $13 and free shipping. We've got, if you've been following along, I've been selling a ton of Power Ranger stuff, picked up a ton from an estate sale a couple weeks back and been selling through it pretty quick, thankfully. Average, I'm going to guess we have about $2 or $3 into this. It is a Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue Blaster. Got $30 plus shipping for that. Paid $5 for this vintage 80s LL Bean full zip sweater. Sold it for $22 on an offer plus shipping. Got another vintage sweater here. This is from a garage sale. Paid $4 for this and sold it for $23 plus shipping. Really was on the fence about this purchase. It's from the 1980s, this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles blimp. It had a big hole in it, so I had to sell it like kind of for parts. I think like in good shape, they're like $30 to $40 and figured somebody would be able to like fix it up or whatever. So paid $3 for it, sold it for $15 plus shipping, so not too bad. Picked up this Lululemon, it's called the Form Jacket for $3 from a garage sale and sold for $33 plus shipping.
My wife kind of crushing these like art glass and pottery pieces recently. She paid $8 for this pottery piece from a thrift store. It was $8. It's from the maker Bill Campbell. Sold for $28 plus shipping within like an hour of listing it. So might have underpriced that one a little bit, but who knows. Paid $3 from a garage sale for this Cabela's leather belt. Sold for $15 plus shipping. Shout out to a commenter I got a few weeks back. I'm not sure why I never tried this, but I've had Wii's listed in the past that have sat for months and months and months. For whatever reason, just like couldn't sell them. They were priced really competitively. I think for a Wii, it's like not a super valuable console, so you got to make sure you have everything with it. And they had suggested pairing it with a copy of Wii Sports, which I did have listed separately. I usually just took the Wii's over to the game store. Would get like $25, $30 cash for them and was happy to do that, just get it quick. I was going through the trouble of testing it still just to not like waste the game store's time. I'm in there all the time, so I want to make sure like when I bring something in, they're not gonna like, oh God, here we go, like this guy again, So I always make sure it's like clean and tested and like give them a good experience too. So, I've kind of been on the fence about whether to bother even bringing these in, but I did decide to list this one and paired it with a Wii Sports. So it's a complete console, cables, a Wii remote, nunchuck, and a copy of Wii Sports. It kind of was like experimenting with the pricing, was getting no views at $70 plus shipping, and decided to drop the price to $60, and then it sold very, very fast. If I was to sell this separately, like, could get like $20 for the Wii Sports, $40 for the Wii, so it's about the same putting it together, which is nice. But then if I was to trade it in, I could always sell that copy of Wii Sports, so that's not really value there. But, made like an extra $15, let's see, after fees, made like an extra $12, $13 being able to sell it myself on eBay. So definitely worth the trouble. It's not like, a crazy amount, but just happy to see that I'm actually capable of selling these. Was able to sell one. So I listed another bundle with a Wii Sports, so we'll see if that one sells later as well. But this bundle I actually picked up for $10 from a garage sale, so nice little profit there. I had these left over. They were just kind of in my board game collection, just like sitting in a box. I had these 16 unopened packs of the Trick or Trade cards. I maybe had like, about $10 into these, so this is kind of like a break even, but sold those 16 packs for $19 and free shipping. Sold another VCR, paid about $10 for this from a thrift store. It is the Sony SLV N81. Sold it for $50 plus shipping. Next up, we've got this sealed automaton electronic instrument. Paid $7 from a thrift store for this and sold it for $33 plus shipping. We've got another Heartland Plastics figure today. So I picked up a big bundle of these a few months back at a garage sale, $20 for a big bin. And I've been getting around to listing them this past week. Wanted to make sure they were up before Christmas. And so I estimate I had about $4 into this. It is from 1961. It's Johnny Yuma the Rebel. Comes with the rider, the horse, and his gun. Sold it on an offer for $115 plus shipping. Very, very quick. We sold that vintage Fenton Owl picked up from a thrift store last week for $7. Sold it for $125 plus shipping. And like I said, had a bunch of Wii's sitting around and tested all of them. And unfortunately, a bunch did not work. A lot of these were flea market buys like months and months and months ago. I got these for like, less than $10. So not too concerned about it, but it's just not really a sourcing venue I am all that interested in anymore. I've not really found good deals, or the quality of merchandise is really, really poor. Price isn't right. It makes sense. They're professional sellers. They're not looking to like give a reseller a deal. Like I understand. It just means it's not for me, So I don't really go to the flea market anymore, which means I'm getting less consoles, but I'm totally okay with it because I'm kind of over them. I'll buy them at garage sales if I see them from now on, but they got to be like great deals. They're just too much work for too little profit. I would rather get something else, to be honest with you. But I at least sold these 4 Nintendo Wii's that were 4 parts. They had some kind of issue. Got $45 plus shipping for those. We got $8, so paid $8 for this American Giant sweatshirt from a thrift store and sold it for $25 plus shipping. We've got another hoodie, paid $3 for this from a garage sale. It's this Philadelphia Eagles, like green military theme, like kind of camo style. Sold it for $35 plus shipping. I do really, really well with these like sports, Nike sports hoodies. They're not like the highest quality thing in the world, but I think just because, it's football season right now. It's Nike. The military theme in particular does really, really well on eBay for some reason. But hey, no complaints from me. Yeah, 3 into 35. Paid $10 for this Binding of Isaac Switch game. Was not really my cup of tea. I didn't really enjoy it that much, to be honest, but did get to play with it for a little bit. Decided to sell it for $31 plus shipping. Paid $1 for this. It's a long sleeve concert t-shirt from this artist R.L. Grime, who I had never personally heard of. I bought it because I just thought it looked kind of cool. I assumed it was some kind of like streetwear brand or something. Turns out it is like a EDM artist, and it's kind of hard to find. I found some Reddit thread with people being like, hey, where do you find R.L. Grime merch? And so I knew I'd be able to get a good price for this. Ended up taking an offer for $30 plus shipping on that one. Paid $16 for this LL Bean. It is called a commando sweater. Paid up for it a little bit, but I knew the sell-through rate was going to be good on it and sold it pretty fast for $32 plus shipping. And we've got 2 more items today. We've got this Microsoft Xbox One. It is the 500 gigabyte model. Paid $25 from a thrift store and sold it for $45 plus shipping. It's just the console and the cables. Unfortunately, I had like 3 or 4 Xbox One controllers that I assumed I would be able to pair with it, and literally every single one didn't work, which was kind of a bummer. I'm not going to do repairs or anything like that on that kind of stuff. Just going to bundle it up and sell it for parts to somebody else. Totally fine with that. But you can see why I'm not that interested in consoles unless you can get them really, really cheap. Or like, the vintage ones, like cartridge-based consoles sell really fast and for good money, and they almost always work, like NES, Super Nintendo, N64, Genesis, like all those consoles, they just don't break because there's no moving parts. Genesis don't do too well. They're not worth that much. But like all the cartridge-based Nintendo consoles do really, really well. Xbox One especially is like super slow, just not that desirable of a console. So yeah, only $45 plus shipping for that, but at least make a couple dollars on it. And then finally, pick this up for $5 from a thrift store. It is this Franklin Youth goalie mask. For like street hockey, sold it for $30 plus shipping on an offer literally today. So there you go. That is everything that's sold. Now we're going to tally up the game fund for 2 weeks worth of funds. And since we've got 2 weeks worth of sales here, we're going to add 2 games to the Game Boy Advance collection today. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $1,139 in profit over the last 2 weeks after eBay fees and income tax. Although I'm short of the goal, my average is climbing fast and I'm looking forward to a great December. Either way, we've got $96 in the game fund. Let's go shopping. And for $26 total, we are adding a copy of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 and F-Zero Maximum Velocity, putting us at 7 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one. I'm trying to support my family by reselling thrifted items on eBay, but this is not an easy gig. I've been struggling to crack my $1,000 per week profit goal, and I'm actually outgrowing my tiny basement storage area. We've got some serious work to do this week, but up first, let's jump into what's sold over the weekend.
And up first, we've got this Skills SKLZ softball baseball face mask. Picked this up, gosh, I must have paid like $1 for this, I think, from a garage sale, along with some other sporting equipment. This is one of those things you're like, well, I have it, I might as well list it, and decided to price it very aggressively so that it would actually sell. Sold that for $10 and free shipping, so I'll make a couple bucks on that. Sold another Department 56 Village piece. This is the Cratchit family, a caroling with the Cratchit family. Again, paid $5 for this and sold it for $18 plus shipping. Picked up a ton of Power Rangers stuff from an estate sale a few weeks back and been selling through it very, very fast, thankfully. Maybe have like $2 to $3 an item into it. Sold this Power Rangers Wild Force sword for $25 plus shipping. Picked up this Diesel watch from a garage sale for $10 and then put another $3 to $4 worth of batteries into it to get it working. This is the largest watch I've ever seen in my life. It is absolutely massive. Most other listings on eBay were like $300, which felt totally unrealistic to me, especially watches are actually pretty slow sell-through rate on average, but I don't worry about that too much. I'm finding that I'm selling them pretty quick. I'm pricing them to sell, you know what I mean? So you're competing with people that have this for $300. There are no sold comps for this. I listed mine for $190. I listed it for $190 and took a best offer at $150 like a week and a half after I listed it. So is it a slow sell-through rate? I don't think so. It's just people aren't pricing things right. So again, I understand if you paid $500 for this item, like brand new in the store, and you want to try and get as much of your money back as you can, but
if there's no market for it, there's no market for it. So $150, $10 into $150, I'm very, very happy with. I sold another board game from my personal collection. Been trimming this down very slowly. I'm calling this a break even, but sold this Treasure Island board game for $40 and free shipping. Picked up these Giro cycling shoes for $12 from a thrift store and sold them for $35 plus shipping. Picked up this Hooked on Phonics set for $5 from a thrift store, sold for $35 plus shipping. This is the very last board game like this that I will sell. I'm not really buying board games anymore. I find them to be just a pain in the butt. You know, when it's from my personal collection, it's different because I know that it's complete. I don't have to count it. I take very good care of my stuff. There's no concern that the pieces are in bad condition or that there's anything missing. Like, this is one of my main hobbies. I take good care of my stuff. But for something you're buying from the thrift store, obviously you have to count it, you have to check it for condition, it's gonna have issues, and if it is complete, it's still, like, they don't resell for that much money, they're a pain to ship, like, they're expensive to ship. So this is probably one of the last ones like this that I'm going to sell, unless, you know, I buy, like, this game specifically, because this one's actually pretty good. Paid, like, $4 or $5 for this vintage 1970s masterpiece, the art auction game. Sold it for $45 plus shipping. That took a long time to sell, probably like 6 months. Got this set, this vintage Wedgwood like candle holders. Sold those for $20 plus shipping. Paid $3 for these Polo Ralph Lauren jeans. Sold them for $28 plus shipping. Picked up this Schutt DNA Pro football helmet for $15 from a thrift store and sold it for $40 plus shipping. Picked up this James Purse Henley. Is a very good brand. It is like a cotton cashmere blend. Picked up for $5 and sold for $30 plus shipping. Got this DC Collectibles Batman Arkham City Joker statue, $10 from a garage sale and sold for $77 plus shipping. This one took a while to sell as well. Another item from my personal collection, but I profited on this. I paid, I believe they were $30 a piece. I bought these 2 Magic the Gathering, they call them secret layers. They're like these predetermined sets. You know what cards are going to be in it, but they're like special treatments and stuff. So I paid $60 for this lot of 10 cards. It went up in value since I bought it. I played with them in the meantime, but decided to sell them and got $100 plus shipping for those. Picked up this pair of women's Columbia snow pants off of the curb for free. It was a garage sale day, and I think that people gave up and they put a bunch of stuff on the curb for free. So grabbed these snow pants, sold them for $17 plus shipping. Paid $7 for this Miami Dolphins Salute to Service hoodie. It's from Nike. This like digital camo kind of military theme. I've sold a couple of these before and they sell really fast, so definitely a bolo. I sold this for $35 plus shipping. And then the final item today, I sold one of these last week as well. It's called an automaton electronic musical instrument. It's like a little toy. Brand new sealed, sold for $33 plus shipping. But also this week, my plan, I actually am going to be rearranging this room a little bit. So I don't normally show this because it's kind of a freaking mess. You can obviously see all the stuff I have listed behind me. Let me just turn the camera around real quick. I've got this shelf over here that's all listed stuff. That is mostly like shoes and bags and stuff. And then we've got like bins of clothing on the floor. Some random like VCRs and stuff. I usually put like toys and things over here. Legos and stuff. I've got a little rack of some clothing hanging. And this tends to be like vintagey stuff. Random like game consoles and other things in that little shelf there. Yeah, but again, my goal for this week is just to get this room kind of like rearranged. I've been chipping away at it a little bit here and there, but gonna dedicate a little bit more time to that this week. And then we're already off to a great week with 17 sales. A brand new challenge started 2 weeks ago. I'm setting aside 5% of my profits to buy Game Boy Advance games. So this was a console I have a lot of nostalgia for, and I'm very excited to dive into that library of games. So you see this game fund tallying, that is what it's going for. And at the end of the week, we are adding another Game Boy Advance game to the collection. Even though Christmas is only a couple weeks away, I'm an adult and I can buy myself stuff whenever I want to. So that is what is happening this week. Let's go ahead and get these packed up.
And now let's go hit the thrift store. My wife was with me today and we absolutely packed the cart. Let me show you what I got. First up, we grabbed these 2 Littlest Pet Shop buildings for $6 each, which should be nice $20 to $30 items. We grabbed this set of 2 vintage 90s coffee mugs for $2.99 for the set with a sold comp around $25 for just a single mug.
I also picked up a few clothing items, including this Giants hoodie and a massive 5XL for $13, which should sell really fast purely because of the size. This J.Crew cotton cashmere blend sweater for $8, which should be a nice little $25 item. I also got this Bulwark fire-resistant shirt for only $2 that unfortunately does have a flaw but should still sell for around $20 or so. And I wouldn't have bought this otherwise, but this Vineyard Vine shirt was on sale for $2 as well, another nice little $20 item. Today is Wednesday, and I've got 6 more things that have sold since Monday. But before I jump into those, we're back with another Wednesday Weird and Wacky Bolo. And today, I'm a little bit biased. I keep doing like weird, random like 80s and 90s toys because it's just kind of like stuff I like. So you're going to have to deal with that. I'm sure if you're here, you probably like that kind of stuff too. Today, we're going to be talking about monster balls. So if you were around, you were a kid in the 90s, you probably came across these. I think I might have had one as a kid. I honestly don't remember. So you see these things like all the time and you're like, why do I know about these? Just like seeing the commercials and stuff, I guess. Man, this whole time I've been sitting here talking, I thought they were called monster balls. They're called mad balls. This is the thing I had in my head was mad balls. So here we go. So highest price, mad balls. Okay. Wow, this is crazy. The highest one, again, there's some that are like crazy. Apparently people are getting these graded now too, graded toys. So interesting. Okay, so this one is called the Goal Eater. It's like a soccer ball. They got it graded, brand new, sealed. $2,600 for that. A lot. So these are open. Series 1. These are really cool. Yeah, some of this stuff you're like, if I found this, would I keep it? And I don't know. Some of these you're like, I kind of have like this number in my head. It's like, if it's worth less than like $100, I'll keep it and feel no qualms about that at all. Some of these rare collectibles, like you found this toy, you're like, God, this thing's worth $500. Like, I have to sell it. I'd rather just have $500 cash. I don't know what that says about me, but that's probably most people, to be honest, is like, who wants to keep $1,000 collectible on the shelf? That does take a very specific type of person to want to keep something like that, or you just have to be so well off that the $1,000 is like absolutely meaningless to you. But for me, like if I ever found something like this, it's a toy that's worth $1,000, even if it was like a grail, like goodbye, it's gone, it's being sold. Up next, you've got another Goal Eater, brand new. Again, this one's not graded, $1,600. Foul Shot, $1,600. Touchdown Terror, $1,600. These are on bids too, by the way. So, you got to be careful. There are such a thing as like shill bids on eBay. That's kind of nuts. All right, so another Goal Eater. Seems like the sports ones are pretty popular. Touchdown Terror again, $1,600. A lot of, looks like about like, these are all used though, about 10 to 15 figures, $1,000. Brand new Oculus Orbis, $1,000. Another lot of 7 for $800 on bids. Gumball Machine Bank, little gumball dispenser, $750. Another brand new one, the Oculus, $700. Oh, these are bootlegs. Yeah, so even the bootlegs do well, like the not name brand one. It's called Creepy Bods. Someone got $600 for that. We got a Mummy for $450, and then Swine Sucker for $425. Another bank. So there you go. Obviously, these have a very distinct style, and as long as they were reasonably priced, like I would always pick these up. And you're probably got something really good on your hands, even if it's like a knockoff or something. So there you go. Not monster balls, they are called mad balls. And that was Wednesday's Weird and Wacky Bolo. And let's jump into the 6 things that have sold since Monday. And we are definitely benefiting from this like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas shopping, because we've been selling some good stuff. So up first, I've been sitting on this forever. These 360s for parts just sat around forever. I finally sold them. It was 3 of them for $50 plus shipping. Sold another vintage sweater. I've got to be like almost out of these. I bought a huge lot of vintage sweaters from one garage sale, maybe like 20 to 30 of them for $4 a piece. And this one is a J.Crew, call it a fisherman's sweater. It is made from lamb's wool. Sold it for $36 plus shipping. Got this new with tags Timberland hoodie for $3 from a garage sale and sold it for $34 plus shipping. Sold another VCR. I usually pay about $10 for these from garage sales and thrift stores. Sold this one for $30 plus shipping. Picked this up from an estate sale a few weeks back. Only paid $1 for it. It is this mirrored glass jewelry box. Sold it for $50 plus shipping. So up next, picked up this Fujifilm. It's called the FinePix digital camera from a thrift store for $15. Normally Fujifilms aren't great, but this had the camera, a case, some accessories, the box. So because it had all of that, I think that's really what made this worth picking up. Ended up selling that for $54 plus shipping. And that's everything I've got today. Let's go ahead and get these packed up.
And managed to find time for another thrift run this week. Really was on the fence about this first item, but ended up picking up this Axe softball bat for $7.50. That should be about a $30 item plus shipping. Also picked up this Champion reverse weave for $8. That should sell well for around $25 to $30. And these Saucony running shoes were a bit expensive at $22, but conservatively, I should be able to get at least $50. And they're in very good used condition.
So good morning. Today is Friday. We've got 9 more things that have sold since Wednesday. And don't forget, at the end of this week, I'm going to be tallying up the game fund and heading over to the game store to add another Game Boy Advance game to the collection. Let's see. Let's jump into these 9 things that sold. So up first, we've got this Seiko silver and gold tone watch for $12 from a thrift store and sold it for $55 plus shipping. Picked up this Littlest Pet Shop, paid $6 for it, and sold it for $36 plus shipping. So next up is this vintage Christmas tree topper. It is an angel. It like moves, and I think it's like holding a little candle that lights up. And it is from this brand Animates. Picked it up for $3 from a Goodwill and sold it for $45 plus shipping. Very, very fast. And thankfully it sold, because if it didn't sell in the next 2 weeks, it probably will not for another year. Sold another Nintendo Wii bundle. So I mentioned before last week that I had never been able to actually sell one of these. And I think that just the competition for this listing is really, really high. Ended up bundling it with a Wii Sports, because I was listing them separately. Wii Sports would usually sell like super fast. And so, it kind of makes sense, like people doing their Christmas shopping. It's like you want everything all in one, and that's the game that everybody wants with it. So I ended up pairing those together, and I sold another bundle for $55 plus shipping, a Wii remote, all the cables, and a copy of Wii Sports. A little bit more, not much, a little bit more than I would get from trading it into the game store. So I'm not sure, if I come across these, whether I'll want to continue to sell them myself. I mean, we'll see. If it has a copy of Wii Sports, maybe I'll list it, and if not, I'll trade it in. Because I get like $25 to $30 from the game store, which is, about the same as what I'm getting on eBay. So up next, I've got this Jellycat. Very large. It is 26 inches tall. This stuffed giraffe. Picked this up for $3 from a garage sale, and it took a while to sell, but ultimately sold it for $70 and free shipping. Got this Tiffany & Co. It is from 2000. It's this little like porcelain trinket box. Paid $8 from a thrift store for this and sold it for $35 plus shipping. We've got I'm getting very, very low on consoles now, almost through all of them. I've maybe like 10 left, a couple GameCubes, a PlayStation 1. I have some 4-parts consoles that I need to list, and then I got a couple Xbox 360s. So we're like almost through the entire pile, which is great. I really wanted to try and get that done this year. About a year ago, I made a huge purchase, and it was just buying consoles off of thrift stores and garage sales and stuff, and they take a long time to list. And I really only have been doing this like kind of full time since about like September, when my kids started school. So I really am still only working at this project like 4 hours a day, about like 9 to 1 every day. Have a lunch,
do some stuff around the house and then go pick them up from school. So, I've had this pile. I was able to source more than I was able to do the mechanics of like the business side of listing and all that. So now that has kind of come back into equilibrium. And anyway, that pile is getting very, very small. So this is one of the last few consoles that I have. And I don't know how much I'm going to want to buy these going forward just because of how much work they are. I would so much, because profit-wise, it's not really that great for the amount of work you're having to do on it. I would much rather like buy a nice shirt or a jacket or something instead. But, we'll kind of see. We'll see how that goes. But I did sell this PlayStation 3 Slim. I have about $20 into it and sold it for $68 plus shipping. Again, I made a big video game buyout about a year ago, and I'm pretty sure the guy worked at like a recycling center or something, and he was just kind of like sniping stuff off the top. And so most of the things that I bought from him were untested. I did very, very well on that purchase overall. I spent like $1,300. It was probably like $3 to $4 grand worth of stuff. Lots of video game consoles, some games, stuff like that. I actually have that video if you want to go check out what was in there. But I got this huge bag of controllers. And I'm not at a point where, and I don't think I ever will be, where I want to do repairs on things that are like low dollar value. And I'll, even if it's expensive, I'll try and do something simple, but I don't really know how to solder. I don't want to get into all of that to squeeze like a couple extra dollars out of something. It's just not a great use of time. So as I was going through all this stuff and was pairing controllers and consoles and stuff, I was just setting them aside. And I had this big bag, 25 video game controllers from all different consoles, PS2 up through PS4, plus Xbox 360, Xbox One. Pretty much have like nothing into this. So this is almost all profit. Call it $10 I've got into this lot. Sold it for $120 very, very fast, plus $20 shipping. And then sold another Littlest Pet Shop building. These are definitely bolos. These sell really, really fast whenever I find them. This one is called the Tailwagon Fitness Club. It is from 2007. Again, $6 from a Goodwill, and sold it within a couple days for $28 plus shipping.
And now, before I tally up the game fund, this week kind of got away from me a bit, so I'm rearranging my storage room and shipping station on Saturday morning while my kids eat breakfast upstairs. The biggest thing is first just getting all of this stuff out of here so I can actually move this giant table. I'm putting it right outside this room. It's going to free up a ton of additional storage space. I'm at about 500 active listings on eBay right now, and I think if I can make a little more room in here, I should be able to comfortably grow to about 1,000 without needing any additional space. I'll also be much more comfortable having a bit more room packing my boxes. And now with that table out of here, I was able to bring in 2 more shelving units, and looking forward to filling this up with some good stuff. And with that out of the way, we generated $702 in profit this week, giving us $105 to spend on Game Boy Advance games this week. Let's go shopping. And for $20, we are adding a copy of Mother 3, putting us at 8 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. I am working to make eBay my primary source of income, but I'm also a stay-at-home dad to 2 very young kids. I only have about 4 hours a day to try and reach my goal of making $1,000 in profit each week. Thankfully, we had a pretty good weekend of sales, so let's jump right in.
I've got 13 things that I've got to pack up and ship out today. Up first, I've got this Tyndale fire-resistant hooded jacket picked up just last week for $9 from a thrift store and sold for $44 plus shipping. Got a couple of these multi-taps. They are for the PlayStation 2. I estimate I have like $2 to $3 into them. Part of like, one of them was from a thrift store. Another one was from a big video game bundle that I had picked up from a garage sale. The first one was Pelican brand, sold for $17 and free shipping. And then the other one was from this brand, Datel, I don't know, sold for $15 and free shipping. Paid $5 for this Department 56 Village, sold it for $21 plus shipping. This one is called the Wrenberry Baker. Let's see, how many of those do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll see. So after we pack this one up today, we'll have 6 left. I mean, we will see if we can get through all of those. Christmas is right around the corner, so we might not be able to sell all of those. We've got this Lego Bionicle.
Onua Nuva. I have about $1 or $2 into each of these Bionicle sets, listing them slowly as I find time to count the pieces. Sold this one for $13 and paid shipping. Picked up this Champion reverse weave hoodie for $3. Sold it for $27 plus shipping. Got this New York Giants full zip hoodie. It is a men's 5XL, which is why I bought it. These really large sizes, they sell very, very fast for me. Paid $13 for it, sold it within a couple days for $28 plus shipping. Picked up this is definitely a bolo for sure. I paid $4 for this Kirk's Folly quartz pendant. It is vintage. I believe it's 1980s, early 90s. Sold it for $175 plus shipping. Very nice one there. Sold another board game this week. This one I actually did pick up from a thrift store for $1. Played it a couple times, had some fun with it, but decided to sell it. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. It's called Villa Paletti. We've got this Rawlings Youth Baseball Glove. Picked up from a garage sale for $2, sold for $25 and free shipping. Paid $3 for this lot of Papermate ink refills from a thrift store. And sold it for $25 plus shipping. The weird random things that are worth money. Paid $2 for this 1998 Godzilla cup holder. It is from Taco Bell. Took a while for this to sell. Ended up selling it for $15 and free shipping. And then finally picked up this. The brand is called Bulwark. It is a flame-resistant shirt. Paid $3 from a Goodwill. It unfortunately was missing a button, but was still worth picking up. Sold it for $14 plus shipping. I did want to talk a little bit about this week because if you're new here, I am really trying to make this my full-time income. I really only have about 4 hours a day to work on this. I'm a stay-at-home dad is my main job. Obviously, you don't get paid for that, but that is my main job. This January, we are coming up on 5 years, which is kind of crazy to think about. My kids are 6 and 3, so my son's in like a preschool program, and they don't need me as much like in the morning. So that's kind of what I filled this time with, is this reselling thing. Ultimately, because of the flexibility, just being able to like clock in when you want and clock out when you want. And I'm working on making the money good. The money is not great yet, but I'm working on that side of it. But we have a bit of a wrench in the plan this week. I normally have about 4 hours a day to work on this. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, again, depending on how you look at it. Again, it's the whole reason I'm doing this reselling thing, right? Is that my oldest daughter has half days almost all this week. So it's parent-teacher conferences this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So they get half days all 3 days. And then my son has a half day on Friday. So that's 12:30 pickup. So I'm like 9 to noon this week. But again, it kind of is what it is. I am happy to be there for them. That's exactly why I'm doing this. Kind of blows my mind sometimes that I get to do this. This was just always like something that I wanted to do, was to be able to be a stay-at-home parent and be there for them, and I've absolutely gotten to do that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to picking them up early those days, and we'll like do something fun. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's just interesting. Like my weekly profit from the last 2 weeks was not. Again, I have this goal of $1,000, but from where it was like a year ago, it's kind of crazy how far it's come. Like $600 a week is like consistent, $500-$600 a week. And many of the recent weeks have been a lot higher than that. But $600 a week profit divided by 20 hours, that's $30 an hour. You're not going to get rich on this, but most part-time jobs are not going to pay you $30 an hour. Let's say it's 25 hours a week, not 20. That's still $24 an hour if you can get to $600 profit. Like, that's a very good part-time job. That's a very good part-time job. And then don't forget, at the end of the week, we are adding another Game Boy Advance game to the collection, so stick around for that. But for now, that's everything I got today. Let's go ahead and get these packed up. So we've actually had 14 sales since Monday, so a very nice couple days, perhaps some last-minute Christmas shopping. Before we jump into what sold over the last 2 days, we've got another Wednesday Weird and Wacky Bolo for you. So I've actually sold a few of these myself, and I've got another one for you today, which is why I thought of this. We are talking about rare, out-of-print Nickelodeon DVDs. A lot of these shows are not available on streaming as far as I am aware, which is I think why they are getting such
high prices on eBay. So we are searching Nickelodeon DVDs, sorting high to low, just to give you an idea of some of the rare ones to keep an eye out for. Back at the barnyard, I like to temper these just by saying I'm always a little bit suspicious of really high-end sales on eBay. You got to kind of question, like, is somebody kind of doing something funky? Because with some of these items, it is possible to try to like manipulate a market. Or if it's a rare item, but maybe not with a lot of demand, you know, with the internet and how this stuff kind of gets out there, like, you just have to be suspicious, you know? So I'm always a little bit doubting of these. When you see like multiple sales of the same item, that's definitely like, whoa, keep an eye out for that. But the highest one for $3.99 and free shipping, Back at the Barnyard Season 2 6-disc set. Again, $400 and free shipping. We've got Tough Puppy Season 1. Again, these are all pre-owned, so I've sorted by pre-owned. I mean, if you find it sealed, I'm sure you'll get a little bit more. Yeah, Tough Puppy pre-owned, $350 plus shipping. We've got Chalk Zone for $300 and free shipping. The Mystery Files of Shelby Woo on bid, so that's always a good sign as well. Again, you could always have somebody like kind of like pumping the bids a little bit. You never know, but bids, you're definitely like, ooh, okay, so there's something there. $228 plus shipping. House of Anubis, $200 plus shipping. I don't even remember that show. The Upside Down Show, Season 1, $200 and free shipping. Zoe 101, this is Seasons 1 through 4. So it looks like they have 6 actual discs here for $200 and free shipping. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Seasons 1 through 7, $160 and free shipping. iCarly Seasons 1 through 4, $150. The Backyardigans, $150. The Fresh Beat Band, $150. Drake and Josh, like a best of two seasons, $130. Let's keep going. Every Which Way, $100. Another Upside Down Show, $100. Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, $100. Some Drake and Josh Merry Christmas DVD, $100. And yeah, so keep an eye out for these late 80s, 90s, maybe even into early 2000s out-of-print Nickelodeon DVDs. If they ever do like a streaming service, I'm sure the price of these will tank. But at least for now, these are very hard to find and quite valuable if you do manage to get one. And so that was Wednesday's Weird and Wacky Bolo, and that brings us into the first item that I'm going to talk about, because I sold a copy of The Adventures of Pete and Pete Season 1 on DVD for $50 plus shipping. So nice little one there. And that's actually the second copy of that I've come across. So not as rare as you might think. And next up, we've got this Cascade CPVR lacrosse helmet. It's a little bit older of a model, so it's not super old, but maybe like, 5 to 10 years old. Some of the newer models, you can get a little bit more for these, but paid $5 from a garage sale, sold it for $20 plus shipping. Picked up this vintage Irish sweater. It's from the brand Blainrow. Kind of an interesting pattern it's got on there. Paid $5, sold it for $35 plus shipping. We've got $5 from that same sale, actually, funny enough. It's this Land's End flannel line jeans. Sold those for $18 plus shipping. Picked this up from a garage sale for $3. It's this Lego Duplo Mac at the Race from Cars. Sold for $25 and free shipping. Picked this up from an estate sale for only $2. It's this Kodak EasyShare camera and printer. Sold for $35 plus shipping. This is from my own personal collection. I picked these up. These are actually like proxies, fake cards. If these were real, these are worth like tens of thousands of dollars. It is Magic the Gathering Dual Lands from like the early 90s. But again, these are fakes I bought on Etsy and decided to sell them. I don't need them anymore, and just broke even on those. But again, I always mention these because it's just like a nice plus of being kind of like in the eBay sort of like reselling ecosystem, is when I'm ready to get rid of something, immediately like, I don't know how to deal with this. I just get rid of it, or do a garage sale and get rid of stuff for like $1 or $2 just to get rid of it. I'm able to like extract value from my own, personal items. So that is kind of a plus of being in sort of the reselling world a little bit. We've got another helmet today. This is a Bauer IMS 5.0 hockey helmet. Pay $5 for these at the thrift store. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. Picked this up for $2. So I haven't gone yet. I do not feel a strong need yet. Again, when
I run out of inventory in the death pile here, which, I think it's going to be able to carry me through. Plus, like my every once in a while thrift runs. I'm not going every day. I'm going like maybe once or twice a week just to kind of like maintain that 5 to 10 listings a day. But once that pile is gone, I might need to go to the Goodwill bins because my wife did very well. She likes to go for fun. Her and her mom went this past week, and I think they had a nice time, but she actually found some really good stuff. And of course, since she's the one going, this is not being filmed, but she did pretty well. She got this Cube World, brand new sealed. Cube World by Radica, paid $2 at the Goodwill bins, and we sold this for $200 plus shipping almost immediately. Very, very nice one there. Picked this next item up for $3 from a garage sale quite a while ago. And I thought it would be a little bit better than it was because it was brand new sealed. It says Philips Universal Remote. Just kind of take a shot on things where I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is going to be valuable. Unfortunately, it wasn't that great, but still sold it for $14 and free shipping, so I'll make a couple bucks on it. This next item actually was a previous return. Again, this has happened once before, maybe twice before, where a console didn't work and had to accept a return on it. This was a backwards compatible PlayStation 3. Again, I test these, make sure they're working, but I don't play it for 20, 30 minutes. Or an hour even. I play it for like 5, 10 minutes, make sure it runs games, the controllers pair, all that stuff, like reset it, done. You're never going to get enough listings out if you're sitting there like agonizing about it. So unfortunately, it got there. Person says it doesn't work. It is what it is. You accept the return, test it, make sure, and it doesn't. It's fine because ultimately, like, paid $20 for it originally, had to accept the return, so lost some money on it, and then, so you have the cost of the initial item plus what you lost on the return. So I have about like $40, $50 into this item now, but still was able to sell it for parts for $80 and free shipping. It's this backwards compatible PlayStation 3. So still, kind of like breaking even, maybe even making a few dollars despite, the headache. It just kind of comes with the territory. You have to sort of accept that kind of thing. And it doesn't really bother me that much. It sort of is what it is. Next up, paid $15 for this Toshiba VCR DVD combo, sold for $60 plus shipping. Got another PlayStation 3 console. This one had to sell it for parts. Picked these up at like garage sales and flea markets and stuff. I'm not really buying as many consoles as I once was. Willing to buy them at garage sales. If the price is right, done with the flea market. I don't even go there anymore. Just was buying like everything was broken. Like everything was broken. And it, I'm kind of buying it with the expectation that it's broken, but it's just like a bummer how often things were just broken at the flea market. It is what it is, right? But yeah, I probably paid about $20 for this PlayStation 3 and sold it for $20 plus shipping. So lose a couple bucks on it. We talked about the Pete and Pete DVD. And then the final item today, paid $8 for this vintage Y2K polo jeans sweater and sold it for $25 plus shipping. And that's everything I've got today. Let's go ahead and get these packed up. So good morning. Today is Friday. I've had 13 more things that sold since Wednesday. Good week of sales, but this week was a little bit tough to kind of keep up with. The kids had a bunch of half days this week. All of the parent-teacher conferences were this week, and my daughter's doing very well, in case you wanted to know. So happy about that. But, unfortunately, when they've got, like, parent-teacher conferences all week, they had 3 half days this week. She had the Christmas concert one day that we got to go to. My son had his Christmas concert today. It was very, very cute. A bunch of 3-year-olds on stage, like, screaming Christmas songs. You could barely hear what they were saying, but it was great. And, that's, I'm trying to like stick to a schedule and a system and do the best I can with it to, try to make the most money that I can out of this. I could see a world where some bad things would have to happen, but where, I would say, okay, well, the reselling thing is like making some money, but it's just not enough. We need more. But I really don't think that that's going to happen. The odds of, all these bad things happening in my life where I'm like, wow, I, really need the money. Like if my wife were to lose her job, that would be pretty tough, but we could make it for a while. And again, like worst case scenarios, I would have to get a corporate job again, but I really, really don't want to do that. So that's why this kind of needs to work. Where if I can make that $1,000 a week that I'm looking for, like consistently, and we're growing towards that, like we're getting there. When we can get to that number,
it can be the type of thing where I at least can like cover the bills. Am I building our savings? Are we like living large? Are we like rich? No, but I can pay the bills, I can pay the mortgage, we can cover health insurance while we look for other jobs, we figure something out. That's why this needs to work. And why I'm excited about it, why I'm having fun with it, is that I know it's giving me that mix of things that are really important to me. That, is it the most money I could be making? Absolutely not. But I'm not working 12 hours a day, I'm working 4 hours a day. You can't really beat that, you know? There's no job that's gonna pay me this well to work 4 hours a day. They just don't really exist. Like, jobs like that don't exist. Or like, hey boss, I'm gonna come in at 10 today because my son has a Christmas concert. I don't give a flying F about your son's Christmas concert. No, see you at 8 a.m., right? So that is why I'm doing this. And like weeks like this are sometimes a little bit frustrating because I'm trying to get into that rhythm, and I have like a week where I do it and it's like, yes, I had such a productive week, this was great. You know, I'm getting that independence again, that if you've never been a stay-at-home parent, that's really difficult to manage. Is like, you know, I'm the type of person that likes working on projects and likes being engaged in things, and being a stay-at-home parent is not really that. So it's been nice to have that sort of schedule, but weeks like this week are a little bit frustrating sometimes because you're like, oh, this routine I've been forming is kind of disrupted, and okay, we've got to like spend a lot more time with the kids and do that. But then you're like, oh wait, no, that's why I'm doing this. And it's not this huge like stressful thing that probably a lot of other families are dealing with. It's probably really difficult. So yeah, it's been great. And I'm really, really grateful for this situation, and that it is working so far, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here. But let's jump into these 13 items that sold over the last 2 days. Up first, we've got this Star Wars 5-foot inflatable Christmas decoration. This is of Yoda. Paid $10 from a garage sale for this and sold it for $55 plus shipping. Got another jersey from the thrift store that sold, paid $7 for this and sold it for $20 plus shipping. Paid $5 from a garage sale for this As Seen on TV Grip Wrench Pro, brand new sealed, sold it for $20 plus shipping. Paid $1 for this PSP game. It is Cars, sold it for $12 and free shipping. Got another Littlest Pet Shop figure today. This one was included in a giant lot, again, like $1 or less into this item. It is a little caterpillar, sold it for $15 and free shipping. We paid $5 for these Hunter Original Tall Rain Boots from a garage sale. This is a consistent seller for me. I've sold a few pairs of these now, and whenever I find them, I'm gonna buy them because they sell fast and they sell for good money. This pair sold for $40 plus shipping. This was an old vacuum cleaner of mine. So I actually got this from a family member, like a hand-me-down vacuum cleaner. Don't really have anything into it. And I think I said this earlier this week too, but that's kind of part of the nice thing about being like in the reselling sort of like eBay ecosystem, is when I have something I don't need anymore, rather than throwing it away, I can sell it and recoup some of the costs with not that much additional effort. You know, if you're the type of person that maybe you sell 1 or 2 items a year on eBay, you know, it's tough to like, oh, I gotta go get the box and I gotta get the packing materials, and it's a bit of like friction there. But if you already had this like sort of system set up, oh, well, I have my old coat, sell it. Get $20 out of it, whatever. So anyway, I've got this. It's actually a very nice vacuum cleaner. It's called the Miele Plus. It's just the canister, so the hose broke. It's kind of an older vacuum cleaner. It's hard to find parts for it, so just decided to sell the canister and got $60 plus shipping for it, so not too bad. We'll save the best item for last. Up next, we've got, this was from a garage sale as well, $5 for this antique cut crystal. We were kind of like debating exactly what this thing was. We're pretty sure it is a car vase. Never heard of this before, but a very nice item, and sold it for $65 plus shipping pretty fast after listing it, actually. I have about $5 into this Nintendo NES Zapper, sold it for $13 plus shipping. Paid $3 for this 2009 Star Wars AT-ST Walker, sold for $24 plus shipping. I mentioned my wife went to the Goodwill bins recently. She paid $1 for this Patagonia trucker hat, sold it for $10 plus shipping. Another Goodwill item, paid $4 for this antique frosted glass vase, sold it pretty fast for $30 plus shipping. And then the best for last, paid $15 for this vintage 1980s Coach bag. Took a little while to sell, but ultimately accepted an offer for $152 plus shipping. And that's everything I've got this week. Let's tally up the game fund, and then we're hitting up the game store. And with that, we generated $804 in profit this week after eBay fees and income tax, which gives us $125 to spend on Game Boy Advance games. Let's go shopping. And for $13, we are picking up a copy of Spider-Man Mysterio's Menace, putting us at 9 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thank you so much for watching, and see you in the next one. I am trying to support my family selling thrifted items on eBay, but I'm also a stay-at-home dad to 2 very young kids, which means I only have about 4 hours per day to try and reach my goal of $1,000 per week in profit. It's also about a week until Christmas, and sales have really started slowing down. Let's hope things pick up soon, but for now, let's jump into what sold over the weekend. Up first, we've got this Juicy Couture wallet, picked up for $3 from a garage sale. Sold for $20 plus shipping. We've got another Yankee candle. So I picked up a huge lot of these from an estate sale for $2 a piece. I've been selling through them pretty consistently. Sold this one for $13 plus shipping. Paid $15 for this Canon digital camcorder from a garage sale over the summer, I believe. So it took a little while to sell, but did get $80 plus shipping for it. So nice one there. Paid $3 for these Uggs. They are called the Bailey Button Boot. $3 from a garage sale. They are in kind of rough condition. I probably would pass on these in the future. I priced them to sell, ended up selling them for $20 and free shipping. Paid $7 for these jeans from Urban Outfitters. The brand is BDG. Sold for $18 plus shipping. Got another Power Rangers item. So if you've been following along, I've been selling a ton of Power Ranger stuff that I picked up from an estate sale a few weeks back. And sold another item, again, estimating I have about $2 to $3 into it. It's this 1994 Halloween mask and gloves from the White Ranger. Sold for $30 plus shipping. This was another garage sale pickup for $1. It's this the brand is called Nogu. It's a beaded bracelet. Sold that for $17 plus shipping. This I thought would be a little bit better than it was. I'm gonna break even on this. I paid $7 for this new open box pure filter system. The pitcher and a couple of filters. And it sat and sat. I just started a 20% off sale for a bunch of stuff that's been on eBay for more than 6 months. So it's about 120-ish items. This was one of them. Sold it for $860 plus shipping. So that is everything I've got today. But let's talk a little bit about this week. If you're new here, I'm not really doing this full time in the traditional sense. My main job is still stay-at-home dad. I get the kids ready in the morning, go to school, come back, have a breakfast, cup of coffee, and then get to work. Usually 9 to 1 every day. Have a lunch, do a couple things around the house, and then go pick them up. So really it's 4 hours a day. But now that is not interrupted this week. I can just kind of dedicate all of that to eBay. And it's never the challenge with eBay, it's never this immediate result. The sales I'm making now is from work I put in 3 to 6 months ago. So all the listings now, that's going to be selling Q1, Q2, because I think if I can get to, I'm about at 500 listings right now. If I can get to about 1,000 active listings and maintain the quality, because I'm definitely a lot pickier than I was, maintain the quality of the listings and get them up to about 1,000, I don't see why I can't hit that $1,000 a week goal consistently. But then this week, I'm going to try to get out to the thrift store this week. And then, as usual, at the end of the week, I am going to be adding another game to the Game Boy Advance collection. So if you're new here, I set aside 5% of the profits that I make on eBay. That's after eBay fees and after 20% for income tax. So I do account for that. Actually, in my pocket, I've already paid the government. In my pocket, 5% of that I get to spend on Game Boy Advance games. So we're going to be adding another one to the collection at the end of the week. So make sure you stick around for that. And let's get these 7 things packed up. So good morning. Today is Wednesday. I've got 12 more things that have sold since Monday. But before we jump into that, I am back with another Wednesday Weird and Wacky Bolo. And today I'm going to be talking about
expensive baseball gloves. So this is kind of, they haven't been selling recently because it's not in season, but I'm sitting on a ton of these myself, a couple of really valuable ones, and I was curious to see like what other ones are available and what other kinds of things to look out for. I pretty much would always buy these if they are cheap at garage sales and thrift stores, because even the like basic sort of like intermediate models tend to go for really good money, but there are some that are kind of crazy. I've got this, I literally just searched baseball gloves, sorting high to low, and we're going to talk about some of these models that are on here. Again, I'm always a little suspicious, I say this every week, I'm always a little bit suspicious of like the top end, but you know, once you see multiple sales for the same item, that is a pretty good indicator that what you're looking at is legit. This first one, it's called the Rawlings Primo. Again, like, you know, odds are you're not going to find these at a garage sale, but it gives you a sense of like the type of thing to look for. Because I found some gloves that go for like 100, 150. So maybe I'll do that too. I'll show a couple of the high-end ones, and then I'll show a couple of the like mid-tier stuff. So we've got this Rawlings Primo trapeze glove. It's made with like Italian leather, sold for $1,400. Rawlings Heart of the Hide Pro, $1,200, again brand new. Another Rawlings Primo for $1,000. This brand called Junkei Wagyu beef. What the hell? See, a lot of stuff I don't even know about. Like I'm learning about this stuff right along with you. I have no idea what any of this stuff is. Yeah, it's freaking Wagyu. That's crazy. They got $950 for that. We've got another Rawlings Primo, $900. So this is definitely one to look out for. It's this like really dark brown Italian leather. We've got another Rawlings Heart of the Hide, brand new, $850. Okay, so let's filter by price, and we'll cap it at like, let's go like 200. Okay, we've got a Nokona baseball catcher's mitt, some probably Japanese brand it sounds like, 200 plus shipping. Rawlings Hypertech glove, 200. Nike Vapor, I guess it's a rare color, 190. A Mizuno Matsui for 190. Wilson All-Star for 200. So definitely some really, really high-end, like nice leather gloves you can keep an eye out for. And there are a ton of models that sell for like 25, 30, 40, 50, right in that range. So definitely keep an eye out for these. So that was Wednesday's Weird and Wacky Polo. Now let's jump into the 12 things that sold since Monday. And up first, we've got this lot of vintage Y2K, like 2000 to 2005-ish, Disney trading pins. Sold them very fast for $19 plus shipping. We've got this Polo Ralph Lauren quarter zip, paid $6 from a thrift store for this and sold it for $15 plus shipping. Got this Conair, it heats up your shaving cream. Picked it up for $2 from the Goodwill bins and sold it for $40 plus shipping. Paid $3 from a garage sale for this Yamaha drum machine. Had to replace the power cable, but I did actually have it already laying around. And I actually bought this for my kids to play with, and they kind of got bored of it, and I decided to sell it for $29 plus shipping. Sold another board game from my personal collection, so this is a break even. But again, if you see it at a garage sale, it would be worth picking up. It's called Micro Macro, sold it for $17 plus shipping. Paid $15 for these UGG. They are called the Bailey Button Boots. Really nice condition and with the box. Sold them for $55 plus shipping. Paid $5 for this Patagonia Better Sweater. Sold it for $27 plus shipping. Paid $2 for this Anaheim Ducks Mitchell & Ness snapback hat. These hats have been very, very slow movers. I kind of expected that. And one of the other creators that I follow, this guy Tekken Sports, you might have heard of him if you're in the reselling space, has like an interesting way of talking about these. There's nothing that like really differentiates them, which when you think about selling clothing in that way, you know, that you need like some kind of keyword or something like really special about the item that makes it stand out. Hats don't really have that about them, which is kind of interesting. So they've been sort of slow sellers, but you know, again, you pick them up for $1 or $2 at a garage sale, sell it for 10, 15 bucks, like it's worth the trouble. And so yeah, we sold this hat for $12 plus shipping.
got this lot of 14 HDMI cables. I made a huge buyout about a year ago now, a little more than a year ago. Tons of video game stuff, bunch of controllers, some systems, bunch of games. And pretty sure the guy worked at like a recycling center or something. And just in this big like bin of cords that he had, essentially paid nothing for them. It was just kind of like, hey, take it all. Ended up with these 14 random HDMI cables and could have maybe just thrown them away. Maybe that would have been the better thing to do, but I figured it was worth listing them. It was 14. Ended up selling them for 18 and free shipping. And unfortunately, the guy lives all the way in Washington State. So it's going to be kind of expensive, and I probably will like break even or maybe make a couple dollars on this. Paid $5 for this Apple Cinema Display power adapter from a thrift store and sold it for $22 and free shipping. And so that is everything we've got today. Let's go ahead and get these packed up. And trying something a little different here, I'm going to show you everything that we picked up at the thrift store over the last about hour or so we were there. I have a little like local spot near me that I do pretty well at. It's not like a name brand one or anything. And it's just like not picked over. So you get kind of some nice stuff. Their prices aren't amazing. And I'm not going out all day. You know, I'm going out, like I said, for like maybe like an hour or two. And it's close by. It's like 10 minutes from my house. So it's kind of convenient, which is why I go there. First up, we've got these like vintage, made in Italy nativity set pieces. But they're super nice, like ceramic or like plastic molded pieces made in Italy. They wanted $3 for them. And it looks like they comp around like 15 to 20 a piece. And we'll probably just end up lotting them all together. So there's number 2, made in Italy mark there. Number 3 is this, it's like paper mache, but very nice, very well made. Again, get that made in Italy and $3. So pretty cool. We got another Christmas item. You might have seen him sitting in the background. We got this vintage Gemmy Frosty. They only wanted $4 for it. He's missing the battery pack, or at least like the battery pack cover, and they say might not work. We'll check him in a minute and see if he actually turns on. My wife was with me today as well. She grabbed this American Girl dolls from like 2012. It's a little expensive. It was $26. It's in pretty good condition. So with a lot of these, like the hair gets all messed up and stuff. So she's in good shape. She's got some clothes. She's got a stand. So like some extras that make it a little bit better. And we're seeing comps for like 50 to 75 on that. So pretty good. And then I got a couple of clothing items as well. Up first, we've got this. The brand is Nonfiction. Pretty sure it's vintage. It is made in Canada. And it's got this like really nice thick embroidered pattern on there. It was $8, and I was seeing comps for like 25 to 30 on this, so pretty good. For $9, we've got this. Like I said, that store's a little bit expensive. It's not cheap. So this isn't the bins. I'm not getting stuff for $3 or $4, but I feel like this is maybe most people's experience with buying clothing. I mean, why you gotta buy good stuff? Why you gotta get good brands? Because it's not cheap. So $9. It's this made in Korea vintage majestic Mets jersey. It's always a little bit funny in thrift stores. The cashier's like, "Oh, you a big Mets fan?" Nah, nope. Buying it to resell. Not a Mets fan, unfortunately, for all of you if you are Mets fans. Probably like $25 to $30 item. We've got, I had never seen this before. Again, I'm not an expert on clothing at all. I am very much learning as I go. This one is from this brand Vince. And very thick, like, you could kind of tell they were well made. They only wanted $5 for these, thankfully, but ended up seeing some comps around like 20 to 25. Picked up this pair of, the brand is called Boggs, and they are a women's size, so an adult size, which is good. I see these for kids a lot, actually, and the kids ones are okay. And these were $10 and was seeing comps around like 40 and up. So these were very, very good as well. So that was everything we got, but now we're gonna put some batteries in Frosty and see what happens. So it looks like he needs 4 AA, so we're gonna go grab those right now. It does say it has a DC adapter, so, but hopefully this will just work with just the batteries. All right, here we go. I think that's a no. I don't think it works. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I think that was a no on the working. Kind of a bummer, but it still like played sound and stuff. And like I said, it looks like we had some comps around like 35, 25, 35 for parts. Not bad. I'll take it. So yeah, a little bit of a bummer. We're not getting the full value on this, but hey, that's how it goes. And I will see you back here tomorrow for some more sales. So good morning. Today is Friday. I've got 12 more sales since Wednesday. And before I jump into those, just a reminder, at the end of the week, as usual, I am taking the Game Fund over to the game store and adding another Game Boy Advance game to the collection. And I don't really talk about this that much, but in case you're new here, the reason that this is, like, even if you're not interested in Game Boy Advance games specifically, one, this makes it really, really fun for me. I like having something to, like, kind of work towards. It's nice to have that little extra bit of motivation, like any job that you have, you know, it's like you get the paycheck and on payday you go and treat yourself to something nice. This is nice because you get that kind of like one-to-one, you know, whenever I sell something, I put a little money into the game fund. So even if you're not necessarily a fan of video games or Game Boy Advance specifically, hopefully you at least appreciate like having that motivation to save up for whatever you enjoy. You know, and the rest of the money is obviously, like the other 95% is going to my mortgage, Christmas presents this year, any kind of thing like that. You know, it's like helping me survive and like pay my bills. So it's nice to have that little portion set aside, like kind of just for fun. But for now, we are jumping into the 12 things that sold since Wednesday. Up first, this one's kind of interesting. I picked this up from the flea market like months and months ago. I got very excited when I found it. I paid $10 for a Sega CD. It was like one of my favorite types of vendors at the flea market. Again, I haven't been to the flea market in like close to a year now. It's been a while because was just not really having much success in general there. I might try it again at some point. But anyway, junk vendors were my favorite. They would just bring like a truck. Clearly, they just cleared out like somebody's house or a storage unit and are just selling everything for super cheap. Those were always the best. I paid $10 for a Sega Genesis and a Sega CD. So I pulled the Genesis off, opened the Sega CD. Unfortunately, it was missing the laser assembly. I thought maybe, maybe I'll fix this up and get it working at some point. And I've just decided that that's not really worth the time. Like, the bottleneck is not being able to find stuff. The bottleneck is listing. So I would rather just like list stuff as it is and just keep going. I will make more money doing that than like spending lots of time fixing up and trying to squeeze every last dollar out of an item. I decided to eventually, I listed this for parts. So I have $5 into the Sega CD and decided to sell it for parts or repair and still sold it within a day for $40 plus shipping. These I thought would be a little bit better than they were. I paid $12 for these, so kind of paid up a little bit. These G-Star, they are called like deconstructed 3D jeans. You wear them so they kind of like do that thing where they stack at the bottom of your shoe. Paid $12. I was seeing comps for like 35 to 40, and unfortunately mine just didn't sell. And somebody finally sent me an offer for 25. I just took it, so make, $5 to $10 on it. Paid $10 for these Timberland. They're like the classic 6-inch Timberland boot. $10 from a garage sale for these and sold them for $75 plus shipping, so very nice one there. This one took a long time to sell, but I still thought it was a very cool item. I paid $4 for this. The brand is called Fulton Street. I think it was like a little local place, not like a big brand or anything. And it's this polo shirt, textured, kind of interesting pattern. I thought it was a very cool shirt. Again, $4 at a garage sale, finally sold on an offer for $22 plus shipping. Got another very good one here, and kind of funny, after our Wednesday bolo of baseball gloves, I must have summoned this. So I paid $5 for this Rawlings Heart of the Hide. It is a pro model, so there's a bunch of different versions. Again, we just kind of talked about that. But this one I managed to sell for $120 plus shipping. Was willing to take an offer. I had it listed for $150. Was willing to take an offer because it's like out of season. So if it's March, April, I'm probably not taking that offer. It's also probably just getting a lot more traffic and attention then. But it'd been listed for a few months. Someone sent an offer, so I took it. $120 plus shipping on that. Picked up this vintage Hitachi massager for $8 from a thrift store and sold it for $45 plus shipping. Paid $5 for this vintage 90s American Eagle flannel shirt and sold it for $19 plus shipping. Picked up a Polaroid camera for $5 from the flea market months and months ago. Our plan was to give this as a gift, and we did, but our kids just weren't interested in this. So we decided to sell it. Sold it for $16 plus shipping. Paid $8 for some Levi's 501s. Sold them for $21 plus shipping. Picked up this Super Nintendo controller. It actually goes to the Super Nintendo Mini, that little re-release console they put out. This was part of a big video game buyout, so again, I maybe have a $1 or $2 into it. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. Picked up these UGG boots for $5 from a garage sale. Sold them for $20 plus shipping. And then finally picked up these shorts for $3 from a garage sale. They are the brand is called 10,000. They're called the Tactical Short. Sold them for $30 plus shipping. The final item today, actually, I almost forgot. I literally just got back from a Facebook Marketplace sale. So we picked up a big lot of silver-plated utensils from a thrift store last week for $15. Decided to list a bunch on eBay, so we have about $50 to $60 worth on eBay, and then just sold the rest for $40 cash. So already made $25 profit on the whole lot, and then everything on eBay will just be gravy. So yeah, that was everything we've got today. Let's get these packed up, tally up the game fund, and we're adding another game to the collection today.
And with that, we generated just $497 in profit this week. Hopefully things will pick up soon, but either way, we still have $136 in the game fund. Let's go shopping. And for $11, we are adding a sleeper hit, Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, putting us at 10 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one. I finally decided to visit the Goodwill bins for the first time ever, looking for items to flip on eBay. But before we get into that, let's jump into what sold on eBay over the weekend.
Up first, I paid $5 for this from a thrift store. Took forever to sell. It is this vintage 90s Disney Aladdin lunchbox. The brand is Aladdin and the movie is Aladdin. Sold it for $12 plus shipping. Paid $2 at a garage sale for this vintage Champs University of Oklahoma sweatshirt. Sold it for $26 plus shipping. This was another bins pickup. This is a Persian cat sculpture from the, Boston Museum of Fine Art. Obviously a replica, but sold in their gift shop. And so it was kind of heavy, so it still cost $11, but sold it for $90 plus $20 shipping. So very nice one there. You saw me last week pick up this Jemmy Frosty the Snowman. It unfortunately did not work, but only paid $4 and managed to sell it for $29 plus shipping. Picked up this vintage Adirondack long sleeve shirt. Paid $4 from a thrift store and sold it for $18 plus shipping. Got another hockey helmet, pay $5 for these about $5 for these at garage sales and thrift stores. Sold this one for $24 plus shipping. This one is a Bauer IMS 5.0. Picked up this item for $1 at an estate sale. It is a World War I bacon can, like a rations container. Sold it for $25 plus shipping, so a very cool item. Picked this up just a few days ago at a thrift store for only $3. It is this vintage, the brand is called Fontanini. It is a paper mache Christmas nativity figure. This one is a camel. There's some resin ones and there are some paper mache ones. So the paper mache ones are a little older, a little harder to find. Sold very fast for $60 plus shipping. Another nice one there. Paid $10 for this from a garage sale. It is a set of vintage Craftsman sockets. Complete set, sold for $20 plus shipping. Sold another Magic card. Been slowly selling off my personal collection. And just kind of I used to do, if you're not familiar with this, buy lists where you put the items into like certain dealers will buy in bulk. So you can just plug in every card that you're selling and sell them kind of all at once. That's what I used to do. Now I'm just trying to dip my toe into sort of the singles selling just to kind of see how it goes. I'm really curious about potentially, I would be really interested in buying collections. I think that would be a lot of fun actually. They list so fast. They actually sell pretty quick. Yeah, so this was a card I pulled from a pack years and years ago. It's called the Scarab God. Sold it for $6 plus shipping. Paid $10 for this all-clad waffle maker from a garage sale and sold it for $72 plus shipping. And then finally got another VCR, paid $10 for this one. I believe this was a garage sale. Sold for $45 plus shipping. This one is a Samsung. So that is everything that I've got today. But before I pack these up, I did want to talk a little bit about my plan for this week. So today is December 22nd, so only a couple of days till Christmas. This week is going to be absolutely slammed in a good way, you know, getting ready for the holiday and you know, doing some secret stuff. And so I'm probably going to end up setting the store on vacation mode starting like tomorrow afternoon. But I will be back here tomorrow because I am going to the Goodwill bins for the very first time. I'm a little bit nervous about it. I've heard some horror stories, and then I will show you the haul. Hopefully I find some good stuff. But for now, let's go ahead and get this stuff packed up. So today is Tuesday. I've got a couple more sales I've got to share with you, but I also just got back from the Goodwill bins and had an interesting experience. Feeling a little bit mixed on it. Let's get into it. So, okay. I've been a little bit hesitant to get over to the bins. You definitely hear some horror stories. And just the idea of it is a little sketchy. You know, a little bit intimidating. Got all like the regulars and there's like very specific rules you have to follow for how it works. I don't know how every location is. Obviously, they're all a little bit different from what I've heard. But perhaps it was the day I went. It really wasn't that crowded. It didn't feel like overwhelming in that sense. One nice thing that this one is doing now, because my wife has been a couple of times, and this was my first time. Normally, she said they used to put all the hard goods into bins as well, which is like, okay, God, I got to wear gloves because I might like cut myself on glass or something like that. They actually have been lining them on racks along the wall. So I'm going to be showing you some clips along while I'm talking. So it's actually like really easy to look through. Most of the people there were not looking at the stuff along the walls. I'm not primarily a clothing seller. Again, I haven't been doing this that long, so I don't have like really strong preferences yet. Kind of stayed away from the clothing for the most part. I looked through a few bins, but for the most part, I was looking through the hard goods. And yeah, it was actually like a decent experience. It was definitely like unorganized and, you know, you had to like dig through piles of stuff to see if you could find anything. But the pros for sure, tons of stuff to look at, tons and tons of stuff to look at. And the prices are insanely cheap because you're paying by the pound. Clothing was a little bit more expensive per pound. I think they had just recently raised their price. It was like $2.20-ish per pound for clothing. And then it was like $1.39, I think was the price for hard goods. So actually like really good prices. And we found a lot of good stuff. I was kind of surprised, but it was kind of like gross. But I did at one point find some mouse poop in a bin. So that was kind of gross. I definitely get and I mean, this reselling thing in general has kind of actually really changed the way I see stuff. If you see the world as a place of, the world, especially the United States of America, is not a place of scarcity. The amount of stuff that we have in this country is disgusting. So I was feeling a little bit of that in there too, honestly. It's just like actual literal trash. You know, like when I was digging through a bin and it's like Old Navy, H&M, Shein, I don't know, name the other, you know, fast fashion brands. It was like overwhelmingly it's just stuff that people should have just thrown away. And I understand why it gets donated, and I would hope Goodwill is doing something with it when they're done with it. But it makes you as a consumer, like a person that purchases things, to buy things that are of good quality or that were already used, like buy something pre-owned, buy something that's good quality, that's gonna last, and you're not gonna just throw away or donate again in a year or two. Shein has not been around that long, right? Like this stuff is already in the trash. It just makes me a little bit like sick that the amount of stuff that we throw away, it's a little bit gross. So that place is sort of the like quintessential, like if you want to see how much waste there is in America, go to the bins. It's just this massive, absolutely gargantuan warehouse filled with literal trash. All that being said, I actually think I would probably go back because I did find some good stuff and I really wasn't there for that long. So I was there for maybe about an hour and a half. It was $31 for everything. If this was from the thrift store, this would have easily been like 100, 120 bucks, something like that, probably. So yeah, so all right. So the two clothing items I got, already ran these through the wash. Again, so maybe like 50 cents into this. This is a Tommy Hilfiger. I only got it because it's a cotton linen blend, so like a good fabric, and it's actually in like good shape. Little like short sleeve shirt. I wouldn't pick this up from the thrift store for $8 or $6 even, but for 50 cents from the Goodwill bins, I mean, why not? Like sell it for 15, 20 bucks. I got this Madewell wool sweater. Again, maybe like 50 cents to $1. Grabbed this, Head is the brand, tennis racket. I grabbed it because it was like very, very light. Yeah, and it's got this like matte finish on it. So I had a feeling it was gonna be a slightly nicer one, and looked it up, and people are getting like between like 60 and 80 bucks for this. So very, very nice there. Again, maybe $1 or $2 into these. These are actually Lemmix, like little Christmas figurines, nice little lot there. I'm thinking probably like 25 to 30 bucks for the lot of figurines. I found a baseball glove. This is the Rawlings. It's a 14-inch, so it's an adult size, a little bit better than the kids' ones. This was seeing comps around like 30, 35, so not bad. I'm gonna save what I thought was actually the coolest item for last. Let's see. 2 more items. So I've got this little cookware here. This is from the brand, so I believe it's Wagnerware is the actual brand, but it's called a Magnalite 10-inch skillet. But definitely like a very nice quality piece. And again, maybe like $3 or $4 into that based on weight. It was a little bit heavy. And then the final item, again, a couple bucks. It's not the lightest thing in the world, but this is like vintage espresso maker. Again, not the most valuable thing. I thought these were really cool. I got 4 of these little vintage. Let's see, this one is dated 1983, 86, 86, 86. So yeah, 1983 and 1986. These kind of spark some joy. Pizza Time Theater. So yeah, those are actually pretty cool, and debated, I'm like, should I keep one of these? They're actually like pretty cool. I wish there was a soccer player. That was my sport growing up, was soccer. Well, I'm seeing costs for like $10 a piece on these. So again, like nice little haul at the Goodwill bins. It was definitely an interesting experience. I will be back, even though it's a little bit gross and gives you a little bit of an existential crisis just with the piles of clothing and shoes that people are just throwing away. So anyway, let's jump into the 7 things that I've got to pack up today as well. So up first, I've got this vintage. So I mentioned these, I think last week. I sold a lot of silverware on Facebook Marketplace for 25 bucks. Bought the whole bag from a thrift store for 15. So we're already in the for 40, $25 profit. And then these were the leftovers. Not the leftovers, these were the good stuff that was like worth listing individually on eBay. They were from the Biltmore Hotel. Pretty cool little set, and sold it for $47 plus shipping. Sold this vintage like Y2K New York Giants shirt. Picked up for $0.25 from a garage sale like months and months ago. Sold it for $15 and free shipping. Got this 12 karat, it's gold filled cufflink set, sold for $15 plus shipping. Oh, I almost forgot about these because they sold already, but they're on a shelf. Oh my God, and one more other thing. I forgot I already listed a couple things that we picked up at the bins. So, and this one actually sold already, which is kind of crazy. So these sold like almost instantly within listing. These were I've got a set of 2 Burger King gold trading card. We got Poliwhirl and we got Pikachu. And then one more thing. We'll see how these do. So again, like $1 or $2 into this. These are from, what is the date on these? 1931. So these are very, very old plates from Wedgwood, so a very good brand, and it is of a college, Wesleyan University, some kind of like collector's plate. There's actually 2 of them. The haul was a little better than I said. I forgot about those 2 items because, and what jogged my memory was that the Pokeballs already sold. So those 2 Pokemon little cards, they sold for $40 plus shipping. I sold another board game for my personal collection. Again, at a loss. This was a game I had for a few years, played it a bunch, been consolidating the collection, but sold that for $20 plus shipping. I sold a pair of Uggs, picked up for $5 from a garage sale, sold for $18 plus shipping. I definitely would be a lot pickier. Again, I'm still learning, right? I would be a lot pickier on condition, especially when it comes to shoes. I was kind of leaning into like the brand a little bit more and realizing now, oh, this probably wasn't as good of a pickup as I thought. They need to be in very good condition if I was going to pick these up again. But these other ones were in good condition. So again, another $5 pickup from a garage sale, another pair of Uggs. These are just like kind of the classic black, like shorty boots. Sold those for $29 plus shipping. So that is everything I've got today. Let's go ahead and pack these up. And I'm putting the store on vacation mode for the next 2 days until after Christmas. And I will be back here on Friday with hopefully some more sales for you. So stay tuned for that. Unfortunately, I was feeling a little under the weather after Christmas, so I'm just jumping in with the voiceover now. I sold a bunch more items this week, including this Vineyard Vines Performance button-down, another Magic the Gathering card,
this Black Panther Lego set, this Verilux light therapy lamp, a Hypeland Naruto hoodie, this copy of Sonic and Knuckles, another Yankee candle, this Nintendo Switch, some Nike throwing shoes, and a DS case. And with that, we generated $478 in profit, leaving us with $148 to spend on Game Boy Advance games. And for $46 total, we are adding copies of both Sonic Advance 1 and 2 to the collection, putting us at 12 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one. I'm a stay-at-home dad trying to turn my reselling side hustle into a full-time income. I have a goal to generate $1,000 a week in profit, and in this video, I'm going to show you everything that's sold on eBay since Christmas, and then we are adding a personal grail to my Game Boy Advance collection. Let's jump right in. Up first, paid $8 for this Levi's hooded trucker jacket, sold it for $30 plus shipping. Picked up this Lennox boombox from the Goodwill bins for $3. Unfortunately, I had to sell it for parts, but still got $15 plus shipping for that. Sold this cassette tape from the band Accept. It's like a metal cassette. Sold for $10 and free shipping. Sold a DVD. Picked this up for $1 from a garage sale. It is this racing anime called Initial D. Actually comes with like a little card that works with the, it's like an arcade game as well. Sold it for $11 and free shipping. Sold this vintage Eddie Bauer Goose Down puffer jacket. Paid $3 from a garage sale. Sold for $53 plus shipping. Nice one there. Paid $10 for these Boggs boots from the thrift store. Sold for $41 plus shipping. I've been experimenting with trading cards, so I had been, trying to, I used to sell them through like buy lists. So if you're familiar with this process, if you're a card collector or play with gaming cards like Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, a lot of vendors will, they'll offer you 50 to 60 bucks of the value, just like they would with like video games or other resellable items. Then they'll turn around and sell it in their store for full market price. So I used to do like buy list to TCG Player, is one of the biggest websites in the space. I used to do buy lists through them. I decided to start trying to sell them on my own just to learn a little bit about the process, shipping them, how fast do they sell, stuff like that. And so yeah, I got a couple more cards that have sold over the last couple weeks, and been pretty happy with the process and how it's going. So this first one is Karn Liberated, sold him for $450 plus shipping. Sold this antique 19th century lighter. It's called a Magic Pocket Lamp. Picked up from an estate sale for $10. Sold for $167 plus shipping. Very nice one there. Paid $20 for this Ralph Lauren houndstooth women's coat. Picked it up for $20 from a thrift store and sold for $45 plus shipping. Sold 2 broken PlayStation 2 consoles. I guess I have about $30 into them. Sold them for $60 and free shipping. Goal's just trying to break even on them, which I'd be totally okay with. Sold a vintage 90s New York Giants starter jacket. Paid $50 from an estate sale for this and thought it would be a little bit better. Had to accept an offer for $72 plus shipping. I was seeing comps around like $120, but the Giants kind of suck. So, and so I think that was part of the challenge. They had a pretty bad season, I think. And so, yeah, ended up making a couple bucks on it, so not too bad. Paid $6 for these 2 1999 Furby Christmas ornaments. Sold them for $21 plus shipping. Paid $1 for this Taylor Swift sealed CD. Sold for $11 plus shipping. Sold another video game. Picked this up for $9 on clearance. Sonic Colors Ultimate. Played it for a little while. Decided I didn't want to keep it in my collection, so sold it for $11 plus shipping. Sold another VCR, paid $15 for this from a thrift store and sold it for $50 plus shipping. Picked up this vintage Majestic Derek Jeter jersey for $5 from a garage sale. Sold it for $45 plus shipping. I do very well with this vintage sports stuff. I love finding these types of things. Sold another item from my personal collection, this sealed Star Wars Unlimited starter deck. Just break even on that. Been downsizing some of my tabletop stuff. Paid $5 for this CCM hockey helmet from a thrift store and sold for $16 plus shipping. $20 from a thrift store for this 1 terabyte external hard drive for Mac. Sold it very fast, thankfully, for $40 plus shipping. Paid $5 for this from a garage sale. It is a Verilux Happy Light, like a
Light Therapy Light. Sold it for $17 and free shipping, make a couple bucks on that. Thought these would be a lot better than they actually were. It is the Space Jam Looney Tunes plush. They even have the tags on them still. Paid $6 from a garage sale, and they sat around forever. Sold them for $6.50 plus shipping. So after fees, probably lose $1 or $2. Paid $3 from a garage sale for these Levi's 501s. Sold them for $16 plus shipping. Sold a watch. It is this vintage Fossil men's wristwatch. It's got this like liquid inside, kind of an interesting model. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, but still managed to sell it for $36 plus shipping, so nice one there. So these next two items are kind of interesting. As I'm sure you're aware, there is some crazy stuff going on in the Pokemon trading card game right now. I am not an active Pokemon collector. I have some old decks. I have a bunch of vintage cards that I kept, but I have some decks that are from like 2010, 2011. And, just hearing about all this craziness going on about like the scalping and prices are like crazy high. I was curious to see if I had any that were really, really valuable. Some of the vintage stuff is pretty good, but I have no interest in selling any of that. I'm going to keep that long term. And I actually think I might, in the near future, maybe that'll be the next challenge. I think I want to finish collecting base set. But we will save that for another day. But I did go through those decks and found two cards that were like crazy, crazy valuable. I did not expect. The first one is this Reshiram from, again, it's like 2010, 2011. This full art card. I think at the time, like when I was playing still, it was like $10, like nothing crazy. I sold that one almost immediately, listed and it sold almost instantly for $95 and free shipping. And then this other one is this Deoxys EX. It is a full art card, so like the art, it goes past the frame. There's no frame, and it's this like textured foil, and it's considered like a secret rare. They're kind of like more rare than the rares. And this one, crazy valuable. I did not expect this. Listed it and sold almost instantly, like within 10 minutes, for $300 and free shipping. Now it's got to go to the inspector, and I'm curious to see what ends up happening with it. I know it's authentic. I was the one that pulled it from a pack, but curious to see how that goes. Just because a certain amount has to go through the eBay inspection process, so I'm curious to see what happens with that. But either way, $300 in free shipping is absolutely crazy. Sold a softball bat, paid $4 for this from a garage sale, and sold it for $108 plus shipping. Very nice one there. Got another Pokemon card. This one is Arctibax. Sold him for $10 plus shipping. Paid $5 for these Morel women's shoes. Sold them for $15 plus paid shipping. Been selling through these. Have a couple left that probably, unfortunately, will end up sitting around. Bought a bunch of these Department 56 Village pieces for $5 a piece from a garage sale. Sold another one. This is the CH Watt Physician for $20 plus shipping. Sold a Hallmark ornament. Probably paid $1 for this. This has been in our basement forever. Sold it for $11 and free shipping. Picked up this vintage 1980s long sleeve shirt. It says Ski Vale, Colorado on it. Very cool design. Kind of went with the keyword vaporwave. Picked this up at a garage sale for only $1. Sold it for $17 plus shipping. Picked this one up for $4 from a garage sale. It is this 2010s Polo Ralph Lauren Fair Isle sweater. It is a cotton cashmere blend. I actually found this exact item on Ralph Lauren's website. They have like a little resale section of their website, and they were asking like, forget the numbers, like $200 or something for this item, which is just crazy. So I literally have the exact same item that they have listed. So I kind of went sort of premium on it, and there was comps for much less, but I took a shot on it, ended up taking an offer. So I think I had it listed for $50. Took an offer for $40 plus shipping. So nice one there. Did very well on these. I think I have two left. Picked up a bunch of these Todd McFarlane baseball figures. I actually used to collect some of these when I was a kid. I was really into hockey growing up and had a bunch of these figures. So definitely a little bit of nostalgia for these. These are a bunch of baseball figures. Paid $4 a piece from a garage sale. This one was Dennis Eckersley. Sold him for $18 plus shipping. Picked up this vintage 1980s Casio keyboard for $10 from a garage sale. If it worked, it would have been a $100 item, which is why I picked it up. It's very big and bulky, but I figured and it had good sell-through as well. Unfortunately, it had some issues. I tested it at the garage sale, made sure like it played, but actually like a couple of the keys didn't work. So I took it apart and tried to clean it and see if that would help, and that didn't fix it, and it would have been way more work than I was willing to do. So sold it for parts. We got another trading card. This one is from my personal collection. This is Yawgmoth Thran Physician, sold for 14 plus shipping. Definitely very interested in trading cards. Something I really enjoy, and I'm curious to see if maybe I could buy some collections. I'm not there yet, but that would be very, very interesting to like maybe put some ads out on Facebook Marketplace, offer to buy. I know there's competition, don't get me wrong, especially for Pokemon right now, but for Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, like trading gaming cards, because I know a lot about it, it's something I'm very interested in, and I'm actually finding them really easy to list and ship, and they're selling pretty quick. Like if you get good ones, you know, $5 plus cards. So kind of curious to continue to experiment with that, like selling them myself and just get some experience with the process. Very happy with it so far. Picked up this sealed Lego Minecraft set only about a week ago. Sold it already for $35 plus shipping. Paid $10 for that from a Goodwill. Sold this vintage 1960s Heartland Plastics horse. This was $4. It was part of a lot from a garage sale. I paid like $20, $25 for a bunch of vintage figures. Did really well on them overall. But sold this horse for $25 plus shipping. Paid $1 from a garage sale for these vintage Y2K Burton snowboard pants. Sold them for $40 plus shipping. Paid $12 from a thrift store for this vintage Y2K LL Bean women's overcoat. It is made from wool. Sold it for $39 plus shipping. Picked this up for $2 from a garage sale. It is this Wits and Wagers game. Sold it for $13 plus shipping. Picked up this Champion University hoodie for $5 from a garage sale. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. Paid $3 for this New Era Milwaukee Brewers hat. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. $8 for some Giro mountain biking shoes, sold for $36 plus shipping. We've got another trading card. This one's called Vendilion Click. Again, for my personal collection, sold for $3 plus shipping. Paid $7.50, kind of overpaid a little bit. Don't want to pay more than $5 for these, and definitely going to be a lot pickier come next garage sale season. Want to make sure that they're adult sizes, these baseball bats. So this was a baseball bat. Paid $7.50 for, sold for $15 plus shipping. So make some money on it, but they're kind of a pain in the butt to pack. So I want to make sure that they're much more valuable going forward. I'm not going to just pick up any bat. Another trading card. This one is Pokemon Rockruff, sold for $2.95 plus shipping. Paid $3 for this LL Bean quilted pullover, sold for $21 plus shipping. Had a big lot of these from a garage sale. Paid $4 a piece for all these vintage 90s sweaters. Really, really good pickup. And sold another one. This is from Saks Fifth Avenue. Sold for $40 plus shipping. Paid $1 for this Who Framed Roger Rabbit plush. Sold for $12 plus shipping. Only a couple more items here. Paid $5 for this Saks Fifth Avenue corduroy sport coat from a thrift store and sold for $22 plus shipping. $17 from a Goodwill for this Halo Infinite Mega Block set, sold for $38 plus shipping. Picked up this Elephant game for only $4 and sold it for $35 plus shipping. This is definitely a bolo. This is like the 4th or 5th copy of this game that I've sold. These are very desirable. Funny enough, this pair of jeans is called the Naked and Famous Weird Guy jeans. They are cashmere cotton blend. Very, very nice. I technically got these for free. They were part of a sale at a thrift store. If you spent, it was like $20, you got a free pair of pants. So it was like a little local thrift store that was kind of running a random sale. And this was my free pair of pants, and I sold them for $75 plus shipping. So a very nice one there. Paid $1 for this vintage 1980s mermaid doll. It's called the Fischl Sea Tales. Sold it for $21 plus shipping, so not bad. Have about $2 into this vintage 1985 GoBots sweater. Sold for $24 plus shipping. And the final item today, this Ralph Lauren Blake shirt. Paid $4 for this from a thrift store. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. And that is everything that's sold over the last 2 weeks. Let's tally up the game fund, and hopefully we can add something really nice to the collection today. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $1,045 after eBay fees and income tax, giving us $154 to spend on Game Boy Advance games. But we are dipping into the negative this week because I found something on my wish list I don't think I'll come across again anytime soon. For $200, I am picking up this copy of Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, complete in box, one of my all-time favorite games, and it's in absolutely gorgeous condition. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one. So good morning. I am currently driving to the first thrift store of the day. I've actually got 4 planned to hit up today.
We're looking for some profitable items to flip on eBay, and then at the end of the day, we're gonna head over to the game store to hopefully add something new to my Game Boy Advance collection. So if you're new here, I'm working on collecting the top 50 Game Boy Advance games of all time, but because I'm a responsible adult, I only use 10% of the profits I make on eBay to actually add new items to my collection. So what I'm gonna do today is a little bit different than normal. I'm gonna show you all of the expected profit from every item that I pick up today, and then we're gonna head over to the game store tonight and hopefully add something really nice to the game collection. And the first thrift store on our route today is actually a Goodwill about 20 minutes from my house. We're heading over there right now. Hopefully we can find some good items. Let's get going. All right, first thrift run of the day. Let's go. So we just got done in the first thrift store. I picked up 13 items totaling $96. So the Goodwill is not exactly cheap, but they had a lot of really nice stuff in there. So let's jump into what we got. So first of all, we got 2 items for the kiddo, this fantastic Mr. Fox and a little how to draw Pokemon book. So they will probably love those. Got this Jordan hoodie. This was $10. Would probably leave something like that behind normally, but since it was a 3XL, I decided to pick that up. We've got a vintage, made in Canada, LL Bean button-up. So that was $8, and again, probably like, I'm gonna show exact comps on the screen and the game fund tally. I'm kind of estimating here, but I'm gonna show some like exact numbers on the screen as we talk here. So we've got a pair of Madewell jeans, picked them up because they were the super wide leg model. We've got another vintage LL Bean item. This was made in USA. Probably a nice old $25 item. They wanted $8. So we've got this vintage Tommy Hilfiger V-neck. We've got a J. Crew cotton cashmere blend sweater. We've got a vintage made in USA Lord & Taylor seersucker, so kind of nice shirt. That'll need a little bit of OxyClean. We got another one, definitely from the same person, the same kind of idea, made in USA vintage Lord & Taylor seersucker, pretty nice. We've got thought this was kind of cool. I actually didn't look this up, so I don't know what this comps for, but St. Moritz of Switzerland. Really nice, like, embroidered design on there, and they only wanted $8 for that. So again, probably a $25 item. Nothing insane today, no like bangers, unfortunately. Got last 2 items here. We've got a new with tags that we're gonna put the tag back on. New with tags Untuck It shirt. So only reason I grabbed that is because it was new with tags. Under Armour Giants hoodie. I've been doing pretty well with the sports stuff, so kind of curious to see how that goes. So there you go, a little Under Armour Giants hoodie for $8. After thrift run number 1, accounting for cost of goods and eBay fees, that puts our running expected profit total at $148. Let's head off to thrift store number 2. All right, so we just got to the Salvation Army. Let's go jump inside and see what we can find. Picked up another 14 items at the Salvation Army. Got this copy of No More Heroes. Should be a nice little like $5 to $10 profit there. Their clothes are much better priced than Goodwill, and there was a couple things that were on sale. So we've got this Lucky Brand Pearl Snap shirt for $5. We've got a Polo Ralph Lauren custom fit for $5, but it's got the big horse. We've got reverse weave with Elmo, probably my favorite thing that I found in there, for $7, probably a nice little $25 item. We've got 2 Ralph Lauren like vintage made in Hong Kong Oxfords with the flesh pony. Get probably a little $25 shirt, $7 on that. The other polos in there in a minute. We've got this majestic vintage because it's made in Korea. It might not be vintage, but it's 2009, so World Series
Fall Classic Yankees jersey. Again, probably a $20 to $25 item. Paid $6 for that. We've got a $3 for this Vineyard Vines polo. This one was this is really nice. This Rice McLaren polo shirt. And this was $5. Super, super nice. Kind of the baseline, honestly, for this type of stuff. $5 for a Barber polo, another $20 item. We've got Carhartt for $7. It is a flannel. We've got another Carhartt button down for $6. There's the other polo. God, these are hideous, but they've got to be something. I actually did not look these up yet. So again, comps on the screen. It is a John Varvatos USA pair of jeans, $7, but they're kind of crazy. They've got this ombre pattern. They start really dark at the bottom and get light as they go up. So kind of weird. And then another Champion reverse weave. I do really well with these. They sell pretty well. Really nice hoodies. This was $7, and it's got this kind of crazy graphic pattern, little logo on the arm. So again, probably another little $25 hoodie.
After thrift store number 2, our expected profit total is sitting at a very healthy $429. But we're not done yet. Off to thrift store number 3.
Okay, last thrift store run before lunch. Let's go.
Let's jump into what I grabbed at this thrift store that I was just at a minute ago. So first up, $2 for this Disney Parks Avatar Dragon thing. I don't know what it's called. It sells for $15. I will show some exact comps. I have not looked up everything yet, so I'm just kind of estimating what I think it's going to be worth, and then I will show the exact expected profit on screen. So paid $15 for these hunter boots. They are an adult size, so they're probably a little bit better. I'm going to estimate they're about $30 to $40. Do pretty well with this brand in general. This is probably the second best item. This is a vintage pressure cooker. There are comps for $150 for that with a really, really good sell-through. So nice one there. And now onto the clothing items. Their prices were really good. So all in, we're actually only $132 for this haul, which is amazing. So this is a vintage Banana Republic, very nice item, $10 for that. We've got a Levi's denim jacket. I don't know if this was on there originally. It kind of looks like it was, but very nice trucker jacket here. $8 for that. We've got a cashmere blend Lord & Taylor. Oh, excuse me, this is just cashmere. Sweater, very nice, $4 for that. G-Star raw denim jeans, $4 for those. A polo Ralph Lauren sweater. Thought that stitching in there was really nice. Kind of stitched into the sweater. We've got a vintage pair of Guess jeans made in USA. Pretty cool, women's obviously, but pink. Kind of cool pair of jeans. We've got this vintage, again, made in USA. I don't think this is anything crazy. Probably a $20 item, this heavyweight Lee quarter zip, but kind of cool. We've got a Giants jersey. This was the best item, so you saw me get excited about that in the store. This is a Barber wax. They call it a tartan jacket. So there you go. There's that. Very, very nice. $10 for that. We got some Ralph Lauren dress shirts, $4 a piece. This one was really nice. I saw comps for $50 to $60 for this, I think. Turnbull and Asser, made in England. It is vintage. Very nice dress shirt. It had a stain on it somewhere, down here by the button. So we'll have to get that cleaned up, but very nice. Another Ralph Lauren shirt, $4. And then I paid up for this a little bit, but I was seeing comps for $50 to $60 with good sell through. This orange J. Crew pea coat. So there you go. That was thrift haul number 3. Later today, I will be heading over to one more thrift store and then the game store, so stay tuned for that. After thrift store number 3, our expected profit total is at $978, way more than I expected to pull off today, but we're still not done. Let's head over to thrift store number 4 and see if we can crack $1,000.
All right, so just pulled up to the last thrift run of the day. Only need a couple more items to pass that $1,000 expected profit number.
And oh, and I actually brought a couple bags of donations, so I'll be getting a 20% off coupon, so that should hopefully help with our profit. Let's go see what we can find. We are finally back from a very long day of thrifting. I actually have never done that before, where I went out and thrifted pretty much all day. And I am back at home. I did go to the game store, but I'm gonna show you that in just a second. So the first item I've got today is this overshirt from this brand called Rice. The model is the Arlo. Everything was 20% off at this store. So this was $11. And saw on comps for this for like 55 bucks, so that should be a nice one there. We've got 4 of these. So I got, oh, excuse me, 5. These are Wrangler Pearl Snaps. So these are pretty good, like pretty desirable item, pretty cool. Just a basic black one, but I got 1. And these were $4 a piece and 1 was $5. 2, they were all in a row, sitting there. 3, 4, 5. Got 5 of those. And we got one that's a little bit better. So this is another Pearl Snap. You see this special little pearl button? And this one's in a nice like red flannel texture. This one again was $4. And this is probably looking at comps like a $25 to $30 shirt. Nice one there. This is a brand I'd never heard of before. Very exciting. Glad I looked it up because it almost didn't look like anything special. So it says Maker's Shirt, but the brand is in Japanese Kamakura, 20% off of $6, so about $5. And I found a comp for this for $45. So very, very nice one there. This was the only like questionable purchase. The sell-through might not be great on these, but I got 2 of these vintage 90s Polo Ralph Lauren dress shirts, new with tags. Never been worn, and they're brand new since the 90s, so kind of cool. I got 1, 2 of those. The reason these were questionable is they are a little bit expensive. So they were $17, but again, I'm getting 20% off of that. So 14 a piece is what I paid for those. And I was seeing comps for like 35 bucks. So when they sell for good money. This might be the best item I picked up at that last thrift store. The brand is Santini. I paid 20% off of $15 for that. Found a comp for $60 for this, and there's really not many on eBay, so I think this is going to be a fast seller. So we've got this Nike hoodie for 20% off of $10, so $8 for that, and a comp for $25. A little spell out Champion reverse weave hoodie, and then finally this Gap jeans denim snap shirt. 20% off of 10. This is a Gap, so about like $20 to $25 on that one. So very, very nice there too. And yeah, that was everything that I picked up today. I am like beat, and I've got enough to list for the next week. In total, it was 58 items that I sourced, and the expected profit was $1,230. That means 10%, I have $120 to spend at the game store. I was already there, but we're gonna, the magic of editing, go there right now. Okay, we are back. And I picked up this copy of Panzer Paladin for the Nintendo Switch.
Take up arms with Panzer Paladin, the weapon-smashing action platformer game with intuitive swordplay.
This game was $60. This has been on my personal wish list for a little while. Obviously, I'm not like officially collecting Switch for the channel, but as you can see behind me, I have quite the little Switch collection as well. And I love to collect these physical releases for indie games. So this is another one for the collection I'm very excited about. I've never played it, but I've heard it's great. And we're checking another game off of the Game Boy Advance wish list. And for 25 bucks, I picked up a copy of Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, putting me at 13 out of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one. I'm going to be talking about everything that's sold on eBay over the last 2 weeks, and then as usual, we are tallying up the game fund and hopefully adding something new to the collection, but something very cheap, because last time we were here, I dipped into the negative quite a bit. I have a little bit of a deficit to make up here. So we're starting at negative
$50-something. I will calculate that exactly. So hopefully we can break even. But let's jump in. Up first, we've got this Logitech ergonomic mouse picked up for $5 from a garage sale, sold for $30 plus shipping. We've got this Patagonia fleece picked up for $5, sold for $23 plus shipping. Sold another book, this Patek Philippe watch collector's book. Paid $1 for this from an estate sale, sold for $30 plus shipping. Paid $2 for these GameStop posters from an estate sale and sold them for $19 plus shipping. This one's kind of interesting because this was listed on eBay for over a year, and I've been experimenting with deleting old listings and selling similar if I think that they're actually like a good item. Of course, once I relist, I'm dropping the price, changing, maybe adding some additional item specifics, trying to make the listing a little bit better. And I've actually been able to sell a couple of items that had been sitting around for a while. Picked these up for $10 from a garage sale. It is these two 1969 Skipper dolls. Sold them for $48 plus shipping. This was another like delete, sell similar, and it sold pretty quick, again with like an updated, better price. But this one is a 1998 Super Mario Christmas ornament, sold for $15 plus shipping. Picked up this item for $3 from a thrift store. It had a flaw that I didn't notice, but listed it anyway because it was a good item and it sold pretty quick. For $17 plus shipping, it's this vintage 90s Tommy Jeans windbreaker. Picked this up for $1 from an estate sale. It is this set of magnetic collar stays. Sold them for $20 plus shipping. Picked up this Mountain Dew hat for $2 from a garage sale. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. Picked up this case only X-Men Origins Wolverine for $6, sold it for $16 and free shipping. Sold fast and we'll make a couple bucks on that. Picked up this bronze statue from the Goodwill bins and sold it for $28 plus shipping. We've got a pair of Nike sneakers, $5 from a garage sale, sold for $25 plus shipping. Another garage sale pickup for $5, this Robert Graham shirt, sold for $16 plus shipping. This one was from a thrift store, $5 for this San Francisco 49ers beanie, sold for $16 plus shipping. Picked this up for $30 from a Goodwill, so I had to pay up for this a little bit, but it is a Brothers Scan and Cut, sold it for $100 plus shipping, so nice one there. Unfortunately, this one was not very good. I thought it would be a little bit better than it was. Was seeing comps when I bought it for like 25 to 30. It's this Tim Burton's brand new sealed Nightmare Before Christmas like cookbook set. Unfortunately, had to accept an offer finally after like close to a year for $15 plus shipping. Sold a lot of 5 of my personal board games. Had these up on Facebook Marketplace. I've been experimenting with Marketplace a little bit and finding some things that work, but this was sitting around and no one was willing to buy the whole lot. Sold them on eBay instead for $40 plus shipping. Got a Sega Genesis console. I am almost out of video game consoles. Finding these kind of aren't worth the trouble. They sell fast, but just the amount of work you have to put into them to get a decent profit is almost just like not worth it. I have to clean them, take them apart, test them a bunch of times. They don't work. So unless they're dirt cheap and in really good condition, I'm not going to be picking up consoles anymore. I would maybe make an exception for like the early Nintendo cartridge consoles and like modern stuff that's cheap. Like if I found a Switch, I'd pick up a Switch because it's going to sell really fast and it's probably going to be in good condition. Sold this for $44 plus shipping. Sold a bunch of trading cards, so we'll get into them as they come up in my list here. But sold this Clefairy doll for $4.50 plus shipping. Got a pair of Rock Revival jeans picked up for $18 from a thrift store and sold for $68 plus shipping. $3 for this Apple Cinema Display power adapter, sold for $22 and free shipping. Got another rare book. This is The Firm, signed by the author, John Grisham, sold for $15 plus shipping. I paid $1 from an estate sale for that. Paid $2 from a garage sale for these Lauren jeans. Sold them for $18 plus shipping. This one was pretty cool. This 1982 Givenchy flower necklace. Originally sold it for $80 plus shipping. But when we went to pack it, I noticed it had a flaw that I didn't notice originally. So I offered a small refund. So I ended up getting $60 plus shipping for that. $3 from a garage sale for this Ralph Lauren Madras shirt. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. Another jewelry set, $5 from a garage sale for this. It is a Nolan Miller brooch and clip set. Sold it for $48 plus shipping. Got another Genesis console. Have about $15 into it. Again, sold it for $44 plus shipping. Got a rare cassette tape, Susie and the Banshees. sold it for 22 plus shipping. That was another delete sell similar, so it's kind of working. We've got this tweezer set, $5 from a thrift store, sold for 40 plus shipping. Another Pokemon card, base set 2 Pokemon breeder for 325 plus shipping. And another Pokemon card. This is Master Ball, sold for $9.95 plus shipping. Got another vintage sweater, Club Monaco, again, vintage 90s, sold for 30 plus shipping. This one was very nice. Picked up from a garage sale for $5. This NECA BioShock 2 Big Daddy figure. It is a Toys R Us exclusive. Ended up accepting a best offer for $135 plus shipping. We've got an Electabuzz for $250 plus shipping. This is a Cascade lacrosse helmet. Don't pick up this model. This is called a CLH2, slightly older. The new model is called the CPVRs, and I think there's ones that are even newer than that. But the CPVRs sell pretty good for like 25 to 30. This was like the generation before that. Only got $11 plus shipping for that. I only paid $5 for it, but not worth the trouble. We've got a Sony PSP. Have about 15 bucks into it. Sold it for 65 plus shipping. And then one of my 4 parts Genesis consoles. So I've been doing these in like batches if you've been following along. I did a huge video game buyout like a year ago, and finally got around to ordering some replacement parts for some of the consoles that I've had, and really like scraping the bottom of the barrel of this big buyout at this point, just trying to squeeze every last dollar out of that I can. So again, I have like really not that much into it, but I'm estimate I have about 10 to 15 bucks into these 4 parts consoles. Sold them for 25 and free shipping, so break even on those at least. Paid 10 bucks for this New Tags Terrell Owens jersey. Sold it for 45 plus shipping. Picked up this Faherty sweater for $6 from a Goodwill and sold it for 39 plus shipping. Did another bins run, but again, I don't record everything I do. So did a bins run. Did pretty well there. I've been kind of enjoying it. I think we're going to keep going. I paid $3 for this vintage amber glass globe. Sold it for 50 plus shipping. Pretty quick, actually. $2 from a garage sale for these Levi's jeans. Sold for 18 plus shipping. Sold another Department 56 Village piece. Picked up a bunch of these for $5 at a garage sale. $5 each at a garage sale. Sold another one. This is the old Michael Church. Sold for 25 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for this Saints Row Johnny Gat statue. Sold for 20 plus shipping. Got this vintage 1998 Scooby-Doo bank. Paid $3 from a thrift store for that and sold it for 14 plus shipping. $3 for this Kirk's Folly heart pendant. Sold for 60 plus shipping. That's the second piece from that brand I've sold recently, and definitely something to keep an eye out for. And then finally, another bins pickup, $4 for this fish like aquarium lamp. So you turn it on and the fish spin inside. Vintage from the 90s. Sold it for 60 plus shipping. So that was everything I sold over the last 2 weeks. Let's go ahead and tally up the game fund, and hopefully I have enough to add something new to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $750 in profit over the last 2 weeks, bringing our deficit to $8. But I'm not going to leave us hanging, because for just $5, I grabbed a copy of Namco Museum, an honestly fantastic game, putting us at 15 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Hopefully the Q1 slump ends soon. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. I'm going to go over everything that has sold on eBay over the past 2 weeks, and as usual, we're putting 5% of the profit into our game fund, hoping to add another Game Boy Advance game to our collection. Without further ado, let's jump right in. And up first, we've got this Magnavox DVD VCR combo remote only. I don't remember what happened to the VCR. Oh, I think I got this remote in a garage sale, but the remote didn't line up, like it wasn't the right remote for the VCR, unfortunately. Sold that for $9 plus shipping, so nothing crazy, but, squeeze a couple dollars out of it. Up next, paid $4 for this Tommy Hilfiger down puffer vest for $4 from a thrift store and sold it for $25 plus shipping. Next up, we've got this Panasonic DVD VCR combo player. This was listed for quite a while. It's a very, very desirable model, very expensive. The sell-through rate was pretty good, but for some reason it just kind of sat. I ended up sending some offers and finally got it sold for $169 plus shipping. Sold this Santini winter cycling jacket, picked up from a thrift store only about a week or two ago. Sold it for $65 plus shipping. Picked up this head tennis racket from the Goodwill bins. So by weight, maybe paid like $2-3 for it. Sold it on an offer for $85 plus shipping. Nice one there. Picked this watch up from a garage sale for $5. It is a Guess Retro Pop tie-dye wristwatch. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. Picked this up for $4 from a thrift store. It's this Ralph Lauren polo golf shirt. Sold it for $18 plus shipping. Been selling off a bunch of like broken stuff. I made a huge video game buyout like over a year ago and just been chipping away at it, trying to squeeze like every last dollar I can out of that purchase. And I'm kind of out of consoles at this point. Finally, I'm like caught up. Had a bunch of stuff that was 4 parts, like 4 parts video game consoles and controllers and some accessories. The PS2 and PlayStation 1 controllers, like long term, are very unreliable, I've noticed. Have a lot of 12 of them, sold them for parts. $22 plus shipping. Paid $3 for these Levi's 505 jeans from a garage sale. Sold them for $15 plus shipping. Paid $3 from a thrift store for this Ralph Lauren performance shirt. Long sleeve button down. Picked it up because it's a 3XL tee. So when I'm buying very large men's sizes, they are selling like almost instantly. 2XL, 3XL, 4XL, like that, those sizes sell immediately. I think it's really hard for people of that size to find quality pre-owned clothing. There's just not that much of it listed, so there's a lot less competition. So anyway, paid $3 for it, sold it for $20 plus shipping pretty quick. And I've got another 4 parts console. This one have about $20 into it, sold it for $22 plus shipping, so just enough to break even on it. Over the summer, I made a huge purchase of a bunch of vintage Giants shirts, and I literally paid $0.25 per item, and I've been selling through them slowly. Sold this Super Bowl shirt from 2008, Patriots Giants. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. We've got another 4 parts console, so again, like finally got through the last little like dregs of this buyout. I said I have about $5 into this Sega Dreamcast, parts only, $45 and free shipping on that one. $5 from a thrift store for this Vineyard Vines jacket. Sold it for $19 plus shipping. We've got a working console, so this is an Xbox 360S. Again, have about $20 into it. Sold it for $85 and free shipping. And we've got a couple more trading cards this week, and I'll get to them as they kind of come up in my list. But the first one here is this dowsing machine. Again, this is from my personal collection, so pulled this from a pack. Sold that for $5.50 plus shipping. Next up, we've got this Fenton Moonstone like trinket dish. Paid $2 for it, sold it for $20 plus shipping. Got this Air Jordan Jumpman hoodie, again a men's 3XL, so sold pretty quick. Paid $10 from a Goodwill for it, sold it for $32 plus shipping. Paid $3.50 for the 7 for All Mankind jeans. They were kind of a weird size, good brand, but a weird size. So I took a pretty aggressive offer, $15 plus shipping for that one. We've got another 4 parts console. This is a Nintendo GameCube, $25 plus shipping for that. I kind of paid up for this a little bit. I paid $16 for this Burberry Brit polo shirt, and unfortunately when I got it home I noticed some flaws that I didn't catch at the thrift store. I'm trying to be really thorough, but sometimes just things like slip through the cracks. It's a black shirt, so it was really hard to see. It had this one little hole on it. I sold it for $24 plus shipping, so still sold it pretty fast, thankfully. Another thrift store pickup, paid $12 for this vintage 90s J. Crew Oxford shirt. It has the like the oarsman is kind of a keyword people are searching for, some of this vintage J. Crew stuff. Again, paid up a little bit, but still sold it for $26 plus shipping. Got this vintage Ralph Lauren Oxford shirt from the bins, so probably about $2 to $3 into it. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. This was a very nice one. Picked this up on camera. I think it was like a week and a half ago. This is a Barber Ashby jacket. Paid $10 from the thrift store for this and sold it for $165 plus shipping. This is definitely a brand to keep an eye out for. We've got another 7 for All Mankind jeans. Again, these sold really fast. Paid $3.50 from a thrift store. Sold it for $19 plus shipping. This is one of the last few Yankee Candles I have. I picked up a bunch of these from an estate sale for $2 a piece. This one was the Pure Radiance Crackling. I guess it makes some sound. It's like a wood wick. Sold it for $22 plus shipping. Again, this one was a brand new unburned candle. Got another 4 parts Xbox 360, $20 plus shipping. We've got a working Microsoft Xbox One. Paid $35 from the thrift store for this and sold it for $70 plus shipping. We've got a Polo Ralph Lauren sweater. Paid $6 from a thrift store. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. We've got a 4 parts GameCube.
Sold that for $28 plus shipping. And we've got a nice one here. This is a Burberry Brit button-up shirt. Paid $5 from the thrift store and sold it for $40 plus shipping. Another bins pickup, again, about $2 to $3 for this vintage Lord & Taylor 100% cashmere sweater. Sold it for $28 plus shipping. We had one buyer send me a bunch of offers on a couple different clothing items. You know, so I let them have a deal because they were buying a bunch of stuff. They bought these G-Star Raw jeans for $30 plus shipping. They bought an LL Bean flannel shirt for $14 plus shipping. And then they bought these Ralph Lauren corduroy pants for $25 plus shipping. Picked these resin Fontanini nativity figures up from a thrift store for $6 total, $3 each. Sold it for $25 plus shipping on January 31st, so not even Christmas time, and those sold, so that was kind of nice. $3. These sat around forever. Bought this huge bag of these Hot Wheels monster trucks. Pulled out one that we sold for like $30 like a year ago, and the rest in the bag just kind of like listed as a lot, and they sat around for a really long time. Just kept dropping the price. Eventually they sold. $8 plus shipping for that, so again, squeeze a couple more dollars out of that. Another bins pickup. This one was actually pretty cool. I got this vintage 80s Gap denim jacket. Again, maybe $4 or $5 from the bins for this one. And what made this one special, it just had a lot of really cool features. Like the buttons had this like woman's face on it, had these embroidered flowers on it. Very cool jacket. Sold it for $35 plus shipping. Got full price for that, which was kind of nice. We've got a Super Nintendo console. So I had this one loose for a while and ordered a bunch of replacement parts for, again, that last little bit of this big video game buyout. So again, I have about like $20-25 into it. Sold it for $75 plus shipping. Got a Sony PSP. Sold it for $85 plus shipping. Another bins pickup, $3 for this Polo Ralph Lauren knit sweater. Sold it for $17 plus shipping. Paid $6 from a Goodwill for this vintage. The brand is called Nigel Caborn. It's a cable knit sweater. I went really aggressive on the price on this one because I just thought it was kind of unique. New items from this brand are selling for a lot. And someone sent me an offer. We kind of negotiated a little bit and settled on $100. So again, I paid $6, got $100 for it. Big win on that one. I paid $8 from a thrift store for this Champion Anger like Pleasures hoodie. Kind of like interesting little like graphic text on the back. Sold that for $34 plus shipping on an offer. Been getting into my Lego pile and got this Lego Friends set for $10 at a garage sale. Sold it for $60 plus shipping. I guess I should probably talk about this a little bit. So there was a big change on eBay on January 13th, in case you didn't know. If you're a casual seller, you might have missed this. eBay changed the way that their promoted listings work. The way it used to work, that specific buyer would have to click on your promoted ad. If they bought the item, you pay the promotion fees. Now the way it works, if any buyer clicks it and then any other person buys it, because one person clicked on it, you still pay the promotion fee. So they're calling it halo attribution. It's kind of bullshit, to be honest. It's just a way for eBay to get more money out of us without giving any more value. There is no value to sellers. There's no value to buyers. They're just raising their fees. That's all it means. So I was like, oh, well, I'm going to be clever and I'm going to turn off promotions and just kind of like see what happens. Sales took a dive, like fell off the cliff. They've tested in other markets. It's here to stay, I'm pretty sure. So you're not going to like wait this thing out and eBay's going to like change their mind or whatever. It's just, can you absorb that cost? I decided to turn promotions back on, and now I'm doing something else as well. I'm going to leave things unpromoted for 90 days. So I'm going to give it a chance to sell organic. Anything that is 60 days to 119 days on the site is going to be 10% off. 120 to 240 is going to be 20% off. And then 240 to 360 is going to be 30% off. And then 365 plus, so after a year, it's going to be 40% off. That is the strategy I'm going to try for a while. I have like 3 items that are in that 240 plus category, and they're actually not clothing, it's other things. I have like 1 or 2 items that have been on for more than a year. If those don't sell by the time I have my next garage sale, they go out to the garage sale. That's my plan. I'm not keeping anything on eBay longer than a year. My storage space is really, really tight. I have to be very picky with what
stays in the store. Again, I'm going to do this markdown strategy and kind of see how it works, and I think it's working, because as soon as I turn promotions back on, I started getting sales again. Unfortunately, it's kind of like one of those necessary evils, I think, to find some success in certain categories. Again, this is like clothing. I'm probably not going to promote Lego sets. I'm definitely not going to do a markdown strategy on Lego sets or video games or any of this other stuff. It's like just clothing. You just don't want to end up with a bunch of stuff that's like kind of dead stock. We're going to see how this works, and of course, follow along. I will update you and tell you how it's working for me. So this one was, I paid $15. It's new with tags, LL Bean shirt, but I'm just accepting offers because I'm finding if I don't accept an offer, I counter, whatever, the thing doesn't sell and it sits around for 3 to 6 more months. Just sell the damn thing. That's kind of how I'm feeling about it. So sold it for $27 plus shipping, so not the best profit margin, but it sold fast. This item I sold previously, and unfortunately it got returned for not fitting. It is this Lucky Brand Bonneville Racer leather jacket. Paid $25 from the thrift store for it. Sold it this time for $100 plus shipping, so nice one there. Paid $8 for this LL Bean quilted pullover. This is now, I think, the third one of these I've sold, and like very fast. So this is a pretty desirable item, and kind of seems like it'd be one of those things that like wouldn't sell very well, but for some reason it does. Paid $8 from a thrift store for this, and sold it for $25 plus shipping. We've got another Pokemon card for my personal collection, an Abra from the set Skyridge. It came out in like 2002, 2003, I think. So kind of vintage, but I bought this, again, like years and years and years ago for literally $1, and I think there's something crazy. There's crazy stuff going on in the Pokemon card market right now. Somebody gave me $60 plus shipping for this card, and I have no attachment to this at all. It's not from like the vintage stuff I grew up with. I would much rather have $60 than this card sitting in a box, so that was a nice one. Paid $5 for this vintage New York Yankees warm-up pullover, very cool item. Sold it for $41 plus shipping. Paid $9 from a thrift store for this Blogilates hoodie. Again, still kind of honing my taste a little bit, so I think I overpaid for this, but it's still sold. Sold it for $20 plus shipping on an offer. Paid $7 for this Sony radio alarm clock. Sold it for $50 plus shipping. $8 from the thrift store for this Ralph Lauren shirt. It is a men's 4XLT, so you know it sold fast, and it sold for $30 plus shipping. Paid $1 from the bins for this Sonic Boom plush doll. Sold it for $50 plus shipping. Nice one there. And another card from my personal collection. This is a base set 2 Charizard. So I do not currently have a base set Charizard, but that is something I'm probably going to collect, probably on the channel at some point in the future. I would love to finish my base set. I have a bunch of the commons, 1 or 2 holos, nothing crazy. This one, again, bought for my personal collection years ago for like $10. Base set 2, it's just like not where it's at. Base set 2, again, kind of selling into the hype a little bit. These haven't gone as crazy as some of the more modern stuff or some of the stuff from like mid-2000s. Some of the prices in those sets are absolutely crazy. But I still got $200 plus shipping for this, so nice one there. And then the final item today, this J. Crew button down. Paid $1 for this from a garage sale and sold it for $9 plus shipping. So that is everything I sold over the last 2 weeks. Let's tally up the game fund and hopefully add something really nice to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $1,211 in profit this week after eBay fees and income tax, giving us $47 to spend on Game Boy Advance games. And for $40 total, we are adding 2 games this week, Dragon Ball Z, Legacy of Goku, and an absolute all-timer, The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, putting us at 17 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one. I'm going to show you everything that sold on eBay over the last 2 weeks, and then, as usual, I am taking up to 10% of the profits over to the game store to check another game off of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games wish list. There are some heavy hitters on the list still. Let's hope we have a good week of sales. Let's get into it. Up first, we've got this J. Crew swim trunks, $3 from a garage sale. Sold these for $11 plus shipping. Paid $5 for this Lego Toys R Us exclusive set. Sold it for $35 plus shipping. This next item, this piece of jewelry, I actually picked up from a thrift store for free. It was like every $10 you spent, you got a free piece of jewelry. It's kind of stuff they had out for like only a couple bucks each. Grabbed this, it's called Joan Boyce pendant, American flag pendant. Sold for $18 plus shipping, so not bad for nothing into it. We've got another Pokemon card. This is Garbodor, sold for $3 plus shipping. I've got this lot of 15 Pokemon First Edition Commons. Again, this is something from my personal collection. Had these forever. Really don't have much money into them, but sold them for $28 plus shipping. I've got this camp shirt from the brand Wax London, $6 from a thrift store, and sold it for $60 plus shipping. Nice one there. $3.50 from a thrift store for this LL Bean Cloud Gauze shirt, they call it. Sold it for $20 plus shipping pretty fast. We've got these Nike SB shoes. $5 from a Goodwill, sold for $25 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for some Burton Dry Ride pants, sold for $39 plus shipping. $3 for a Burton snowboarding jacket, sold it for $55 plus shipping. Picked up this vintage 90s Polo Ralph Lauren Harrington jacket from a garage sale and sold it for $30 plus shipping. $1 from the bins, this Allegra point and shoot film camera. It's like some kind of promotional item. Sold it for $15 plus shipping, kind of an interesting one. We've got another trading card. This is Base Set Item Finder, sold for $10 plus shipping. Another Goodwill Bins pickup. This is a Fisher-Price Dora the Explorer Boots plush. Sold it for $45 plus shipping. Keep an eye out for some of this like Y2K era collectibles. They are kind of on the rise right now. Got this vintage leather Renwick Doctor Attorney briefcase, like leather briefcase. Paid $5 for this from an estate sale. Sold it for $63 plus shipping. This one was very nice. I got this item for free from a garage sale. It's kind of beat up, but I think that makes it that's a good thing that it's beat up. It is this vintage 1980s Polo Ralph Lauren. It's called the Type 2 denim jacket. It's very faded. You cannot fake that. It only looks like that because it's old, it's been worn a lot, and that kind of makes it cool and desirable. I listed it very, very high, and I had it listed for quite a while, and finally got a reasonable offer on it. Sold it for $160 plus shipping. Nice one there. Paid $7 for this Robert Graham shirt from a thrift store. Sold it for $21 plus shipping. $5 from the thrift store for this Singamajigs Valentine's version. Press its belly and it sings a little Valentine's song. Sold that for $29 plus shipping. Paid $25 for this vintage 1991 New York Giants crew neck and sold it for $35 plus shipping. $10 for this 1980s Saint Laurent button-up shirt. Sold it for $30 plus shipping. Another bins pickup, this Apple Magic trackpad. Sold it for $25 plus shipping. Paid $1 from a thrift store for these Papermate Right for Hope ballpoint pens. They're from 2010, kind of a little bit collectible, I guess. Sold them for $17 plus shipping. $6 from a thrift store for this Jamie Sadek golf shirt. $22 plus shipping. Paid $3 at a garage sale for this Ralph Lauren Purple Label quarter zip and sold it for $85 plus shipping. So nice one there. We've got another Pokemon card. I paid, if you've been following along, I've been selling off some of my personal collection that I'm not emotionally attached to. I'm keeping all of my vintage stuff, a lot of the more modern stuff like mid-2000s, 2010s. Some of the stuff that I don't have a lot, but some of that stuff from that era, it's all the prices are absolutely crazy right now. So I've been cashing out of a lot of that stuff, and I think it's the right move because it feels very bubble territory to me. I paid $1 for this Ivysaur Reverse Hollow. I think the card itself is actually a common. Sold it for $37 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for some Crocs free sale rain boots. Sold those for $39 plus shipping. I've got this Nintendo GameCube console. I have about $20 into it. This is one of the very last few consoles. I have an Xbox One for parts listed. I have a working Xbox 360 and I have a PlayStation 1. We made it through all that video game stuff finally. And I sold this GameCube, again, about $20 into it, sold it for $85 plus shipping. Nice one there. Picked up a ton of Power Rangers stuff from an estate sale a couple months back. And so I estimate I have about $1 into this Power Rangers Time Force pinball game. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. Pretty cool item. This one was free in a bag of clothes I bought. I don't remember where we even got this from, but I didn't buy this specifically. It was just kind of in there. It is a brand new Anthropology scrunchie set. Sold it for $9 plus shipping. Paid $10 from a thrift store for this North Face Denali jacket. It's a size XXL. So big men's sizes tend to sell pretty well for me. Sold it for $35 plus shipping. We've got another Pokemon card. Again, I paid $5 for this card. Maybe about
10 years ago. It is a first edition Dark Ampharos from Neo Destiny. Sold it for $171 plus shipping. $170 is not going to change my life, but nice little investment there for sure. I wish I had bought a lot more. We've got another Goodwill Bins pickup. Paid $1 for this WrestleMania Anthology set, DVD box set. Actually has a little bit of damage and still sold for $99 plus shipping. Got another Pokemon card. Have about $3 or $4 into this one. It's another Ampharos from Neo Revelation. Sold it for $33 plus shipping. Paid $8 for this vintage 90s like crew neck sweatshirt. It's got this, I thought it was pretty cool. It is this classic car show graphic on the front. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. I thought I would be able to get a little bit more for that. $3 from a garage sale for this Carhartt women's hoodie. Sold it for $13 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for this LL Bean full zip fleece jacket. Sold for $24 plus shipping. $4 for this Wrangler Western shirt. Sold for $15 plus shipping. This one, again, it worked out. It was totally fine. But I bought this from a flea market for $20. It's this Lego Star Wars TIE Fighter set. Only got $35 plus shipping for that. I thought I would get a little bit more. Paid $7 for this Ralph Lauren Classic Fit shirt. Sold it for $23 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this Carhartt Force Sun Defender shirt. Sold pretty fast for $19 plus shipping. Paid $1 from an estate sale for this watch collector's book. Sold it for $19 and free shipping. $2 from the Goodwill Bins for this Backyardigans plush. Sold for $40 plus shipping. This one's pretty cool. It's a vintage 1992 Alien Halloween mask. When I saw it at the sale, I was like, what the hell is that? That looks pretty cool. But obviously the aliens that like iconic head shape. So it's a little weird that it's like flat. Doesn't really look like the alien, but still like it's pretty cool. It took a while to sell, but again, I have like $2 into it and sold it for $40 plus shipping on an offer. So nice one there. Paid $1 from a garage sale for this vintage Princeton University hoodie. It's a Hanes hoodie, so it's not like a really good, vintage Champion or one of these brands people are looking for. But still sold it for $23 plus shipping. I paid $2 a piece for these Levi's 501 cutoff shorts. So $6 all in. Decided to lot them together because they were all the same size and sold them for $25 plus shipping. $4 for another Pearl Snap shirt, sold for $15 plus shipping. And we've got another Pearl Snap shirt, $4, sold for $15 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for this Rawlings batting helmet, sold for $15 plus shipping. Another Pokemon card, we've got this Blastoise. Again, like $1 or $2 into this. Sold it for $40 plus shipping. Got a vintage Callaway golf shirt. $6 from a thrift store. Sold for $17 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for some Vans. These are, it's like this, got this little egg print on it. I wouldn't pick up Vans in the future. Sell-through's pretty bad on them. These took a long time to sell. And we only got $17.50 plus free shipping. I have one of these figures left. I sold another McFarlane baseball figure. $4 a piece from a garage sale. Did very, very well on these overall. I don't know what that means, but the Phillies player is the last one left. This one was Raleigh Fingers. We sold him for $27 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for these Mission 1500 hockey pants. Sold them very fast for $30 plus shipping. Got another vintage Giants shirt. Picked this up for $25 from a garage sale. Sold for $21 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this vintage 1998 Looney Tunes puzzle. Sold for $15 plus shipping. This one took a very long time to sell. $3 from a thrift store for this Banana Republic linen shirt. Sold for $14 plus shipping. I've been diving into my Lego death pile. List a lot of the low-hanging fruit like as I get it. If things are like sealed or the sets look like they're complete, we'll count those. But a lot of the sets that were either incomplete or were like jumbled up into boxes, just kind of like let those pile up. So to sit there and like count a Lego set for 20, 30 minutes, that might be worth $30, $40. That's worth the time, but it's just like finding the time to do that. I would much rather, like photograph the clothing items I have or, if I get electronics, things like that. The Legos are a little bit more of like an upfront in time investment. They're easy to list, they're easy to ship, but they take a little bit longer to prep. I've finally been diving into that. I've been building up a list of sets that need some replacement parts. Been listing some of the ones that are complete. and then like getting my inventory ready to order some replacement parts. So you're hopefully going to be seeing me selling some Lego sets over the coming weeks. And we've got our first one here. It says like Lego Bionicle. They call it Hero Factory. It's called Meltdown. It was missing a couple parts. Sold it as is because I won't buy replacement parts that are really expensive. I'll buy parts that are like less than 50 cents. And most parts are really cheap, like 10 cents or less. Sold this one like 99% complete. Sold it for 15 plus shipping. Have about $2 into it. I bought it out of a big like bundle, so not too bad. We've got a Sega Genesis we sold. I have about 15 bucks into it, $10 from a garage sale plus some replacement parts. Sold it for 48 plus shipping. We've got another vintage Ralph Lauren Oxford shirt, picked up for 4 bucks from a thrift store and sold it for 24 plus shipping. Picked up this next item like close to a year ago for $60 from a garage sale and just kind of like kept dropping the price. It is a sealed Dragon Ball Z Legacy of Goku 1 and 2 for the Game Boy Advance. If this was in good condition, because it is sealed, but the box has some damage. It looks like it was like crushed at one point. If this was in good condition, this might be like a $300 item. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the best of condition. It is kind of like in this weird spot where if you wanted it complete in box, you want one that's in good condition. Eventually, I got an offer finally the other day and accepted it very fast. But I got 155 plus shipping for that, so nice one there. And then the final item today, paid $3 from a garage sale for this vintage Y2K Juicy Couture tracksuit and sold it for 45 plus shipping. So that is everything that has sold over the last 2 weeks. Let's get this stuff packed up. I'm gonna tally up the game fund and hopefully we can add something really nice to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, over the past 2 weeks, we made $1,226 in profit, putting the game fund at $129. And we are putting 3 fantastic games into the collection today. For $10, Yu-Gi-Oh! Eternal Duelist Soul, $8 for Spyro Season of Ice, and one of the hardest to find games on the list, Drill Dozer for $100, putting us at 20 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one. We've got some thrifting to do, so let's go. The first item of the day is this Super Poochie for $8 that should sell fast for around 30 bucks. I've been peeking at the books a bit, and this French laundry cookbook caught my eye, and it's actually something. They want $7 for it, and I should get around $20 or so on the very low end. They had a nice little stack of vintage electronics over here today, so I just started looking up some model numbers. Unfortunately, it was all marked pretty high and couldn't really find anything worth picking up. Over in the sporting goods, though, I managed to pick up this Zenith football helmet for $15 that should sell for right around $50. And looking through the shoes a bit, I found this absolute tragedy. These are really nice UGG Sherpa-lined boots with the security tag punched right through the tongue. These will end up in the trash most likely. But I did find a nice pair of Keen lace-up boots for $15. I'm thinking should sell for around $50 or so. I also managed to find a few clothing items. This Y2K era velour hoodie for $15 that should be around a $40 to $50 item. And I'm grabbing this really nice, it feels vintage to me, Devil's hoodie with the embroidered logo for 10 bucks. I do pretty well with these types of items and I'll probably get at least $25 for it. But on the way out, possibly the best item of the day, I found this Lego set behind the counter for 50% off. It has the box, the manual, and it looks complete. If it is, it sells all day for $200 plus. And I made one more unintentional thrifting run this week at our local library. They have a little section of books moving out of their collection that they sell for $1 each, and they put a bunch of art and fashion books out. I ended up grabbing 11 books in total. Let me show you some of the comps. Now let's jump into what sold this week.
And our very first item, I sold a lot of 2. All Gone is the title. It's the finest of street culture. 2015 and 2016. Very rare, hard to find books. Limited edition, as you would imagine, if it's kind of the whole like street culture thing. Sold them together on an offer. 120 bucks plus shipping for the 2 of those books together. So very, very nice one there. Sold a couple of Bionicle canisters. Maybe have $1 or 2 into these. Sold them for 20 bucks plus shipping. Got a pair of nudie jeans picked up for 8 bucks from the thrift store and sold for 25 plus shipping. Paid 12 bucks for this sterling silver gold tone tennis bracelet. Sold it for 28 plus shipping. Paid 3 bucks from a Goodwill for these vintage 90s
Sun and Star ceramic mugs. They are from Pier 1 Imports. Sold those for $25 plus shipping. $4 from a thrift store for this Cranium Caribou Island board game. Sold it for $39 plus shipping. $5 from an estate sale for this Lalique Swan and Nude figure. Sold it for $55 plus shipping. We've got this Vineyard Vines quarter zip, picked up for $5 from a thrift store, sold for $19 plus shipping. Paid $8 from a thrift store for this Axe softball bat and sold it for $49 plus shipping. Got a Fisher Price. This is called the Loving Family Dollhouse SUV. Paid $250 from a thrift store and sold it for $35 plus shipping. Got a Goodwill Bins pickup. This is a vintage Ralph Lauren Oxford shirt. Again, about $2 to $3 into it. Sold it for $21 plus shipping. $8 from a thrift store for this Le Creuset baking dish. Sold for $55 plus shipping. $8 from a thrift store for this Gap denim snap shirt. Sold for $20 plus shipping on an offer. Picked up a lot of vintage vases from Facebook Marketplace for $5 total. This is the first one that has sold. Sold it for $29 plus shipping, so like $1 or $2 into this if you average it out. $4 from a thrift store for this Pendleton Madras shirt. Sold for $18 plus shipping. $15 from a thrift store for this Zenith youth football helmet. Sold very fast for $50 plus shipping. We've got a vintage brooch. Sold for picked it up for $1 and sold it for $28 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this NYU Champion hoodie. Sold for $23 plus shipping, very fast. $5 from a thrift store for this Kamakura Makers shirt. Sold it for $36 plus shipping on an offer. Paid $1 from a garage sale for this kid's Carhartt jacket. I actually bought this for my son to wear and he did not like it at all. It's actually really stiff canvas, so not the most comfortable item in the world, but sold it for $24 plus shipping. And then finally, $5 from a thrift store for these vintage Durolite decorator bulbs. Sold them for $15 plus shipping. That is everything that has sold over the last week. We're gonna tally up the profit, head over to the game store, and hopefully we can find something really nice for the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we made $395 in profit, putting our game fund to $50. Let's go hit the game store. And for $48 total, we are adding 2 games to the collection this week. For $13, Super Monkey Ball Jr., and for $35, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, putting us at 22 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games.
First, we sold a Microsoft Xbox 360. I have about $20 into it, sold it for $75 and free shipping. It's just the basic like 4 gigabyte model. Picked up these On Cloud running shoes for $5 from a garage sale, sold them for $44 plus shipping. Nice one there. $6 for this vintage 1980s Fieldmaster flannel shirt, sold it very fast for $26 plus shipping. $6 from a thrift store for this Carhartt chambray shirt, sold for $20 plus shipping. Picked these up from a thrift store for $6. They are these biodegradable diaper pail refills. The only reason I knew these were worth money is because I had this exact pail myself, and knowing that like these are actually really expensive and hard to get. So sold those for $25 plus shipping. $4 from a thrift store for some Polo Ralph Lauren chinos, sold for $20 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store. So I actually sold 2 items to one person. They are these Eton or Eton dress shirt. $5 each. Sold them together for $40 plus shipping. Picked up this Lego Creator Set, is the Right Flyer from a thrift store for about $65, like less than a week ago. Sold it very, very fast for $70 plus shipping. Picked these up from the bins. It's a lot of Lemix Village figurines. So about $1 into them. Sold them for $19 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for this vintage Y2K era New Jersey Devils hoodie. Sold it very fast for $36 plus shipping. Do very well with items like these. Picked this up for $7.50 from a thrift store. It is this Dora the Explorer singing doll. It's actually like really creepy. I did not like this thing. Just the way it moves is like really creepy, uncanny valley. But sold it pretty quick for $55 plus shipping. This was in a lot from an estate sale of just some random things we bought. Is this vintage Fisher Space Pen. So kind of like free. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. Picked this up in a big lot of books from the local library. I bought a ton of hardcover books for $1 each. Some art books like streetwear, fashion type books. This was Nino Kuni Wrath of the White Witch game guide. Sold it for $12 plus shipping.
Picked this up from a garage sale for $5. It's this pair of Nike Air Force Ones in the like New York Knicks colors. Sold them for $44 plus shipping. We've got a pair of women's Uggs. I'm going to be a lot pickier on these going forward. I usually just kind of like snap them up because I would sell them for like 20, 25 bucks pretty consistently. I don't know why this particular pair didn't sell. It's kind of a small size, I guess. I don't really know. I think they're pretty nice. $5 from a garage sale and sold them for $15 plus shipping. So not terrible, but they took a very long time to sell. $3 from a like a rummage sale for this vintage Land's End shirt. Sold it for $17.50 plus shipping. Picked up 4 of these from a thrift store for $5 total. They were all in the same bag. New with tags from this Universal Studios movie Migration. Sold the first one, so I've got 3 left for $18 plus shipping. Picked up this hat for $3 from a garage sale. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. It's this New Era LA Kings hat. $15 from a garage sale for this Coach bag. Sold it for $36 plus shipping. Picked this glove up from the Goodwill bins for $3, estimating just based on the weight, and sold it for $55 plus shipping. Listed these for my personal collection, so I am like technically like losing money, but I read through them and like enjoyed them. So this is just like recuperating some of the money I spent. It's these 15 Nintendo Force magazines. Sold them for $30 plus shipping. If you've been following along, I've been diving into this huge Lego death pile that I have. I've bought a ton at garage sales and flea markets and stuff last year. But the thing is, like, you have to put a lot of time into it up front before you can get your like time paid back. Listed like 30 Bionicle sets, some really good ones. And those took me maybe about like, time on the calendar, like a week to maybe get through it all. So I am working on that, and I'm going to be selling hopefully a lot of Lego sets over the coming weeks. So I'm estimating I have about $7 into each one of these Bionicle sets. I have about $2 each into them from the thrift store, like where I bought this huge bin of stuff, plus replacement parts. So about $5 a set to buy replacement parts. I just averaged it out across all the sets that I had. We've got this Bionicle Makuta Icarax. It's just like random gibberish words that they make up for these sets. But they are pretty cool. If you grew up with these, I think they're pretty cool. Sold this first one, obviously is my best one, sold really quick. $110 plus shipping for that. So nice one there. $5 for this Cascade lacrosse helmet, sold it for $25 plus shipping. This one I've had listed for a while. This is a Lego Racers Ferrari F1 pit set. Picked this up from a garage sale for $15. Sold it for $54 plus shipping, so nice one there. Sold another Pokemon card. This is Galarian Slowking, $7.95 plus shipping. We've got another Lego Bionicle set, again $7 into it, and sold it for $25 plus shipping. This is Toa Lua. Got another bundle of some vintage video game magazines, just things I don't really necessarily want in my collection. I actually picked these up from an estate sale like about a year ago. Read through some of them. They're like kind of a fun little novelty, but I don't want to keep them in my collection long term. So I have about $3 or $4 into them. Sold them for $30 plus shipping. We've got these Salvatore Ferragamo woven leather sneakers. I paid $20 for these from a garage sale and sold them for $96 plus shipping. And then finally $5 from a thrift store for this Bulwark long sleeve shirt. It is a fire-resistant like work shirt. Sold it for $24 plus shipping. So that is everything that I've sold over the last week. We're gonna tally up the fund, head over to the game store, and hopefully find something really nice for the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $623 in profit after eBay fees and 20% for income tax, bringing our game fund total to $64. And for $28, we are adding a copy of Wario Land 4, putting us at 23 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Now, let's go hit the thrift store. My wife was with me today, and within about 2 minutes of being there, she came over holding this glass hen in her hands. I would have definitely walked right past it, but this is a very rare, very desirable piece from the Indiana Glass Company with really good sell-through for around $400. It's in immaculate condition as well. I probably won't beat that today, but let's keep looking anyway. Digging through some of the media, seems this one might have gotten overlooked, but it's actually a good one. We Play Motion actually sells for around $20 to $25. Definitely grabbing this for only $5. I also found what looks to be someone's entire Doctor Who collection. I thought these might be something, so I started looking them up. This one in particular seems pretty rare, with a recent sold comp for around $70. Let me show you comps for the other few that I decided to pick up. These are all great pickups for only $3 each. It's a bit out of season now, but I also found this vintage 70s Mighty Mac corduroy jacket for $10. It's in good condition and seeing comps for mostly around $50, but some all the way up to $200, depending on the style. I also grabbed this vintage 100% wool sweater vest, kind of a cool style, for $8. And they don't really seem like anything special, but for some reason I sell sports stuff like this really fast. I'll probably get around $25 to $30 for this jacket. And on the way out, I decided to gamble on 2 bags of Lego. They're $50 a bag. I'm guessing around $5 a pound. They're pretty big, but they are absolutely stuffed with minifigures. And after finding that glass hen earlier, I'm in the mood to gamble, so grabbed both of them for $100 total. And later in the week, I actually lost power to my house, so what better way to kill the time than hit up a thrift store? They have some hard goods here for sure, but didn't find anything I was interested in. But in the clothing, managed to find a few items I'm happy to pick up, including this vintage 100% wool polo for $3, some flannel lined pants from LL Bean for $6, and this Nike Steelers hoodie for $7. But the best find was this pair of Burton Ronin snowboarding pants for $7 that should easily go for around $50.
So good morning. Today is Friday. We're going to share everything that has sold on eBay over the last week. And then as usual, I'm taking 10% of the profit over to the game store, hopefully finding something for the Game Boy Advance collection. Let's jump right in. Up first, I've got this pair of Levi's Big E denim jeans. I am learning a lot about clothing over the past couple weeks. Obviously, garage sales are kind of dead, about to be spring very soon, but, dead of winter, kind of doing what I can to source, get into the thrift stores, and it's kind of closed. That's what you can find. I find other stuff, but really, it's clothing. If you're not in the clothing game, you could go to the thrift store and leave empty-handed pretty regularly. So, been dipping into clothing a little bit, and I am learning a ton, but sold these Levi's 541s for $14, paid $3 for those from a thrift store. Paid $1 for this 90s Street Fighter 2 Turbo VHS promo tape. It's actually pretty cool. Watched through it for a little bit. It's just got previews and gameplay and stuff like that, kind of hyping up the game. I think it might have gotten sent out in magazines, but sold that for $12 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this Rice McLaren polo shirt. It's 100% wool. Pretty cool little shirt. You got to be careful with a lot of these wool pieces. They tend to have holes in them. So I knew it had a hole when I bought it, but I think it was worth it anyway. And I was right. Sold it for $27.50 plus shipping. $5 for this Brioni dress shirt from a thrift store. Sold for $48 plus shipping. Nice one there. Picked up this vintage made in Japan lighter for $5 from a thrift store. Sold it for $16 plus shipping. Picked this up for $10 from Facebook Marketplace. It is a set of 11 Merry Mushroom spice jars. Sold it for $115 plus shipping. Very nice one there. If you have been following along, I've been finally diving into my Lego death pile. The tough thing about Legos is they have value. They hold their value really well. They're actually kind of slow sellers. I'm finding they're not super, super fast. Obviously, there's a tier of stuff that will sell really fast, like Star Wars, a lot of the branded stuff. But even a lot of the sealed sets, I have this Wally set listed that I have listed for $150. I have about $70 into it. So when that finally sells, and I know it will, the sell-through rate is good. For whatever reason, they're not instant sellers. They do take a few months to sell in my experience. So you just kind of got to be patient. And the other thing is they take a lot of time to actually prep and get ready. It's not an article of clothing or something where, you just take a couple pictures and it's ready to go, or a hard good, a toy, whatever, where you just take the pictures and move on. You got to count the parts. If you want to be able to list the set as complete, you got to count the parts to get the full value. And to be economical, you have to count a lot of sets at once. So I kind of have this big backlog of sets that I've been counting, and I'm waiting for that pile to build up big enough so that it makes sense to go ahead and order replacement parts. Every Lego set I've ever bought, it always has a couple parts missing. It's never been 100% complete, almost never.
it's tough to keep up with that. Like, I have like a minimum. I want to hit 5 listings a day, minimum. My goal is 10. So most days I do hit 10 when I focus on like clothing and stuff like that, because again, throw it through the wash, take some photographs, list them, average it out over the week. Did I list 50 things this week? I've been keeping up with that for the most part. When it comes to Legos, now that I've been diving into that number's kind of slipping. So last week, like in one day, I listed 30 Bionicle, but like a bunch of days before that, I didn't list anything and was like counting Lego sets, getting those ready. I'll show you clips of like, I've been going through, I bought at a garage sale last year, this huge like vintage collection, and unsorted, like clearly just like him and his kids played with it. It's dirty, it needs to be sorted, and a bunch of the sets are going to be incomplete, so gotta figure out what I want to do with those. But I've been counting that like all week. I'm going to be hopefully counting some sets next week. It is kind of hurting my like listings in the short term, but then once I'm like through all that stuff, I'm going to be listing like in one day probably like $1,000 worth of stuff. I feel like Lego is one of those categories you can kind of hone in on, and I know people build like whole resale businesses around that. So kind of curious to see where that goes. Is that something I think I could do? Maybe do some bulk buys, like sell bricks, like by the pound or whatever, if it's stuff like I could source consistently. So just something I've been thinking about, because I've been spending a lot of time counting Legos the past week. We've got a couple more Lego sets that have sold, thankfully. And the first one is this Lego Castle Sir Raskus. It's like a Bionicle type figure. I have about $7 into it, so I put $2 into each of these Bionicle sets, plus $5 a piece in replacement parts. I just kind of averaged it out over all the sets. So I have $7 into this set in particular, sold it for $12 plus shipping. We've got this vintage Disney soapstone, $4 from a thrift store, and sold it for $23 plus shipping. We've got another Bionicle. This one actually was complete, so I only have $2 into it. Sold it for $17 plus shipping. We've got another Bionicle set, again, 7 into it because I needed some replacement parts for this one. Sold it for $24 plus shipping. We've got this vintage Polo Ralph Lauren camp shirt, $10 from a thrift store, and this took a long time to sell. I was kind of surprised because I think it's a pretty cool item. Maybe it's just the pattern is not super desirable. It is a little basic, like the Hawaiian shirt, I guess, pattern is a little more common. Sold it for $21 plus shipping. It took quite a while to sell. And then on the flip side, this item does not seem as special to me, but it sold very fast. I paid $4 for this vintage Ralph Lauren Oxford shirt. Sold it for $24 plus shipping. Sold another board game for my personal collection. This is called Duelosaur Island. I am not counting profit for this, but still sold it for $34 and free shipping. We've got a lot of Game Informer magazines. Sold a bunch last week as well. Just kind of trimming back on some of these. They're cool, but not something I want to keep in my collection. I have about $15 into these from an estate sale, and sold them for $40 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for this vintage Snoopy waffle maker. I sold it for $59 plus shipping, very fast actually. $5 from a thrift store for this Patagonia. It is called the Capeline Daily Pullover. Sold it for $28 plus shipping. Next up, got this softball bat, youth size. I would pass on youth baseball bats and softball bats going forward. This was a category I was experimenting a lot with last year. Do very well with lacrosse helmets, do very well with hockey helmets. I really like getting cleats, especially adult size, like good model Nike cleats sell really well. I did well with a bunch of baseball bats. Obviously, there's models that are worth a lot of money. And baseball gloves have kind of become a bit of a staple. Obviously, it's seasonal. I've got a bunch listed that haven't sold yet. When I find them, they're almost always worth it. You get them at like thrift stores and garage sales for like $5, and at minimum, they're going to sell for like 20. But good models can go like 30, 40, 50, all the way on up. But youth size stuff, not really worth the trouble. $4 for this one. Sold it for $18 plus shipping, so we'll make some money, but again, these kind of are a pain in the butt to pack, so wouldn't pick this up in the future. $5 from a thrift store for this Lululemon pullover hoodie. Sold it very quick for $55 plus shipping. Nice one there. $4 from a thrift store, so $2 each. I found 2 of these like dead stock, new at tags, vintage 90s, Fruit of the Loom. They are single stitch blank shirts. I sold them for $36 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this Halo Mega Blocks set. It was 99% complete, luckily. I think finding replacement parts for Mega Blocks is, I'm assuming, impossible.
Lego is pretty easy just thanks to a lot of these third-party platforms like Bricklink is really good. You can order replacement parts. But Mega Bloks, I'm not so sure. And this was only missing one piece, thankfully, and had all the figures and everything. Sold it for $37 plus shipping. And then the last item this week, $3 from a garage sale for this New York Yankees New Era hat. Sold it for $16 plus shipping. And that is everything I've got this week. Let's tally up the game fund, head over to the game store, and hopefully we can find something nice for the Game Boy Advance collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $399 in profit this week, bringing the game fund total to $75. Now, let's go hit the game store. And for $40, we are picking up a copy of Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. Harmony of Dissonance was published by Konami in 2002. It was praised for its bright, vivid graphics, which were considered a huge improvement over Circle of the Moon, and it was seen as largely successful in its attempt to make a portable version of the fan favorite, Symphony of the Night, released for the PlayStation just a few years earlier. This puts us at 24 Game Boy Advance games. And we are off to a great start this morning because I found this huge bag of very vintage Lego for only $8. This looks 60s, 70s to me, and if I'm lucky, there could be some great stuff in here. And in the clothing, I pulled out a few items, including this pair of Ripstop Carhartt pants, some LL Bean flannel pants, and for only $3, this vintage style Dare shirt for myself. I thought it was pretty cool. And finally, I got some new Tags American Eagle swim trunks for only $7, the perfect time to be picking these up. But we're not done because we're hitting another thrift store right down the road. Let's go. And this one was stocked with electronics. I managed to grab this Chi curling iron for $7 with comps around $35. I also grabbed this Philips CD player, including the matching speakers, for $20 with comps between $100 to $150. It powered on, so hopefully it works. And for $15, picked up this Epson V500 photo scanner with comps around $80. And of course, we've got to dig through some clothing. Ended up grabbing a few things here, including this vintage A's windbreaker. It's $11, so not cheap, but I've been able to sell items like these pretty fast for around $25. I found this bearskin hoodie for $9 that will probably sell the same day I list it for about $50. And I grabbed this vintage 90s J. Crew Sport quarter zip for $8.
So good morning. Today is Monday. Let's jump into everything that has sold over the weekend, and then I'll talk a little bit about my plans for the week. So first up, got this pair of Levi's 505s, paid $3 from a thrift store for these and sold them for $13 plus shipping. Been selling a bunch of Lego recently, listed a ton of Bionicle sets maybe about like 2 weeks ago, and been selling through them. This one is Lego Bionicle Matanui. It even has the rare little like ball piece that a lot of people are missing. That just that one piece, like replacing it's like $5 if you wanted to get one. So sold this one for $45 plus shipping. Have about $7 into it. We've got another Bionicle set. This one is called Kopaka Nuva. Again, 100% complete. Sold that for $20 plus shipping. Listed a ton of clothing on Friday last week and sold a couple things pretty quick, which was kind of nice to see. This is a vintage Y2K Abercrombie & Fitch sweatshirt. So this is kind of like finding a lot of stuff like this, and this sort of stuff is selling pretty quick. So I'm looking for this type of stuff, all this Y2K era stuff. This was calling it an orange like spell out sweatshirt. Paid $6 from a thrift store and it sold for $29 plus shipping. Again, like within a day of listing it, which was nice. Picked up this Burton dry ride jacket for $7 from a rummage sale. Sold it for $45 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for these Champion track pants. Sold them for $16 plus shipping. Got this lot of 2 brand new candles from a garage sale for $4 total. Sold them for $17 plus shipping. Got this pair of Adidas basketball shoes. They are called the Crazy Explosive. Super like extra name. But they $10 from a thrift store and sold them for $44 plus shipping. Another quick sale, this Uniqlo ultralight down jacket. $8 from a thrift store, sold for $18 plus shipping. Again, only reason I picked that up for $8 is I knew it was going to sell fast. Paid about $6. I bought a lot of jerseys last like fall. Been selling through them. This one is a Charlotte Hornets jersey. Sold it for $24 plus shipping. This is kind of a funny little story. So I'm not super plugged into the like Pokemon card scene. I have some of my old vintage stuff that, you know, would love to like finish that set at some point. That might be like a collecting challenge for the channel at some point. But I had this box of commons from Base Set Jungle Fossil, like all the old late 90s Pokemon cards, the first couple sets. Went to list some of them and was shocked at the price of first edition Kabuto from Fossil. Every other common from this era sells for like $1. And I'm like, why is this one worth a bunch of money? Like $25 to $30 a piece. Apparently there's like a meme going on that somebody's buying out every first edition Kabuto card and they're calling themselves the Kabuto King. So, hey, listen, if you want to give me $30 for a card that should be worth $1 and will probably be worth $1 again at some point in the future, be my guest. There is some craziness going on in the Pokemon card world right now, so I am selling into the hype and minus my vintage stuff, but I had a lot of stuff from like 2010s era that I've pretty much like sold already if you've been following along. But this one, again, like I don't really have anything into this, but I'm saying I have about $5 into it. Sold it for $58 and free shipping. It's this lot of 7, so 5 regular ones and 2 first editions. I'll take it. Picked this up for $8 from a thrift store. It's this copy of Wingspan. Sold it for $34 plus shipping very quickly. That is actually, most board games are not worth picking up. Sell-through rate's pretty bad on most of them. Some of the modern like designer board games you can do well on. This one is kind of in a weird spot because there are some, you know, board games is another one of my hobbies, so I know it pretty well. If you get games that are from Target, like games that are mass market games, they don't really sell, so they're not worth picking up, and the shipping's really expensive on them, so people don't buy them. The designer board games can be pretty good. You know, they're really expensive new. Like a lot of these are like $100. I don't know what this retails for, like $50, $60. So somebody got a deal. It's in like pretty good condition. A lot of the pieces and stuff are unpunched, but this was kind of an exception. So yeah, the only reason I would pick this up is because the sell-through on this particular game is really good. And then the last item that sold this weekend, got another Y2K article of clothing. It's this, I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's just Pel, but it's a velour tracksuit top. This like, you know, velvety material, full zip with the hood and everything. Paid $15 from a thrift store for this not too long ago, and it sold for $55 plus shipping. So definitely a type of item that I'm going to be looking out for. So that was everything that sold over the weekend. We're going to go ahead and get these packed up, and then we're probably heading over to a thrift store.
And off for thrift run number 2 this week. My wife was with me today and she found more art glass. She has found some bangers recently. Hopefully this one is good too. This is from the maker Blanco, and after looking at some comps, we think we should be able to get about $75 for it. And another $15 item, this Fenton hobnail cake platter with comps around $60. I'm glad she's here to catch the things I probably wouldn't even give a second look. I did manage to find a few good clothing items as well. These Roxy Dry Flight snowboarding pants for $7, and some super baggy Y2K jeans for $8. And it was a little expensive at $12, but an easy pickup was this New at Tags Patagonia item. Didn't look it up, but I'm assuming this should sell for at least $30.
But let's go ahead and jump into these sold items. Up first, we've got another Lego Bionicle. This one is called Matanui. Again, I have $7 into it and sold it for $40 plus shipping. Paid $5 from a garage sale for this vintage men's Citizen watch. Unfortunately, it did not work, so I had to sell it for parts. It took quite a while to sell, but finally sold it for $20 plus shipping. Got another Bionicle. This one is called the Lego Hero Factory Witch Doctor. I have $20 into this from a garage sale plus a couple replacement parts. Sold it for $70 plus shipping, so that was a good one there. Paid $9 from a thrift store for these vintage 80s Lee Riders black denim jeans. Sold them for $29 plus shipping. Paid $3 from a thrift store for this Doctor Who Planet of the Spiders DVD. Sold that for $25 plus shipping. Here's our other Doctor Who DVD. This one's called Lost in Time. Sold that for $16 plus shipping. Again, $3 from a thrift store. $5 from a thrift store for this Pogo Ball. Sold it for $25 plus shipping, pretty fast. And I got a couple clothing items coming up, so I figure now would be a time to talk about it. Just with like thrift stores kind of being like the main sourcing avenue right now. The weather's about to get a lot nicer. Garage sales are going to start up again. I'm probably going to stop going to the thrift store once garage sales start back up because I definitely prefer that. But, got to keep it going in the winter. So I've been going to a lot of thrift stores. And the game is kind of close. Like if you're not picking up clothes at thrift stores, you're leaving empty-handed a lot. So I've been trying to learn a lot about it, and it really is its own kind of beast. Like a ton goes into it. Besides learning like materials, the brands, styles, all that stuff of what is desirable, it's also like the way you sell it is so different because it is such a commodity. It's not like, certain like rare collectibles and things that I had tended to sell before. And I made a big change recently. I've decided to start doing a much more aggressive markdown strategy. I was experimenting with the markdown strategy before, and I think it just wasn't aggressive enough. I really want to be selling clothing much, much faster than I am. My experience finding them is not the bottleneck. It's actually like getting the stuff to sell. 30 days is 10%. Every 30 days is another 10%. So when it gets to 180 days, I'm doing 50% off. And I have a bunch of stuff, and I'm going to be much more aggressive with offers. I actually removed my like offer minimum, and I really just like want stuff to sell. And hopefully not many things get to that level, but even at that 50%, like you're still making some money on it. So yeah, I will let you know how it goes. Hopefully I am selling more clothing, but even just in like the last day since I made that change, made a couple of sales for things that had been listed for a little while. So that was nice to see. Up first, this one was not listed that long, but this was a New At Tags Champion Reverse Weave Hoodie. Paid $10 from a thrift store and sold it for $30 plus shipping. $5 for this LL Bean rain jacket. Sold it on an offer for $22 plus shipping. Quick interrupt on the clothing, but this one is really nice. Picked this up for $1 from the library only a couple weeks ago. Bought a bunch of hardcover books that they were moving out of their collection. And this one was signed by the artist. It is from the comic or graphic novel Fables. So it's a collection of all the covers, and the artist signed it. I took a best offer of $70 plus shipping. That only took a couple weeks to sell. That was a nice one. Back to the clothing. We've got this $9 from a thrift store for this bearskin tactical hoodie. Sold it for $40 plus shipping. I listed that for $50. Got an offer for $40 within like 20 minutes of listing it. And normally I would have countered or declined or whatever. But I'm like, you know what? No, accept. You got it. Because, there's going to be certain items I don't do that for. But for the most part, like, I'm kind of feeling like, let's just sell the stuff, So, and it's a lesson I have to kind of keep learning. But yeah, happy to have sold that one very, very quick. Got a pair of Nike Mercurial cleats. $5 from a garage sale, sold for $30 plus shipping. $8 from a Goodwill for this New At Tags Untuck It shirt, sold for $20 on an offer plus shipping. We've got an LL Bean corduroy button-up shirt, paid $5 from a thrift store, sold within a day for $18.50 plus shipping. Again, took a best offer. I listed it for like 21 or 22, I think, and took a best offer even though it was only listed for a day. But again, this is maybe an item that would have sat around for like 3 to 6 months before if I wasn't willing to do that. And a couple more items here. We've got this New At Tags Migration stuffed animal, $1.25 from a thrift store, sold for $18 plus shipping. And then the final item today, I've got this Star You card. Again, have like $1 into this from my personal collection. Sold it for $14 plus shipping, so selling into the Pokemon hype a little bit. And that is everything that I sold this week. We're going to tally up the game fund, head over to the game store, and hopefully find something really nice for the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $511 in profit this week, putting the game fund to $86. Now, let's go hit the game store. And this week, for $35, I picked up a copy of Mario Golf Advanced Tour.
Hacker, underdog, champion. Join the tour, climb the ranks, and beat Mario in Mario Golf Advanced Tour.
This puts me at 25 Game Boy Advance games, officially halfway to the top 50. The first pickup today is this American Apparel full zip hoodie for $3. Blue is on sale today, and I'm seeing comps around 25. For $6.50, I got a pair of pants from the brand Cool, K-U-H-L. Definitely one to keep an eye out for. Should get about $30 for these. I found another $3 item, this New At Tags Wrangler snap shirt in a good pattern. Should be a $20 item on the low end. And finally today, grab this Phillies Majestic pullover, another $3 item that should sell pretty fast this time of year for around $20 to $25.
So good morning. Today is Monday. I'm going to share everything that has sold on eBay over the weekend, and we actually had kind of a crazy weekend. We had some really, really good sales. So let's go ahead and jump in with this first item, this Lego Bionicle.
Takidox. It actually comes with 2 of these rare squid pieces. They're like $3 or $4 a piece, I think, just on their own. Sold it complete for $37 plus shipping. So a couple months back, I picked up a bunch of vintage Power Rangers stuff. Some figures, like the giant, I forget what it was called, like Quantosaurus Rex, I think it was called. And then these morphers are actually really hard to find and quite valuable. I had the matching set, so the morpher plus the key from Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. It was listed for a while. I was kind of trying to find the right price for it. It's very rare. Sold it for $102 plus shipping. Nice one there. $10 from a thrift store for this vintage Y2K era Banana Republic rain jacket. Sold it for $29 plus shipping. Somehow this is not the best item that we sold this weekend, but I paid $20 from a thrift store for this Abraham Lincoln. It's bronze on plaster. It is a 16-inch bust, sometime like mid-century, like 50s, 60s. It's by an actual artist, and I think this was from a mold. This wasn't like handmade or anything. But Robert Burks is like a pretty well-known artist from this time period, like 1950s, 1960s. It's a little beat up, so it's got some wear and things, but we sold it on an offer. It took a few months to sell, but sold it finally on an offer for $350 plus $50 shipping. So very, very nice one there. That is going to be a ton of work to pack, but it will be worth it. Picked this up for $3 from the bins. It is a pair of Carhartt carpenter pants. Use the keyword thrashed. They're like covered in paint stains. The knees are all ripped up. And so it's kind of a style, but ended up selling it for $50 plus shipping. Good one there. $5 from a thrift store for this Carhartt hoodie. Sold it for $18 plus shipping. $5 for this Paisley linen shirt from the brand Calder Carmel. Sold it for $22 plus shipping. Picked this next one up from a thrift store a long time ago for $8. It is this WrestleMania hoodie from 2013. I thought it was kind of cool. Ended up selling it on an offer finally for $12.50 plus shipping. If you're new here, I talked about it a little bit last week, but I made a big change to how I'm actually going about selling clothing. One, I'm still learning a lot about like brand styles, all that kind of stuff, but then I am making my markdown strategy way more aggressive. So if something's been on for over 6 months, it's going to be 50% off now. So it's going to go from 30 days, 30, 40, 50, 60, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120, 180. It's going to go 10% off more every time. So I'm trying to be really aggressive with actually getting stuff moving, promoting, accepting offers, doing all the things to try to sell clothing a little bit faster than I am right now. And I've been selling some stuff that's been sitting around a while, so I think it is paying off. The volume is already increasing with that change. We've got this Canon PowerShot, 25 total into it, $10 for the camera plus a replacement battery and charger. Sold it for $95 plus shipping within a day of listing it. Got another Pokemon card here. This is Penny, the like secret rare. Sold it for $4.95 plus shipping. Picked up these Christian Dior earrings for $10 from a garage sale and sold them for $60 plus shipping. We've got $3 from a thrift store for this vintage Patagonia full zip jacket. I was surprised this didn't do a little bit better, but I ended up selling it for $18 plus shipping. $6 from a thrift store for this vintage sweatshirt. It's made in Canada. The brand is called Nonfiction. It's really, really nice. Sold it for $23 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this LL Bean rugby shirt. Sold it for $19 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this J. Crew. It's not vintage, but it's called Vintage Fleece hoodie. Sold it for $25 plus shipping. $4 for this vintage 90s Banana Republic shirt. Sold it for $18 plus shipping. $5 from an estate sale for this vintage Howdy Doody denim hat. Sold it for $18 plus shipping. See what I mean? We're selling clothes. We're selling clothes. $5 from a thrift store for this vintage 90s LL Bean fleece zip up. Sold it for $30 plus shipping. Got another Howdy Doody item. I picked these up like a year ago from an estate sale. Person was like a huge Howdy Doody collector and bought a ton of stuff. I thought this would sell a little bit faster and for a little bit more, but still make some money. $20 for this ventriloquist doll. Sold it for $35 plus shipping. That thing is a little bit creepy. I'm going to skip this one for now. I'm going to save that one for last because that is the best item we sold this weekend. We've got $15 from a thrift store for this vintage Fenton milk glass cake stand. The style on the sides is called hobnail, where you get those little raised bumps. Pretty desirable style in general. Sold it pretty quick for $50 plus shipping. We've got this 3DS game, Skylanders Superchargers, sold for $9 plus shipping. We've got a antique vase, $5 from Facebook Marketplace. The brand is called Limoges. It's made in France. Sold it for $85 plus shipping. And then finally, credit to my wife on this one. She picked this up last week from a thrift store for $3. It is a vintage Indiana glass hen on nest. It's 7 inches. Some of these sell for like $100 to $150. So just there, we're already like very, very good territory. But this one happens to be the rarest, or at least most desirable color. The cranberry. And we sold this one really fast for $400 plus shipping. So very, very nice one there. So that is everything that sold over the weekend. I'm gonna get these packed up, and then I will see you back here on Friday for everything else that sells this week. Stay tuned.
Now for Thrift Run number 2 this week. They had a ton of sporting equipment today, including a lacrosse helmet and a few hockey helmets, all good brands and in pretty good condition. I would have loved to pick all of these up, but unfortunately the prices weren't quite right. On the lacrosse helmet, priced at $13, probably sells for around $25, and the other helmet was just a bit too much at $10, but I got these other two at $8 a piece, and I usually list them around $30 and take offers above $20. Very happy to be grabbing both of these. And if you've been following along recently, you'll know my wife has been getting kind of obsessed with art glass. She found a few more good pieces today. The pink one is a Fenton, probably a $25 item for $4. The cat is mid-century modern and a very popular style right now, probably a $40 item. And we ended up putting the white one back. And of course, got to dig through some clothing and managed to grab a couple of nice items. First was this vintage Eddie Bauer quarter zip. Looks 80s, 90s to me, and probably will get around $25 to $30. Kind of gambling on this one a little bit because $10 is not cheap, but this brand is made in Canada, has Polar Tech, it's a fleece vest with a cool pattern. I'm thinking I'll get around $25 for it. And last item in the clothing today was from a brand I couldn't find much information about, Corecraft, but it's a huge 3XL, high visibility, fire resistant work jacket, and they only wanted about $6 for it, so I'm gonna gamble on it. This type of stuff usually sells for good money. This has gotta be at least a $30 jacket. And the last item I found today was this bag for $4 with 2 GE water filters, the exact kind I use in my fridge, which I end up replacing every couple of months for about $50 brand new. One of these looks used, but the other one is clearly brand new sealed, so nice little find.
So it is Friday. Got a bunch more sales to talk about for this week, and then as usual, we're gonna tally up the game fund, and hopefully we'll be able to find something at the game store today. Let's go ahead and jump in, and we're gonna absolutely like crush our normal weekly goal this week just because of all that crazy stuff that sold earlier. So this is just all gravy on top at this point. So up first, paid up for these a little bit, but thankfully they sold fast. These John Varvatos denim jeans, paid $15 for them, sold them for $25 on an offer. $2 from an estate sale for this. The brand is called Pluggable, so I don't think it's like a nice brand necessarily, but it's a HDMI docking station. Sold it for $75 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for this Coach wristlet, sold it for $10 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for this Ralph Lauren short sleeve shirt, sold for $10 plus shipping. So been learning a lot about clothing. This is the type of thing I wouldn't pick up anymore. Again, like if you get it for $1, like I would pick these up for $1, but you know, $6, $7 from the thrift store, definitely not. $2 for this vintage Marceau Sports wool beanie, sold for $12 plus shipping. $2 for this LL Bean quarter zip, sold it for $12 plus shipping. Thought this next item was really cool. I paid $5 from a thrift store for this vintage 90s Umbro soccer jersey. It is a very, very slim fit. So XL is normally my size, but unfortunately it was a little too slim to keep. I listed this at $75 because I thought it's one of the coolest things I've ever found, honestly, from like clothing. No one else thought it was as cool as I did, unfortunately. But eventually took an offer for $29 plus shipping. So still like make some good money on it, but I thought it was worth a lot more than that. And I wish that it was my size because I would have kept it. $12 from a thrift store for this vintage. The brand is Viking little duck figurine. Sold it for $60 plus shipping. $4 for this REI hat, sold for $16 plus shipping. $12 for a Panasonic Lumix camera, sold for $45 plus shipping. And then this is, again, another example of like a clothing item that I probably wouldn't pick up anymore unless it was super cheap. Picked this up like ages ago when I was still kind of learning. You know, it's crazy how much you can learn in just a few months. But paid $5 for this Nike hoodie and sold it for $10 on an offer plus shipping. $25, so I paid $15 for this camera from a thrift store and another $10 for some parts that it needed, like the battery and the charger, and sold it for $65 plus shipping, this Sony CyberShot. And then the last item this week, another very nice one, paid $8 for these Y2K, the brand is Maurice Francois Gerbaud jeans. These like Y2K era super baggy jeans. I sold it on offer really quick for $49 plus shipping, so another nice one there. And that is everything that I sold this week. Let's tally up the game fund, and hopefully we'll add something really nice to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, one of our best weeks in a while, I made $1,088 in profit, bringing the game fund to a healthy $159. And for $40, we grabbed a copy of probably my personal GOAT on the Game Boy Advance, Metroid Fusion.
Metroid Fusion, only on Game Boy Advance.
That puts me at 26 out of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. I'm going to pick up this first lot today. It's $100. Guy says it's about 40 pounds. I did not bring a scale. But anyway, we are pulling up to this house right now. I actually feel a lot better about that purchase after having seen the bin. Kind of hard to tell from their photos, but it was pretty big bins and tons of minifigures. So hopefully we'll find something really cool in there. And once I got home, I decided to spread it all out on the floor and start sorting with the kids. I've barely scratched the surface, but in just a few minutes, here are some of the highlights I already pulled out. And the kids had so much fun helping me the other day, I decided to dump out another unsorted bin on Sunday. I picked this one up at the thrift store the other day for $50. Just sorted out all of the minifigure pieces, but I found a few more high-value figures I can get listed on eBay right away. And I've still got this huge container filled with minifigure parts I'll be sorting through over the coming weeks. There's even more LEGO finds coming later this week, but for now, let's jump into what's sold on eBay over the weekend.
We had a very nice little weekend of sales here. Some of my updates to like my markdown strategy and just some of the stuff I've been listing. We've been selling some stuff really quick, which is nice to see. I've got 23 items I need to ship out, and I'm actually waiting for payment on 2 more. Accepted some offers, and so if those come through while I'm sitting here talking, I will technically have 25 sales, but for now it's just 23. But let's jump into them right now. Up first, $3 from a Goodwill for this Phillies Majestic, they call it the Therma Base, little like warm-up pullover. Sold it pretty quick for $19 plus shipping. Sold my best Doctor Who DVD, so if you follow along, I picked up a bunch of these like 2 weeks ago, $3 a piece. Sold a couple already, but got another one here. This is The Keys of Marinus. These are kind of like rare, hard to find DVDs. We sold it on an offer for $58 plus shipping. Got another Lego Bionicle. This was, again, I have about $7 into these just based on, put about $2 into them from where I got them and then had to buy some replacement parts. Ended up being about $5 a set to complete them. Sold this one. This is called Toa Tahu for $39 plus shipping. We've got $7 for these Levi's 505s. Sold on an offer for $16 plus shipping. $5 for this Patagonia Cinchilla fleece vest. I was surprised this took as long to sell as it did, but did finally sell it. Had to accept an offer for $12 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for this Ralph Lauren Purple Label Polo. Sold for $30 plus shipping. $4 from a thrift store. These are kind of bolos, kind of a weird item, and you would expect not to be worth that much money. The Hess trucks, these plush versions are like kind of worth some money, which is a little surprising. Paid $4 for this. It's from 2024 as well, so it's not really that old. This school bus, you press it and it makes music, plays sound and lights up. Sold it for $34 plus shipping pretty quick, so nice one there. This one was kind of funny. I actually deleted. So I've been marking down clothing, trying to get stuff sold a little bit faster. But there's also some items, like the way eBay works. It's really interesting. It's one of those things you kind of expect not to work. But, people talk about, the delete and sell similar strategy of some older items. It works. I'm a believer. It works. Because there's this item, these J. Crew dock shorts. I listed like maybe 10 pairs of these last summer. Sold through almost all of them except one pair, I think it was. And they all sold within a couple days of listing. And it's just like the season, people obviously aren't buying them in the fall and the winter. I've been marking it down. Just like sort of automatically. I'm not looking at every individual listing, deciding. It's just like, if it's been on the site for this long, it's getting this discount. It's just not worth the time to go through and like analyze every little listing. That being said, as I was going through, I was like, these J. Crew dock shorts, they were like $10 and no one bought them. Delete, sell similar, list it for $19, sells within a day. So it definitely works. Like no one bought it at $10, but then you relist it and it sells immediately for $19. There's obviously something going on with that. $7 from a thrift store for this Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons dock. Sold it for $23 plus shipping. Got another pair of shorts, $4 from a garage sale for these Y2K Quicksilver cargo shorts. I had to take an offer, $9 plus shipping, so not something I would grab again in the future. $6 for some Polo Ralph Lauren jeans, sold for $11 plus shipping. So again, you're seeing some things like I'm accepting offers on, but I'm happy to get this stuff moving. And obviously, like learning what to pick up and what not to pick up. So, learn from my mistakes. $7 from a thrift store for this Canali suit jacket. The model's called the K, K-E-I. Sold it on offer for $120 plus shipping. Very nice one there. Next up, I've got this lot. I estimate I have about $30 into it. I was picking up these Microsoft Xbox 360 chargers, garage sales, flea market, stuff like that. Like when I was buying a lot of consoles, I'd pick them up from the thrift store or whatever, and they would be missing a charger. So anytime I would see them at flea markets and stuff, I would just buy them. And I'm kind of off consoles now. I'm finding it's just not really worth the effort. So I had this lot of a bunch of chargers, and I, again, estimate I have about $30 into them, and sold them for $90 plus shipping. So still make some money on those, which is great. Paid $1 for this hardcover book from the library. They were selling a bunch of hardcover art books. I guess moving them out of their collection, and there were some really good ones in there. Sold this one. It's called Murakami Ego. Sold this for $35 plus shipping. $4 for this Carhartt shirt, sold for $22 plus shipping. $12 from a thrift store for this Santini Vega cycling jacket, sold for $65 plus shipping. Got another Doctor Who DVD. This one's called Invasion of the Dinosaurs. $3 into it, sold it for $20 plus shipping. We got this vintage board game, thought it was kind of cool, and ended up not really being worth the trouble. Sold it for $13 plus shipping. Got this vintage 90s Billabong shirt. Had a ton of interest in this item and was seeing a lot of similar ones selling for like 30 to 40. So I went kind of aggressive on the price, and it took a little while to sell, but finally took an offer for $23 plus shipping. $5 for this, the brand is Kenny Flowers shirt, sold for $14 plus shipping. And we've got a pair of Madewell super wide leg jeans, $10 from a Goodwill for these, and sold them for $28 plus shipping, so another nice one there. So as you can see, tons and tons of clothing items over this weekend, which is really nice to see. Definitely within the last few months, a new category that I've been putting a lot of effort into. So that was everything I sold over the weekend. We've got a lot of packing to do, and then hopefully we'll find some time for a thrift store later this week, and then I'll see you back here on Friday to hopefully talk about even more stuff that sells. Stay tuned.
Now let's go hit the thrift store. I dug through the clothing a bit and managed to come away with two really good items, these Lululemon shorts for $4, 20% off, and a pair of Viore shorts for $4 as well. But most importantly, we found another absolutely massive bin of Lego for $70 with what looks to be pieces from the 90s. Let's get this home and see what we can find. I spent another hour with the kids sorting through it and found some very good signs, including some UFO plates, my personal favorite Lego theme of all time. There were a ton of figures, and there are clearly some chunks of some really good sets in here. I won't have time to sort through it all this week, but this was definitely a good pickup.
Today is Friday. Got a bunch more stuff that has sold this week. Let's go ahead and jump in. Up first, we've got our first Lego minifigure from some of these big lots I've been sorting this week. I have been sorting a ton of Lego. Actually, you've been getting the kids involved in doing that, so that's been a lot of fun. But we sold the first one out of this lot. They are kind of slow sellers in my experience. There are some exceptions for sure, but most of this stuff, like at least my experience like listing minifigures in the past, they eventually find the right buyer that's willing to pay market price, but it's a lot of resellers, a lot of like, you know, bulk buyers and stuff that are on eBay. So then initial traffic like doesn't really sell the item, and then it'll sell later to like a real collector. So, but we did sell this Star Wars Kashyyyk figure for $15 plus shipping. This week has been like all Lego pretty much. Like I have been sorting. I finally pulling bins out of the basement, getting all the minifigures pulled out. I'm experimenting with some bulk listings. We'll see how those go. I'm not feeling super confident on those. I'm seeing the sell-throughs like not great on them. You know, my idea was kind of like, let's maximize the value from every lot, but I'm not sure if it's really worth the time to pull those out. So we'll see how that goes as time goes on. Minifigures are like 80% of the value of Legos, like most modern sets. I have some vintage stuff, so I'm going to be counting some vintage sets, but that just takes a little bit more time. So it's, you know, kind of like trying to find the time to do that has been a little tricky. But I have a huge pile of, I listed a ton of minifigures the last week, and then I have a huge pile of minifigures that I'm going to be listing. And some of the lower value stuff I've been putting into lots and actually like theming them, putting some accessories with them. And my kids have been helping me with that. So that's actually been kind of fun. Like I made like a, you know, like a cops and robbers themed minifigure lot, like 10 figures that normally would sell for like $1 or $2 each and probably would never sell. Like lotting 10 figures together, I'm going to list it for like 15, 20 bucks and kind of see how that goes. I've got like an Arctic figure lot, so a bunch of stuff that I'm going to be listing and then putting up a bunch of bulk, and we'll see how that goes. So stay tuned for that. Picked up these Nike pants for $6 from the thrift store. Sold them for $24 plus shipping. $7 from a thrift store for this vintage Mickey Mouse waffle maker. Sold for $68 plus shipping. We've got this Kramer of New York rhinestone brooch. Sold for $13 plus shipping. Picked up for $1 from a garage sale. $5 from a garage sale for this North Face jacket. Sold for $13 plus shipping. This is a nice one. This vintage 90s Polo Ralph Lauren hooded pullover. Sold that for, I picked it up for $5 from a thrift store. Sold it for $38 plus shipping really fast. $4 from a thrift store for these Carhartt shorts. Sold for $12 plus shipping. $5 for this LL Bean sweater vest. I thought this would do a little bit better, but again, with clothing, I'm trying to be really aggressive on the offers, the promotions, all this stuff, just to get stuff selling faster. And I'm learning about the type of stuff to pick up and not pick up. But still, $5 for this one. Sold it for $14 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this vintage 90s Bugle Boy shirt. Kind of a cool little pattern, definitely like screams 90s. Sold it for $18 plus shipping. Picked this one up not too long ago for $8 from a thrift store. It's this Bauer hockey helmet. Sold for $25 plus shipping. These are staples for me. I pretty much pick up any decent brand baseball glove I get, and they sell really well. $5 for this Wilson. Sold for $25 plus shipping. I had to kind of price find on this one a little bit. I thought these would be a little bit better than they were. These are Danner Quarry insulated boots. If they were in better condition, I definitely would have got a lot more for them. I listed them for like $120 or something like that initially. But they're a little bit beat up. $10 from a garage sale for these. Sold them for $67 plus shipping, so still really nice. This item I got for free in like a lot of stuff I bought. I don't even remember where this came from, to be honest with you, but I have it listed as free. I paid nothing for this. It is an Everlane tote bag, so nice brand. Sold it for $18 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for this Apple Mac Mini. Apparently, I just learned recently, I don't know if this, you know, who knows if that's the reason this person bought it, but apparently people are putting their like agentic AI agents, like AI agents onto these Mac Minis. It is like crazy stuff. I'm not going to get into all of it now, but I think that's why these are selling really well right now, as people are looking for these Mac Minis to run AI agents on them. So. But paid $10 for it and sold it for $60 plus shipping. $3 from a thrift store for this Hasbro Gem and the Holograms earring set. It is vintage from like early 2000s. Sold it for $17 plus shipping. And then the final item today, this vintage 90s Gap linen shirt. Picked up from the bins, so estimate about $2 to $3 into it. Sold it for $28 plus shipping, so nice one there. And that is everything I've got this week. We're going to tally up the game fund and head over to the game store to find something new for the collection. But I did want to talk a little bit about how the challenge is going. I'm about halfway through this top 50, and if you've been following the whole way, so I finished the N64 set, collected 100 N64 games on the channel. I was about halfway through the list when I started. So again, collected on YouTube about 50 games, and then decided I wanted to start a new challenge, the Game Boy Advance collection. So again, about halfway through this, I had a bunch of money carrying over and I said, you know, this is going to be so easy. I had like 300 something bucks coming into the challenge. I'm like, I'm going to start from zero and we're going to be good and like bang this out. And it's actually been really tough. I'm realizing like I actually didn't calculate how much it costs at the beginning to do it. It's like $200 to $2,500, I think, to complete this whole set. But about halfway through now, and there's about I just calculated, there's about $1,000 in like price charting value to complete this Game Boy Advance collection. Big chunk of that's Pokemon Emerald. We've got Fire Red. There's the Fire Emblems, the Golden Sun games, Zelda. And I'm going to say this for the first time here, but I have decided to take the summer off. If you're new here, my main job is a stay-at-home dad. So that is how I'm spending most of my time. This is really like a side hustle, hobby, way to fill the gaps in my schedule, still make some money, have some fun. Last summer, I was finding it really difficult to kind of keep up with this. I realized like it's hard to do all of that at the same time. So I'm going to be taking a break from not eBay, but from YouTube in the summer. And that means I really want to finish this collection before the summer comes. And when summer's over, like my kids go back to school in September, I'm going to come back, we'll have a brand new challenge. It'll be a lot of fun. I might have to reevaluate because if I do the math on like, I make about 500-ish a week. Sometimes I make a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. I've had some really good weeks recently, you know, despite hearing a lot of people are really struggling on eBay right now. So I'm grateful that things have been continuing to go well. Might have to raise the percentage. At least for now, we're going to keep it at 10%, but I'm going to keep an eye on it and we'll see how that goes. That also means like it's going to be a lot harder to find games in person because I found everything in person. I just have a couple local game stores. I'm very lucky where I live in New Jersey that, you know, there's a lot here. It's very busy, but I have some good local game stores nearby that are within driving distance. So I've been able to source the collection just from local pickups, and I really like being able to support my local game stores. It means a lot to me that they're there. That being said, I might have to start ordering some of these on eBay because the ones that are left, again, are a little bit harder to find. They're a little rarer, more expensive. Like some of the Pokemon games, they come in stock at the local game store and they're gone like the same day. If you're not there picking it up or like calling, hey, I saw you just got Pokemon Emerald, save that for me. Oh, sorry, it's gone. So we will see what happens with that. I might have to order some on eBay, but stay tuned. But at least for now, we are still going to the game store this week. Let's tally up the game fund and see what we can find. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $611 in profit after eBay fees and income tax, putting the game fund to $180. Now let's go hit the game store. And for $70, we are adding a copy of WarioWare Twisted.
Frenzied, twisted, hybrid games. You turn it, it turns you. It's Twisted.
That puts us at 27 out of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. I have a side hustle selling on eBay, and I have spent the last couple of weeks sorting through some absolutely massive LEGO hauls. But has it been worth the effort? We'll get into it, but first, let's jump into everything that's sold this week. Up first, we've got another LEGO Bionicle. Paid about $7 a piece for these, including the parts plus replacement parts. And this one sold for $20 plus shipping. It's called Calma. The next item, I've got this vintage 70s Mighty Mac corduroy jacket. Paid $10 from a thrift store for this. Sold it for $40 plus shipping. $6 from a thrift store for some Nike Airplay cargo pants. Sold them for $25 plus shipping. Paid $7 from a thrift store for this Gap khaki trucker jacket. Sold really fast for $21 plus shipping. And if you're kind of new here, just to talk a bit about the clothing, I've been really trying to like liquidate this stuff. It's kind of been my focus for the winter is learning clothes and getting to the thrift stores and doing all of that. And I've definitely learned a ton, but I would like to be selling it a little bit faster than I am. So most of these I'm accepting offers. I've got them promoted. I'm running like discounts as the items age, and I'm taking offers. And things have been selling a little bit faster, which is nice. This next one is a Billabong Rancho Henley. Paid $5 from an estate sale, sold for $18 plus shipping. $3 from a thrift store for this vintage 70s Panama Jack shirt, sold for $14 plus shipping. This Lego Bionicle did not need replacement parts, only $2 into this one, sold it for $23 plus shipping. Another pair of Nike Airplay cargo pants, $6, sold for $25 plus shipping. This was a Goodwill Bins pickup, this Ugly Doll, paid $1 roughly for it, sold it for $15 plus shipping. Got this Louisville Slugger for $3, sold it for $29 plus shipping. This one was pretty good, $7 from a thrift store for this Emile Henry casserole dish, sold it for $35 plus shipping. We've got this Fulton Street knit
polo, paid $4 from a garage sale for this, sold it for $21 plus shipping. Next, picked up this dress shirt for $5 from a thrift store. The brand is ETON. I think it's pronounced Eaton. I'm not really sure. Sold it for $14 plus shipping. $3 from the Goodwill bins for this vintage Carmen Sandiego like little laptop toy. Sold it for $28 plus shipping. And then I've got a couple more Lego things showing up. So if you saw my video last week, I have finally been sorting through some of the bulk bins that I got. And, these are bins that aren't really like sets. I'm not going to be counting out sets. And I kind of wanted to treat it as if, I've been trying to really maximize every single dollar. And I don't think that's the right way to do it when it comes to Lego. It's like not dollar per item, but dollar per hour. So trying to get the most value out of my time. And I sort of treated it like, let's pretend I only have a couple hours to get through this bin. Like, what is the best way to do this? And I picked up this bin on Facebook Marketplace for $100. It ended up being kind of a gold mine. It was a really, really good pickup. But again, bulked some stuff out, made some listings that were bulk plates, did bulk wheels, some stuff like that, just to try to experiment with it. But had a bunch of lower dollar value minifigures. Had some good minifigures, listed some higher end stuff I'll get to in a minute, but had some lower end minifigures I wasn't really sure what to do with. So I kind of made these play sets, and my kids were playing with me, and while I was sorting it, they were, getting their hands in it and having fun with it. So I made a couple of themed lots that I thought were kind of interesting. And I'm happy that one sold because, again, we had some fun putting these together. This is a lot of 6 Lego City Arctic Explorers minifigures. So it's all from the same theme. Threw in a bunch of accessories like a flag, a couple dogs, an ice, and it's kind of fun. So these would be something that wouldn't sell otherwise. No one's going to buy a $2 minifigure. You could bulk them together, but again, try to find that sweet spot of value versus time. And I think this was a nice middle ground where I was able to kind of theme them and then get those types of listings up. So it's 6 minifigures, sold it for $14 plus shipping. So based on the value that those minifigures hold, that's actually pretty solid. And somebody's going to buy it. It's like a toy. You can open it, give it as a gift. It's all the same theme. It's got all the accessories you would need and everything to play with it. So kind of cool. I had fun putting those together. I'm glad that it sold kind of quick. We've got another Lego set. This one is incomplete. So we've been counting, getting bulk stuff listed, just big bulk bins. Obviously, we pick out all the value, but then the rest you can bulk lot or whatever. And then things that are obviously sets, we're counting the pieces and ordering replacement parts. But there's a bunch that are the pieces you have don't make sense to complete. So I had a couple of incomplete sets. They ended up just listing that were good sets. They hold value, but it's not really worth buying the replacement parts for, just based on what I happen to have. So this was this Dino Explorer Trackmaster is the set. Complete, maybe it was a $30 set. We have only a couple bucks into it, but wouldn't be worth ordering the parts. So I just listed it and took a best offer, got $9.60 plus shipping. So at least sold it fast. Next up is this Mike Schmidt McFarlane toy. So I picked up a bunch of these baseball figures from a garage sale for $4 a piece, and this was the last one I had. These all sold pretty quick, and I got $30 plus shipping for that one. Nice one there. We got this Nike sportswear hoodie, paid $5 from a thrift store, sold for $19 plus shipping. This is kind of something to be on the lookout for. It's not something you would expect to be valuable. This is Fisher Price Star Stacker. Lights up, plays music, $5 from a thrift store, sold for $28 plus shipping. Got a bunch of loose disc PS3 games. These were actually from my personal collection, just, had kind of acquired these over the years and decided to sell them. If I ever want one of these games again, I'll buy it complete. So this one was Demon Souls, sold for $20 plus shipping. Paid $2 from a thrift store for this Dickies work shirt. It had to take a best offer to get it sold, but sold it for $10 plus shipping, so make a couple bucks on it. Another bins pickup, this Canon inkjet cartridge, sold for $15 plus shipping, so have about $1 into it. Another bins pickup, this is a steakhouse blooming onion maker. Again, $3 to $4 based on weight. Sold it for $23 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for some Carhartt pants, sold for $22 plus shipping. Here's our other incomplete set. This is the Lego Star Wars Jedi Starfighter with booster ring. This mid-2000s set. Really valuable set if it's complete. But again, didn't have the minifigures. And the pieces that I did have, it was about 50% of the set. And it just wasn't quite there to be worth it to complete. So I just listed it and sold it. and got $50 plus shipping. So still like make some good money on it, which is nice. Paid $10 from a garage sale for these Morel Flex running shoes. Sold them for $23 plus shipping. Another Lego Bionicle, 7 into it, sold it for $24 plus shipping. This was a nice one. Picked this up from a thrift store for $5. It is this brand Camber. It's this really thick, like waffle knit hoodie. Vintage 90s, very, very well made, like super thick, really high quality. Sold it for $65 plus shipping. And I got a bunch of minifigures listed yesterday. Despite the kids being on spring break and not really having that much free time, I did manage to get through some more Lego. Got a bunch of stuff listed recently, which is nice. Just some of the low-hanging fruit, like some of the more valuable stuff. And I'm sitting on a big backlog of things that I'm ready to list next week, but I really haven't had the time with them being off from school. This is Captain Rex. So again, I have about like $1 into this, roughly, like really not that much. Sold him for $35 plus shipping. Unfortunately, missing the helmet, and he has like leg armor. Complete's like a $70 figure, but the helmet's like a $30 piece just on its own. And then we've got this other lot, final item today. We've got another lot of minifigures. I had 3 TMNT minifigures. Sold those for $25 plus shipping. So nice one there. So that is everything that has sold this week, and I've actually already tallied up the game fund. It is $190 I have to spend on Game Boy Advance games. You may have noticed in the math, normally, if you've been following along, I do 10% of profit. I take out eBay fees and I take out 20% for income tax. And then I take 10% of that, and that's my game fund. I really want to have this challenge finished by the time summer rolls around. So my primary job is I'm a stay-at-home dad. This is not my full-time job. I put about 20 hours a week into this, and then weeks like this one where my kids were off from spring break, I didn't put much time into it at all. I packed my orders. I actually put the store on vacation mode for a few days because we were traveling, and then we got back yesterday. I have done the math finally. I sort of, set this up like thought it would take me about 6 to 9 months to finish this challenge, and had not thought I was going to take the summer off, but was thinking about kind of how last summer went, and I really was not very productive on eBay or YouTube. Well, I still was able to post a video every week on YouTube, but it was like cutting into my weekends and stuff, and not really what I want my relationship to YouTube to be. And so by the time summer rolls around, like I've decided I'm going to take the summer off from YouTube. I'm still going to, do garage sales and stuff like that, but I'm just going to do it for me. When summer starts, like that will be the end of season 2 of Cartridge Quest and Operation Advance. And then I'll come back in September and we'll start up season 3 together. And I haven't decided what that collection challenge is going to be, but I will be back in September. Now, that being said, if I want to finish this challenge by the time summer starts, I need to put more money into the game fund. That's just the reality. It's not going to be enough. I'm making about $500 a week on eBay, and it's been really consistent. For the amount of time I'm putting into it, I'm very, very happy with that. Like I said, I put max 20 hours a week into this. So $500 profit after tax. It's a really, really, really good part-time job. I'm really, really happy with where it's at. Fits into my lifestyle perfectly, and I get to buy cool stuff, and it's great. I've decided to up the percentage from 10 to 20. So from now until the end of the challenge, I'm going to be putting 20% of my profit into the game fund to buy games for the Game Boy Advance collection. Now, the other challenge, I love to support my local game stores, but I actually went somewhere earlier today. The game store didn't have anything that I needed for the collection. It's starting to get harder to find them in the wild. And there's no big conventions in my area anytime soon. Again, if I want to finish this in the next 3 to 4 months, I gotta go on eBay. Those are some changes that I'm making, at least in the short term, because I really want to get this done. I'm pressed for time, pressed for budget, so we gotta up it to 20%, and I'm still gonna be going to my game stores and looking, because I love to support them if I can, but I am gonna start ordering some of the harder to find games on eBay. So all that being said, I will put the number here, exactly how much profit I generated this week. I forget the exact amount, but I do know I have $190 in the game fund, and with that, we are going to add a copy of, which I ordered on eBay earlier this week, The Legend of Zelda Minish Cap.
新しい発見、新しい感動。ゲームボーイアドバンス、ゼルダの伝説、不思議の帽子。
I have a side hustle flipping stuff on eBay, but this is not easy money. I hit up my first town-wide garage sale of the season. I show you everything that sold on eBay this week, including the stinkers.
And as usual, we're adding some games to the GBA collection. Let's get into it. Up first, we've got this vintage 1980s Pearl Snap shirt picked up for $7 from a thrift store, sold for $18 plus shipping. Got another dress shirt, $5 from this brand Eaton, sold for $20 plus shipping. $4 from a thrift store for these 7 For All Mankind jeans, sold for $18 plus shipping. This might end up being the best item this week. Picked this up for $15 from a thrift store last week. It is this Disney music box with Tinkerbell on the top. Kind of mind-blowing. Sold for $175. Really, really fast. Nice one there. $10 from a thrift store for these Hunter boots, sold for $30 plus shipping. These are staples. I've sold like 4 or 5 pairs of these at this point. I will pretty much always pick them up. $3 from a garage sale for some cutoff shorts, sold for $13 plus shipping. This one was kind of a dud, but picked up this Orvis sweater for $6 and sold it for $5. It was all listed for over a year, and somebody finally sent me an offer, so I just took it. We've got another Pokemon card here. This is called Scoop Up Cyclone, sold for $6.50 plus shipping. $10 from a garage sale for this Sharp VCR, sold for $40 plus shipping. Sold another Lego Bionicle canister for $10 plus shipping. If you've been following along, I have been getting pretty deep into Lego over the last few weeks. I've been selling a lot of stuff. I bought this big bulk bin on Facebook Marketplace that I've been going through and trying to squeeze out as much value from it as I can, experimenting with different lots, like different types of pieces bulked together and seeing what sells. This sold really fast and for good value. These projectile pieces in this lot, there were 35 of them. A lot of them all together, sold it for $17 plus shipping within about a week, so nice one there. $3 from a thrift store for this Pyrex lid replacement, sold for $15 the very next day plus shipping. $5 from a garage sale for this North Face Denali jacket, sold for $11 plus shipping. This is a boy's size, so I would not pick up kids' sizes anymore. Bought this a long time ago. $10 from a thrift store for this Corning glass cookware, sold very fast as well for $45 plus shipping. This is a category trying to learn a lot more about. When my wife comes out with me thrifting, she is really into this kind of stuff lately, and so we've been picking up a bunch of this type of stuff. It's been selling pretty well, which is nice. We've got a digital camera, this Sony CyberShot, $25 into it. I paid $15 for the camera itself and then $10 for a replacement charger. Sold it for $85 plus shipping. Another pair of Carhartt pants, $3, sold it for $12 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this Dragon Strike board game. This is a category in general I'm trying to stay away from because, you know, if they're missing pieces, they're almost like impossible to sell. But this one, counted it in the store, it was complete, and it sold really fast for $35 plus shipping. And then the last item from this weekend, sold this vintage Howdy Doody watch with the case for $17 plus shipping. I'm gonna pack all this up. Probably gonna hit a thrift store later this week. We've got some garage sales on Friday, actually, so stay tuned for that. And then I will be back here to talk about everything else that sells this week. Stay tuned. I dug through a few racks and found this NCA cheerleading jacket for $8. Thought it was pretty cool, and obviously it must be hard to get one. I'm seeing comps all day for around $50. Also found this scanner for $15 that looks like it's in good shape with all of the components. Plugged it in and it powers on, seeing comps for right around $90. And on the way out for $10, found this Canon PowerShot digital camera. It's not in the best condition, but if it works, it should be around a $120 item. Even if it's broken, I should still be able to make a little bit of money. And now we are off to the first townwide garage sale of the season. So back after about 2.5 hours of garage sales, definitely got some cool stuff. Paid $5 for this NES power pad. Still need to test it, of course, but it's got the instruction manual in there, and hopefully that works. Was seeing those selling for about $40. We've got a nice Coach wallet. Paid $5 for this. These usually sell for about $20. We've got a retired sealed Lego set. Paid $8 for that. Normally this theme would not be very good, but was seeing that set, since it's retired, selling for about $35. We've got 2 of the same VCR, VHS, like DVD combo player. Paid $5 each for those, and hopefully they work. I did get to plug them in and turn them on and see the disc tray like open and close, so we at least know they power on. I haven't fully tested them, but hard to pass on those for $5 a piece. I got some crayons for my son, so that's cool, for $1. My wife was working from home today, and I was sending her pictures of like every glass table I could find, saying, what should I get, what should I get, what should I get? So grabbed a couple things. We've got, this is from the brand Shawnee. Again, follow along, see what actually sells, because again, we're just kind of like experimenting and seeing what does well, following some other creators and seeing what they like to sell. Apparently this stuff is like getting hot again. It's very strange to me because I don't really have any interest in it, but again, we'll pick up what sells. So there's this first piece, little vase. We've got a candlestick set. So there's a set of 2. This one's unsigned, but just the fact that it's like an animal, it's like interesting colors. Hopefully that will do okay. And then we were finding comps for this for like 30 to 40, this little flamingo. It does have a signature, but I don't know if that's like their note or whatever, but yeah, so all of the pottery. And then we've got this Chinese like porcelain vase. It is signed, but it's hard to figure those out with Google. But yeah, we are $13 into all of the pottery, so really not too bad. And then this was from another sale. I thought this was really cute, so I just got it. I picked it up to sell. I thought it was going to be something, and it was. It's this Curious George mug. It is vintage from the 90s. It's got a little chip. He's got a little chip on his nose, but he's chilling there, and there's a little banana inside, so kind of cool. We paid $5 for 2 vintage Star Wars lightsabers. I used to pick these up a lot and was selling through them, and for some reason they weren't doing too well recently. But those are some of the newer ones, like 2015 and newer. These are kind of nice because they are vintage. But yeah, 2002 on these. I opened them both up. They are nice and clean inside, so hopefully they work. Probably just lot them together, actually. That'd be a nice little lot, the 2 of those together. And then this one I paid up for a little bit, so didn't ask for some video games. I'm not asking every time, but if I'm seeing signs that they might have this type of stuff, I will ask. And at this point, I'm asking for video games and Legos. Those are the 2 things that I will ask for. This, he was like, oh, I'm going to sell it on eBay, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm like, okay, well, he brought this out of his house for me. I said, well, let's look it up together, and I'll make you a fair offer. We were seeing that it was selling for about $80 on a good day. So I offered him $50, and he was happy to take that and not have to do any work. And I will sell it and probably put like $20, $15-20 in my pocket. Nice, easy one there. We've got this Nike Mahomes jersey. Paid $5 for that. This will probably sell for like $20-25. And then the final item, this McFarland Sports Martin Brodeur versus Marc Messier. Pretty cool little thing if you grew up watching hockey in the 90s and early 2000s like I did. This is actually pretty nice. Paid $10 for it, and new in box, good condition. Probably going to sell for about $30 or so. So nice one there.
Before we jump into the rest of these sales, I did want to talk a little bit about kind of what's been going on this week. It's like a common lesson I have had to learn a couple times, I feel like. Just have to like consistently remind myself, eBay is not like quick money. You specifically with this Lego stuff that I've been dealing with the past couple weeks, like tons of prep time. Obviously you got to find the deal. That's not exactly easy. It is kind of a competitive category. The really good lots go pretty fast on Facebook Marketplace. I'm learning, makes sense. But the thing is, like, you put like 20 to 30 hours into, this is like multiple collections, but sorting through everything, like cleaning it, sorting through it all, combining missing parts when it's incomplete sets, like tallying everything up, counting everything and making sure it's all there, and then ordering replacement parts. It's worth the time in terms of like on paper, $1 per hour. But like, I spent like 20 to 30 hours listing all this stuff. Have a couple sales, we'll get into those, but it's not like this stuff is like, oh, you did the work and then boom, you get paid. This is not like a regular job in that sense. It is a business. You put time and effort and money into it up front, and it's like this machine that will spit out value, theoretically, every once in a while. And if you get more listings and your machine grows bigger, it spits out more and more money. But it's not this type of thing where you get this like immediate, quick result. So yeah, it's just like something I was kind of finding a little bit frustrating earlier this week, was listing a ton of Lego and some minifigure lots, couple sets, like things like that. And I've gotten some sales to trickle in, which is nice, but of course it's like most of it has not sold. It will eventually. And you're just like, you want to get that dopamine hit and you're like refreshing eBay and like, come on, show me a sale, show me a sale. You just have to kind of like, okay, trust the process. It will work out. Like, we will get there.
The store is growing slowly but surely. My sales are increasing slowly but surely. And the thing is, like, work I put in right now, I'm probably not going to get paid for like 90 days to 6 months. That's just like how it goes. So yeah, if you're looking for quick cash, eBay is not, unless you're like selling iPhones, this isn't like the side hustle where like, I want to make $500 like right now. It just doesn't really work like that. It's going to take you a few months to like get things going and pick it up. I think this is a fantastic side hustle, like best part-time job I could have right now. I'm a stay-at-home dad. I'm only putting like 20 hours a week into this. So really this is like the best thing I could be doing right now for somebody that's looking to make a little extra income that can squeeze it in when they want. Like, this has been awesome. But it's not like going to pick up an Uber ride and you get paid right away. You put a lot of work in, you don't see a result for a while. So kind of got to have some like fortitude and some patience to like really make this thing work. Used to do a sales job. It's kind of the same sort of thing. You make a bunch of phone calls, you set a bunch of meetings, you pitch a bunch of clients. You're like, okay, I know this is going to pay off eventually. But a lot of times it doesn't pay off right away. You put a lot of work in. You could go weeks without closing a deal. Then all of a sudden you close 3 in one day. That's just like kind of how it goes. And trust the process, right? Like make sure you're doing the right things. You're listing every day. You're going out sourcing. You're shipping your orders on time, and like things will kind of work out. But anyway, let's jump into some of these sales that we've got this week. And up first, pick this up from a thrift store for $13. It's a new with tags Polo Ralph Lauren dress shirt from the 90s, new old stock, dead stock, whatever you call it. Sold it for $27 plus shipping. This is a really nice one. Paid $5 from a thrift store for this vintage Oxford University rugby shirt. It's a pretty popular style right now from what I understand. And this one sold for $40 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this Champion University sweatshirt. Sold for $15 plus shipping. $7.50 from a thrift store for this Champion nylon pullover. Sold this for $34 plus shipping. This one picked up from an estate sale. It's called the Yamazaki Gone Fishing, and they are these stainless steel flatware set of forks. They look like little fish. Sold for $58 plus shipping, so that was a nice one there. $6 from a thrift store for this Tommy Bahama shirt. Took a best offer, $13 plus shipping. $3 from a thrift store for this Automaton electronic musical instrument. Sold it for $23 plus shipping. This one was kind of a stinker. Overpaid for these for sure. Again, like listed these, God, who knows, 6 to 9 months ago, like when garage sales were over, and I've been like trying to learn clothes and really just experimenting a lot and seeing what sells. Wouldn't pick this one up at, well, I would pick these up again, but not for $10. Madewell Perfect Vintage Wide Leg Jeans. Sold these for $15 plus shipping. These ended up being, was this the one? Yeah, these were, I didn't realize when I bought them that they had been like cropped, that the person had like cut them at the leg. So I think that's why they took so long to sell. The other pair of these I picked up and sold for like $25, $30 kind of recently. Oh, we've got another, I sold one of these last week, found another one. This was a Hess plush tractor. It makes sound and lights up. These are pretty good. $3 from a thrift store and sold it for $30 plus shipping. We've got a vintage, a Waterford crystal fairy lamp. Paid $5 from an estate sale for this and sold it for $51 plus shipping. Keep an eye out for this type of thing. Some signed pieces and stuff like that. Like obviously I'm going to show you stuff when I sell it. So hopefully you can pick up a thing or two. Sold another Wrangler Pearl Snap, $4. Sold it for $9 plus shipping. This is a good one. $3 from a thrift store for this vintage New York Mets jersey. Sold it for $30 plus shipping. So next up, we've got a Lego minifigure lot. I called this the Safari Adventure playset. Again, I had this big bin of like random stuff, and I'm like, how do I get the most money out of this? And was trying to come up with like themed minifigure lots. Of course, there's some that are really obvious. They're like Lego brand, like Legends of Kaima, Ninjago, like all these sorts of things. Star Wars, of course, that you can put the figures together and they kind of make sense. The rest are sort of like bulk, and I'm like, I don't know what to do with these, but I also don't want to just like throw them in my kids' bin and just kind of like not squeeze value out of them. So, while we were playing with them, I started sort of coming up with some themes. And so I had an Arctic theme. Technically that all goes together, but added some extra accessories and stuff. But this one I was excited that sold because these pieces are not necessarily very valuable. Probably like, I around like $8 to $10 worth of parts if you were to like buy them individually on Bricklink and try and like build your own little set. But it just happened to be like stuff I had, and the person is clearly like they're probably not a collector, because I don't think like a serious Lego collector would buy this. There's clearly somebody like gonna buy it and play with it or give it to their kids and let them play with. It's got a canoe, it's got 2 minifigures, some oars, like a girl with the camera, he's got like a little safari hat, and sold it for $13 plus shipping. So again, like squeeze this extra listing out of it, and like somebody's gonna have fun with it. So I'm gonna keep doing that with some of these minifigure lots. If I get these and have these like bulk figures, just try and come up with like excuses to like why do these go together, and try and come up with like little play sets for them. So and I think I mentioned this earlier this week, but you know, my kids helped me with it and we had some fun with it too. So it all works out. $5 from a thrift store for this Polo Ralph Lauren rugby shirt, sold for $14 plus shipping. I've got another minifigure lot from the same pickup. This is a bunch of Lego Castle minifigures. These ones are really good. They're very desirable. Sold these for $40 plus shipping. Got another polo shirt. I actually relisted a bunch of these, so I think I mentioned I've been doing the like delete sell similar strategy a little bit, especially for like seasonal clothing or things like I'm like that didn't sell. Let's try that one again. So I actually relisted like 25 polo shirts, and we got a couple sales from that, which is nice. So that definitely works. There's a little bit of like eBay apparently said, oh no, that you're wasting your time doing that. It works. It's like maybe they fix it at some point, but they clearly favor new listings, and they're not like tracking the product ID when you delete and sell similar. Like relist, I think it does, but if you sell similar, it gives it like a new product ID or something, and it shows up at the top of the search again, so you get another shot. Of course, like I'm lowering the price, I'm updating some item specifics and trying to make it more desirable, but then it's selling the second time around. So this is a Barber polo shirt, $5 from a thrift store, sold for $15 plus shipping. Got a couple more minifigure lots coming. This one is Lego Ninjago. It's 11 figures, sold it for $39 plus shipping. So again, these would be ones that would not be worth listing on their own. They're worth like $2 to $3 a piece. One of them was worth like 2 or 3 of them were worth like $5, $5 or $6 a piece. So it's like, okay, average it out, take like 10, 15% off to get it sold quick. And then we've got these Lego DC minifigures. There's 5 of them, sold for $15 plus shipping. So there you go. We've got this Epson V500 scanner picked up for $20 from the Goodwill, and then had to buy a cord, so a $15 cord. And thankfully it worked, sold it for $100 plus shipping. We've got another Pokemon card. This is called King Gambit. It's a little promo, sold for $340 plus shipping. We've got a Bose, picked this up for $35 from the thrift store, and sold it for $125 plus shipping. They call it the Wave Radio CD player. That's like the second or third one of these I have sold, actually. I come across these and they're very desirable, really, really nice CD player. We've got this lot of 2 women's cutoff jeans, sold for $18 plus shipping. And then the final item, I thought this was a lot better than it was. I picked this up from a thrift store for $6. Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess Strategy Guide, and was seeing comps for like $25, $30. Was very excited about it, so I picked it up and then realized mine was missing the poster. So that was why people were getting that price. There's some kind of collectible poster inside. Didn't even like notice it. Freaking says that right on the front. So that was a mess up on my part, but I still sold it quick, $14 and free shipping. So at least like make my money back on that. And that is everything that has sold this week. We're gonna tally up the game fund and add another game to the Game Boy Advance collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $674 in profit after eBay fees and income tax, bringing the game fund to $234. And for $105, we are adding 3 new games to the collection, including Banjo-Kazooie, Tactics Ogre, and one I have a lot of nostalgia for, Mario vs. Donkey Kong.
Outsmart Donkey Kong and bring back the mini Marios in Mario vs. Donkey Kong, only for Game Boy Advance.
That brings me to 31 out of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
I didn't want to be older, being like I wasn't there when my kids were young.
So I started selling stuff on eBay, and it completely changed how I support my family. Now, let's go hit some garage sales. Came back with another nice little haul, and there's something hiding on the table in a box. The best item, but we'll save that for last. First, we've got this Simpsons color forms, and it looks all complete in there, just kind of cool. It was only 75 cents, so kind of gambled on it, but think I should be able to get about 15 to 20 bucks for that. This is actually kind of a funny story. This bin of Lego, found it for 60 bucks. I've been, if you've been following along, I've been kind of spending a little bit of time on Facebook Marketplace looking for
Lego deals, some bulk lots and stuff. And this lot was on Facebook Marketplace for $110. Was negotiating back and forth a little bit, and she stopped responding, and then went out to a garage sale, and there it was for $60. So that sort of works out. I was gonna offer 80. Who knows if she would have taken it or not? But yeah, we got some plates. Not a ton of minifigures. I saw an Obi-Wan in there somewhere. There's obviously like a big chunk of this set, probably like a $25, $30 set, and then there are definitely some signs of life in here, some interesting pieces. Definitely some Star Wars stuff in here. So we'll see what happens. There's some non-Lego stuff in here as well, but from what I could see, it was mostly Lego. Yeah, we will see. But $60 for this much, I was really happy with that. We'll see what we can pull out of there. We've got this Bose Wave sound system with the remote. Seeing comps all day, super fast sell-through for $150. Paid $20 for this. And haven't tested it yet, so hopefully that works. This was another gamble. Paid $5 for this. Some of these bats, I don't know these super well. Some of these can be really expensive, especially this DeMarini brand. This is probably like a $25 bat. Nothing crazy. It's a little dinged up, but again, it was only $5. We've got a pair of Morel hiking boots for $5 in good condition. Treads are in nice shape. This is an old school MP3 player. It's called a Dell DJ. Paid $1 for this. Maybe that's a little throwback for some of you. This was kind of a gamble as well. It was only $1. I'm just like, let's try and see what happens. A little Pog collection. Tell me I can't get $10 for that on eBay. We'll see. We've got a vintage pencil sharpener. Shockingly, get like $20 for that. We've got, I haven't looked this up yet. Again, I'll show some comps on the screen. This Tiger Electronics baseball game. You actually I'm pretty sure you swing the bat, and that's how you can kind of hear the accelerator in there. Looks like it's in good condition. Again, this was $1. $2 for this Sony Handycam. Looks like it's in good condition. These usually need like batteries or memory cards or something, so we'll have to probably put a little bit of money into it to get it sellable, but nice pickup there. This one's a little interesting. My wife grabbed this 4x5 camera. I would not have grabbed it, but she saw this inside, which is kind of interesting. That at some point, they had looked it up on WorthPoint, and it has some comps. So we didn't really do our own research on it, but it was like, okay, well, hopefully they did their research. They had it for $20, so we'll see what happens. It's a little bit rough condition-wise, but we also have a family member that likes to collect this type of stuff, so maybe they'll be interested in it. Grabbed this for $3 for myself. Splinter Cell Conviction, one I did not have yet. We got two of these, $1 each for these little Bratz alarm clocks. Couldn't really find much information about them, but all this Y2K stuff is really hot right now, and I'd be shocked if you can't get like $25 for these little like alarm clock, electronic toy things, and new in packaging, which is nice. This was a good one. Paid $2 for this Return of the Jedi figure, and it's from 2002. The packaging isn't in the best condition. There's like a little slit right here, but again, we're seeing comps for like $30 on that one. This was one of the better pickups today as well. Got a bunch of these Star Wars Imperial Assault expansion packs. These are a board game. This is a board game, Star Wars Imperial Assault. And all these expansion packs usually are like limited release. They'll come out, they'll sell them for a little while, and then they kind of like phase them out. And these resell pretty well. Was seeing comps for just the one. I looked up this one, selling for like $20 to $30, just this single one. I haven't looked them all up yet, but I paid $18 for the whole lot, so $3 a piece, and got 6 of those. And they're all brand new sealed. Really nice there. This one, the wicker chair, was $1. My wife's been learning a lot about this kind of stuff, and apparently wicker's like kind of in all this cottage core stuff. It's actually a plant stand, and seeing comps for like $25. We've also got this fiber optic lamp. All this like mid-century modern stuff is pretty hot right now. And like a new fiber optic lamp is not going to be worth anything. Yeah, it costs for like $60 on this lamp, and nice one there. This one's a little interesting. This brass. We think it's a tiger. I don't know. What do you think? Panther? Tiger? We thought lion at first, but I don't know. Anyway, it's solid brass. I think it's antique, or not antique, but vintage, probably like mid-century. Apparently like panthers and tigers, all that stuff is very like 1960s, 1970s. We'll see. I mean, we're probably going to list it around 200 plus shipping and sort of see what happens with it. Would definitely be willing to take offers, but yeah, kind of interesting. we'll see what happens with that. And then the best item, paid 20 bucks for this one. This is the Lego Monster Fighters Haunted Mansion. Let me get it out of the box. So here it is. It's got the manuals. It's got most of the figures. We're missing Dracula here. I could not find Dracula on here. I know this opens up. I'm gonna open it up in a second if that's what you're thinking. He's not inside either. A little dusty. Obviously we'll have to take it apart and clean it, but this is so good. This is so good. So it's a little dirty. Yeah, sometimes these old sets can get a little bit brittle. You know, just especially being in the dust. Maybe they had it like a window or something. Maybe got a little bit of sun damage. I am going to build this. We're gonna play with this because this is freaking awesome. I mean, look how cool this set is. And let's turn it around. And there's our little vampire lady. And it opens up. And there's some cool stuff in here. So yeah, it's probably missing some pieces. And I'll probably end up ordering that missing minifigure, the vampire, just so the set is complete. So this isn't easy money. You know, I'm gonna have to put a lot of work into this to get this ready, but this was definitely the find of the day. Super excited about this one, and probably will put some hours into playing with it. And almost forgot one more item. My wife reminded me, we bought this one too. This little Lennox Swan placard holder. Apparently this is like very trendy right now. Seeing comps for like $100 on this little thing, which, I mean, who would have thought, right? Now let's jump into everything that actually sold this weekend. Up first, we've got this Lego Ninjago minifigure. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. We've got a CCM youth hockey helmet picked up for $8 from a thrift store, sold for $25 plus shipping. Got a Pokemon card, $4.75 plus shipping for that one. This one took a long time to sell. I thought it was a pretty cool item. Paid $3 from a garage sale for it. It is this vintage 90s Mickey Mouse jacket. It's got this kind of like nautical theme. It's packable, it's hooded, it's waterproof. Like, it's got some cool features about it. It took, gosh, I don't know, a year and a half to sell, but finally got $39 plus shipping for it. $3 from a thrift store for this Vineyard Vines polo, sold for $10 plus shipping. We've got some more Lego here. We've got this Lego Castle minifigure lot, sold for $45 plus shipping. Kind of estimating how much I have into these. It's a little tricky because these all came from like one big lot and I had about $100 into it. So really like only a couple dollars into these figures, which is really nice. We've got another minifigure lot. This is a lot of 7 from the theme Nexo Knights, sold for $20 plus shipping. We've got another minifigure from the same lot. This is Lego Ninjago Shade, sold for $35 plus shipping. And we've got another minifigure. This one is a Lego Star Wars Clone Trooper, sold for $13.50 plus shipping. Picked this up at garage sales this past weekend. After fees and everything, I'll make like $10, $12 on it, but easiest $10 to $12 I will ever make. Again, sold for $85, free shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this Tommy Bahama shirt, sold for $10 plus shipping. A lot of these shirts, you know, these things that are selling through, like, had to do the delete, sell similar, drop the price. These have been on eBay for a really long time, so I'm happy to get these sold, and these are not items that I would pick up again, so learn from me. This past winter really was like, you know, I'm like, okay, we're gonna learn clothes because it's the thrift store, that's what's open right now. Want to keep sourcing, want to keep listing, so it has been successful. Like, I'm making money selling clothes, but there's a lot of things I'm selling that, you know, I probably wouldn't pick up again just based on, you know, the amount of time you have to like put into it to make, you know, a $5 profit. It's not horrible, but not really where I want to be. So those would not be items that I pick up again. This next one, probably in the same boat. These Ralph Lauren chino shorts, $4 from a thrift store, sold for $10 plus shipping. This Donald Ross Sport Polo picked up for $5, sold for $12 plus shipping. Now, if these were bins pickups and you were paying like $1, or a garage sale pickup, you were paying $1 or $2, could be worthwhile, but not from the thrift store. This next one is kind of crazy. We've been doing some spring cleaning around the house and making boxes of things to donate. Have listed a couple things on eBay that, you know, my kids have outgrown or aren't interested in anymore. This one was going to end up in a free pile to go away on my local free group. We started just like, oh, this one's kind of unique. Let's like scan a couple of these things. Like, you know, some of these toys, they can be collectible and stuff. So you're like, well, I have no money into it. Like, let's see if it sells 10, 15, 20 bucks. It'd be worth the trouble to list it and, you know, ultimately get some money out of it. We sold this Blue's Clues Rainbow plush for $100. And it took about 2 days to sell. We listed it this weekend, and it sold within a couple days. So, you know, it kind of makes me nervous because you're like, what else did I get rid of that is worth money? I had no idea. But, I mean, kind of crazy. We looked this up, and we're like, wait, what? What? It's $100. Picked it up at a garage sale a couple years ago for like 50 cents, which is kind of crazy. This was a garage sale pickup recently as well. Paid $10 for this Clask board game. It's brand new in box. Sold it for $40 plus shipping. $4 from a garage sale for this vintage 80s Guess denim jacket. Sold for $30 plus shipping. $12 from a thrift store for some Carhartt ripstop pants. Sold for $24 plus shipping. Got another minifigure lot. This is like Jurassic Park, Jurassic World themed. Bunch of like little troopers, Ian Malcolm, and then the girl from Jurassic World. I don't remember her name. But sold those for $20 plus shipping. And again, what's interesting about these lots is like, if I was to list these individually, one, it would take so much time. Two, they wouldn't sell because most of these figures are worth like $1 to $2 a piece. But once you lot them up, you know, and then obviously shipping as a buyer, shipping's like a big problem. If you're going to buy a $2 minifigure, pay $6 shipping, it doesn't really make sense. Now you make these lots and they're all kind of the same thing. Now, you know, you're getting a good deal and I'm able to sell a lot of figures quickly and maximize the value I'm getting from them. So very happy that these minifigure lots are selling pretty quick. We've got another kind of stinker here, this Callaway Opti Dry Polo. Again, another one of these like, let's relist this item, drop the price, try and get it sold. $4 into it, sold it for $8 plus shipping. And then the final item this weekend, this Rawlings softball bat. $4 from a garage sale for this, sold it for $25 plus shipping. So that is everything that sold this weekend. Let's go ahead and get these packed up.
And I tried to get a midweek thrift run in, but honestly, with garage sales back in season, it's really hard to justify these prices. Poked around a bit, but left empty-handed.
So before I jump into everything that sold over the rest of the week, I did want to talk a little bit about how this week went. The reason I got into this reselling thing is because I'm a stay-at-home dad, and I really only have about 20 hours a week on a good week to dedicate to this. It really is like the perfect part-time job, fits into my schedule perfectly. And if you followed along, I kind of talk about that, that is really like, I see this as kind of like a dream job, honestly. It's not the most money I could be making, absolutely not. But in terms of flexibility, which is the most important thing to me right now, there's not many jobs that are going to pay me as well as I'm paying myself doing this, to like kind of clock in, clock out when I want, stuff like that. So, you know, if you have young kids yourself, you know, it's like things come up all the time. And so this week I got a call on Tuesday that my son was, you know, not feeling well and needed to come home. Not going to get into the gory details, but had to pick him up early, took him to the doctor that day. So that day was kind of shot. And then Wednesday, you know, listed some things like here and there, got my orders packed, but like didn't put my like 4 hours a day that I normally put into this. And then on Wednesday, he was not allowed to go back. And then he was back to school on Thursday. So, you know, it's kind of like one of those things, like it's just, you do what you can and you make the most out of it. And what's really nice about eBay is like the sales just kind of like keep coming. Of course, you know, I'll have to try to like make it up elsewhere to make sure I can like keep the store growing and stuff like that. Like I do want to continue to grow my sales. I'm not getting exactly as much out of it as I would like, but still like really happy with it in terms of like the time I'm putting in versus the money I'm getting out. But again, it's like weeks like this, I'm always reminded like, okay, this is why I'm doing this. I wasn't in an office in New York City and had to get on a train hour and a half back home to then come pick my son up at school and then convince my boss why I needed the day off or whatever. At least at the job I used to have, they would not have been down with that. That would not go well. And, you know, that's why I don't have that job anymore. So, you know, that's why I left that work in the first place, was like, I needed that flexibility. I didn't want to be older being like, I wasn't there when my kids were young. So it's not exactly easy. You know, you kind of get into the routine, and I'm really enjoying doing this as like my part-time job. But, you know, it's like weeks like this when you're reminded, oh yeah, that's like why I'm doing this in the first place. So, you know, making the most of it this weekend. We've still got some really nice sales to talk about. So let's go ahead and jump into those right now. Up first, we've got this Lego Ninjago figure, Skylore. Sold that for $23 plus shipping. We've got this vintage Blanco, like an ice bucket. Picked that up for, kind of paid up for it, $18 from the thrift store, but sold it for $59 plus shipping. Picked these up in a lot from an estate sale like months and months ago, but they finally sold these vintage cufflinks, sold them for $30 plus shipping. Pulled a couple items out of a big Lego lot recently, some stuff that was actually worth listing. Price is tough to sell because it was in pretty rough condition and not really like usable in the sense that, you know, most of the figures are like incomplete and kind of rough. But there's these Plants vs. Zombies Connects figures. Again, kind of don't really have anything into them. Sold them for $10 plus shipping. I have tons of, not tons, but I have a bunch of shoes that I'd picked up at garage sales and stuff. They're kind of worth it. Depends. I mean, I guess if you're getting them for a couple bucks, it is kind of worth the trouble. Anyway, I got these Sauconys, paid $2 from a garage sale for them and sold them for $15 plus shipping. They took a really long time to sell. I make like decent profit on them, but again, don't necessarily want this to be like a thing I'm doing consistently because I would run out of space back here pretty quick. I have a very small storage area, so I'm trying my best to stick to fast sell-through rate items or things that are small. You know, like profit per square inch, I guess you could call it. Like clothing's not necessarily fast sellers, but I can store a lot of it in a small area. So shoes, I don't know. I'm going to be a lot pickier with those in the future, and have been a lot pickier. Got another Lego Bionicle canister only. Sold this one for $10 plus shipping. This is a really nice one. Picked this up at a garage sale for $1, and it sold within a couple days. This is a Lennox Swan figurine. It's a little like card holder. People sometimes call it like a cake topper. Sold it for $110 plus shipping. These are kind of hot right now, so keep an eye out for these. Another lot from a big Facebook Marketplace pickup. Again, just like sorting through it and trying to maximize the dollars I'm getting from all this bulk Lego. And put a bunch of Lego Castle weapons together. Sold that for $13.50 plus shipping. And another random lot from this Lego haul. These Hasbro Creo Transformers figures. So they're kind of like Lego ripoffs. Again, calling this free and sold it pretty quick for $20 plus shipping. Vineyard Vines was one of those brands I was picking up a bunch when I was first getting into clothing. It's, you know, it's a nice brand. You see like people are getting decent money for them, but the sell-through is just horrible. So I picked these up for $8 and took forever and eventually took an offer for $10 plus shipping. Again, I'm just like happy to be selling through some of this clothing right now. $15 for this Wearing Pro waffle maker, sold it for $45 plus shipping. Picked up this Coach bag for $5 from a garage sale, sold it for $23 plus shipping. Another Lego minifigure lot. This one sold for $18 plus shipping. Again, this is another one of those items like, you know, learn from my mistakes. Like you think, oh, Ralph Lauren, super nice. And when you get into clothing and stuff, you realize, oh my God, this stuff is everywhere. And it's actually not really valuable. There's some exceptions for sure, but this one I thought was kind of interesting because it had this little like crest on it. Again, like sold it for $10 plus shipping. So not something I would pick up again. Paid $1 for these Pogs. They call them like milk caps too, but they're Pogs from the 90s. That little game, you'd hit the slammer on the top and they'd all like flip over. If you didn't grow up in the 90s, you might not remember these, but yeah, sold these for $15 plus shipping pretty quick. $4 from a thrift store for these Huck fishing shorts, sold for $13 plus shipping. Picked this one up on Facebook Marketplace, actually this Yankee Candle patchouli scent. It's a retired candle and kind of a desirable scent. Paid $15 on Marketplace for it and sold it for $52 plus shipping. This took a really long time to sell, surprisingly. PlayStation 1, not super desirable, I think just because PS2 is backwards compatible. Pretty much like every console is backwards compatible with PS1, so I don't think there's a ton of demand for it. But, you know, you want that nostalgic experience. You still want to play on a PS1 with the original controller and everything. Had $10 into this one and sold it for $50 plus shipping. $1 at a flea market for this Under Armour catcher's helmet and sold it for $25 plus shipping the same day that I listed it. $12 from a thrift store for this Viking duck figurine. This one sold for $35 plus shipping. Actually had one sell like 2 weeks ago for about $60. So this one only sold for $35 plus shipping. But funny enough, it sold to the same person that bought the last glass duck, so they obviously had a good experience. $5 from a garage sale for some Nike Air Max women's shoes, sold for $12 plus shipping. And the final item today, $4 from a thrift store for this Wrangler Pearl Snap, sold for $14.50 plus shipping. We're gonna tally up the game fund and add some really nice stuff to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, I made $612 in profit this week after eBay fees and income tax, bringing the game fund to $251. And for $140, we are adding an all-time great to the collection, Pokemon Fire Red. That brings me to 32 out of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
You know, I could sit and relax and like enjoy a show with my wife at the end of the day, or I could sort a Lego set. I could make $50 right now.
I'm going to share everything that sold on eBay this weekend, but first, we've got some garage sales to hit. Let's go. So just got back from another round of garage sales. Much more normal haul here today. Only paid $2 for these Sony wireless headphones. For this model, was seeing comps around like 40 to 50 bucks. This was just kind of like in some random bins and literally like $1 a piece. So I kind of gambled on a couple things, and I don't think these are anything like crazy special, but like $10 items here. And then we got this Logitech HD camera. I haven't looked this up yet, but again, I'll show comps on the screen for this. Again, literally like $2 for that. $1 for a Nintendo AV cable, you never know. $1 for this. And then for $5, got this Monsters Inc. ornament that sells for about $25.
So let's jump into everything that has sold over the weekend. And up first, we've got this antique Royal Nippon hand-painted vase. Picked up for $5 from Facebook Marketplace, sold for $45 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this vintage. The brand is Chocolate Soup. Girl's floral dress, sold for $15 plus shipping. I'm going to save the best item from this weekend for last, as usual. We sold for $5, picked up this baseball glove from a garage sale, sold it for $28 plus shipping. $3 from a thrift store for this Columbia Anorak jacket, sold it for $34 plus shipping. Got another minifigure lot, picked this up as part of a big Facebook Marketplace. Pick up $100 into the lot and pulling tons and tons of figures out of it. It's been a very, very good little haul. Sold that for $19 plus shipping. This lot of 5, they call them the Mighty Micros, all different like little superheroes. This was from a different lot, but it's the Lego Indiana Jones Jungle Duel set, but literally all I have is the tent and the manual. I probably had some other pieces in that lot, but wasn't worth pulling out. And still got $10 for the manual and the tent. That was the most valuable piece from the set. $4 from a garage sale for this Star Wars figure, sold it for $25 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this Operation Flashpoint Xbox 360 game, sold for $17 plus shipping. We've got another incomplete set from a different lot. I estimate I have about $5 into it. It's this Lego Indiana Jones Shanghai Chase. Didn't quite have enough to justify trying to complete it. Didn't have the minifigures, like a lot of the valuable pieces. So just listed it incomplete, took some offers, and got it sold for $25 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this vintage mid-century modern glass pedestal. We thought it might have been from this maker Blanco, which is very, very desirable, but couldn't really like narrow it down to that, so kind of had to list it a little bit generic. Sold it for $33 plus shipping. Another minifigure lot, sold this one for $35 plus shipping. This was probably one of the worst purchases I've ever made as a reseller. Paid $40 a piece for, I think I bought 6 or 7 of these Bauer hockey sticks. That I couldn't find any on eBay at the time that I bought them. Was seeing them on like Sports Authority, some like used sports sites and stuff for like $150, $200 a piece. So I'm like, oh, I'll list them for $100 and sell them really fast. And they sat around forever. I still have a couple listed. I sold one before and like broke even on it just because the shipping was so expensive. And now thankfully someone bought 2 of them, took an offer $70 a piece, so $140 with free shipping, and paid $30 to ship them. So, you know, even with like fees and everything else, I'm like just breaking even on these, unfortunately. They sat around for a really long time originally because like right after I listed mine, I was like, man, why aren't these getting any sales? And then looked into it. And there was a Salvation Army in Texas had listed like 20 of them, which they must have been losing money on this. I don't know how they were even doing this, like $30 free shipping. So finally they are, I'm getting some sales here and there on these, but like not making much money. Definitely overpaid. We've got this automaton musical instrument picked up from a garage sale for a couple bucks, sold it for $20 plus shipping. Another minifigure lot. This is 13 from the Legends of Kaima. Sold this one for $35 plus shipping. We've got 5 Star Wars. These are like Baby Yoda, Grogu figures. Picked these up for $1 from a garage sale and sold them for $6 plus shipping, so nothing crazy there. Bundled 3 Star Wars figures together, Lego minifigures. This is Moroff, Admiral Raddus, and Biston, I think is how you say his name, all from Star Wars Rogue One. Sold those together for $35 plus shipping. And then the best item this weekend, this is a Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass cardboard display stand. So like would have been in a GameStop when this game was brand new, like advertising the release. Measures like 4 or 5 feet tall. It's really cool. I picked this up at an estate sale for like $5. I paid like $25 for a big lot of standees, posters, stuff like that. First of all, I tried to sell it locally. It wasn't getting much interest. I tried a Facebook group that does this type of stuff and got some interest. People were commenting on it, saying it's cool and stuff, but wasn't able to secure a deal. Ended up doing an auction on eBay for $500 starting bid. And finally, the auction ended over the weekend, and this item sold final bid $660 plus $20 shipping. The shipping label, I ended up paying $160 to ship this item. It's very large. It's not super heavy, but it's very, very large. Like even folded up, it's really big. The only box I could find that fit it was a like large TV box. Yeah, it's going kind of far too, but it's $160 all in for the label and then $60 in transaction fees. So my order earnings, again, I don't put exactly this full amount into my profit. I take 20% off of this, but my order earnings were $452. So I'm really happy with that. I couldn't sell it locally. I was willing to take $500 locally, but really happy with how this ultimately turned out because like I said, I have $5 into this item.
Now I've got about an hour at this local rummage sale. Let's see what I can find. They had a ton of stuff, but unfortunately most things were priced out of resale margin. But thankfully I found a few good items in the electronics to make it worth the trip. I grabbed this Magnavox VCR for $40. Like I said, not cheap, but sells all day with the remote for around $120. Paid $10 for this Pizzelle maker that goes for around $40. Found this Bose radio for $40 with the remote that sells fast for around $100. And I paid $65 for this LL Bean weather station in good condition that sells for around $200.
Today is Friday. I'm going to jump into everything that has sold the rest of the week on eBay. But before I did want to talk a little bit about something that's been on my mind a little bit this week, dealing with quite a bit of FOMO. And let me explain. It's really important to me to set ahead of time, like really firm boundaries on this work. There's so much you could do. You know, you could work at this job 500 hours a week. There aren't 500 hours in the week to dedicate to this, but you could, hypothetically. There's just so much stuff out there. There's so much sourcing you could do. And then, you know, obviously like every spare minute of the day, you could just be like, well, you know, I could sit and relax and like enjoy a show with my wife at the end of the day, or I could sort a Lego set. And that might be worth like $50 over the next 30 minutes. I could make $50 right now. And that's like a dangerous place to be. You know, this isn't the only thing that this happens with. You know, a lot of careers like sales job, again, I go back to that because that's what my experience was. I was able to be successful in that job working 9 to 5. The company didn't expect you to work after hours. Wasn't exactly discouraged for a long time until I got in trouble for that, but that's a story for another day. They, you know, wouldn't necessarily discourage you from doing that. And there were people that were up working late. What did that get them? You know, maybe they made some extra money, but ultimately at the end of the day, like, you're going to burn out. You know, you can't do that forever. So you have to be able to set those kind of boundaries to be healthy and to maintain longevity in something, you know, because you can work really hard at something for 3 months and burn out and not do as well as somebody that is working at a consistent, sustainable pace that is willing to do it for the next 25 years. You know, and that's kind of how I see this. Who knows what's going to happen 5-10 years from now as my kids get older. You know, I'm a stay-at-home dad right now, but it's not always going to be true. My kids are going to get older, and maybe this isn't the thing in the future. But at least for now, like, I want this to be sustainable, and I want to be excited to do it, and I want it to be fun. I want, you know, Saturday morning garage sales to be exciting. And yes, I'm there to make money too, but I want it to be fun. And I think if you're not setting boundaries on, you know, being self-employed, you know, I'm not working full-time at this, but am self-employed, clock out at 5. Like, don't work on this after 5 o'clock. I've decided 2 sourcing days. So that's kind of a new thing for me. I think it's about finding that balance that works for you and can be sustainable over time. And it's like, oh my God, there's 2 town-wide garage sales this weekend. Let's go to all of them. And it's like, but it's the weekend. Like, I want to spend time with my family and I want to be with my kids. And there's other things that I want to do besides just like go to garage sales. You just don't want to be in a spot where you're motivated by fear. Oh, well, what if there's another item at this other sale that I'm missing out on? As opposed to you just kind of like set the system and do the work and trust that it's going to work out in the long run. But let's go ahead and jump into everything that has sold the rest of the week. And up first, this University of Arkansas sweatshirt. Picked up for $5 from a thrift store, sold for $15 plus shipping. $6 for these LL Bean flannel lined pants, sold for $23 plus shipping. Picked up this toy actually out of a bulk lot of Lego. Find like random toys in them sometimes. And this one was just kind of in there, so kind of calling it free. I sold this Disney Planes Dusty, a little die-cast figure, for $10 plus shipping. I have $2 into this Lego Bionicle, sold it for $19 plus shipping. We got $10 into this VCR DVD combo player from the brand RCA, sold for $40 plus shipping. And then the same buyer purchased a Sony Handycam we picked up for $2 from a garage sale. Had to put $8 into a charger, but ended up selling it for $175 plus shipping very quickly. $3 from a garage sale for these black patent leather shoes, sold them for $14 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this American Giant hoodie, definitely a brand to keep an eye out for. Sold this one for $45 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for this vintage Chinese porcelain vase, sold it for $41 plus shipping. $12 from a thrift store for these Nike Alpha Menace football cleats. Sold those for $22 plus shipping, so definitely overpaid for those a little bit. Got a couple more Lego minifigures here. This is Gandalf and Bard the Bowman. Sold these together for $19 plus shipping. This was another item that was in a random Lego lot, so again, like not even $1 into this, like couple cents. Is this Lego DC Comics Batman minifigure keychain. Sold for $9 plus shipping. This was in another lot of toys that I picked up. I don't even remember where I got this, but technically, like, calling it free. I bought the bin for something else, and these just kind of happened to be in there. These are Whiz Kids. They call them Creepy Freaks. Sold these for $9 plus shipping. So again, not something I would have picked up on its own, but because it was in the lot just listed, it took a long time to sell, but still $9 plus shipping out of that. $3 from a thrift store for this vintage Pyrex. Sold it for $24 plus shipping. Got another minifigure lot. I put these all together because they're all from like the Lego collectors little boxes that they sell in the store. You open it up and it's almost like a little like minifigure booster pack. 5 random ones. Sold these for $20 plus shipping. Got this lot of 6 empty PSP cases. Picked these up as part of like a big video game buyout I made like over a year ago, and a lot of these all together. Sold them for $20 plus shipping. And then we've got another Lego Bionicle. I sort of averaged these all out based on how much I paid to buy replacement parts for all the sets. So I say I have $7 into it, but it's averaged out across a bunch of sets. But this one sold for $10 plus shipping. $3 for this Bruce Springsteen hoodie. Sold it for $31 plus shipping. $4 from a thrift store for some G-Star jeans. Sold for $16 plus shipping. This was from my own closet. This Arrow chambray shirt sold for $12 plus shipping. $1 from a garage sale for some vintage Polo Ralph Lauren corduroy pants. Sold them for $15 plus shipping. We've got another minifigure lot. Put these 3 together because they're all kind of like monster fantasy themed. Little werewolf, Frankenstein, and evil wizard. Sold these 3 for $12 plus shipping. Got another Lego Bionicle. Again, $7 into it. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. We'll save the best for last there. We've got this Logitech Smart Remote. Sold for $15 plus shipping. Have $5 into that. We've got another Lego minifigure. This Star Wars Jyn Erso. She sold for $35 plus shipping. Came out of a Facebook Marketplace lot. And then finally, the best item today, this Philips shelf stereo system, little CD player. Picked it up for $15 from Goodwill. Thankfully, it was in perfect condition, worked great. Sold it for $175
$75 plus shipping. So let's go ahead and tally up the game fund. I think I may be pretty close to $1,000. I don't know for sure, but we're gonna tally that up, add up the game fund, and add some really nice stuff to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, I made $1,041 in profit this week after eBay fees and income tax, bringing the game fund to $319. And for $75, we are adding copies of both Golden Sun and Golden Sun: The Lost Age.
Challenging diabolical foes to deadly duels of destruction. Choose your
That
weapon.
puts me at 34 out of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
Just like one meeting, your whole life is totally changed, completely upended.
It's Saturday, and as usual, we've got some garage sales to hit, so let's go.
Actually got a bunch of clothing today. A couple jerseys, $2 each on these. 2 Jets jerseys. Again, we don't discriminate on the team because I don't really care. Other than people always ask me, "Oh, you're a Texans fan?" Yeah, sure. $2 for that. These are pretty cool. These vintage. Guy had a ton of vintage New Jersey State Police stuff, but he was kind of asking pretty big prices on a lot of them. Clearly was his collection. Was able to get a deal on 2 pieces that I thought were really nice. This one was in really good condition. Little like vintage, made in USA. And yeah, so $5 for that. And then this one I thought was pretty cool too. This vintage New Jersey State Police, well, made in USA, like windbreaker. Seeing pretty good comps for these. So really happy with those. Nice pickups there. We're going to finish up the clothing. $3 for this vintage Russell sweatshirt. Nothing crazy. Probably a $20 item, honestly. But when I see vintage stuff like this, and I don't know what this represents, but I actually kind of like that, the tennis vibe. And then this one, I couldn't find this exact item on eBay, but I saw this huge embroidery on the back. It's like dragon on there. Clearly like Y2K impact. Very like Y2K-ish, and it's got, you know, a bunch of embroidery on there, and it just needs to run through the wash. But yeah, paid $8 for this, and I'm gonna guess like minimum $30, but probably a little bit more. It's very unique. $1 each for these. Only picked them up because they were really cheap. You know, nice little like store filler. Just like Ralph Lauren denim shirt. These denim shirts always do like pretty well. They sell kind of quick. So Ralph Lauren on that one, and then a Lucky Brand pearl snap. So it's got some stuff going on for it. And again, only $1. Found a table filled with Carhartt pants. They wanted $5 a piece, so couldn't just like snap by all of them. But I picked out the ones that I thought were in good enough condition, or, you know, kind of like they were beat up, but like in a good way. So you can see this one has some like holes in it and stuff, but still like kind of cool. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs of those. Again, $5 a piece. Probably a $20 to $25 pair of pants on each one of those. So that's all the clothing. And actually, I guess we'll count this as part of it too. Got a new with tags. Yeah, it's not in the box or anything, but clearly never worn. Morel slip-on shoes for $12. Happy to pay up for these just because they're new, and they'll probably sell around like $50 to $60. We've got it is open box, I think. It may have been used. It's hard to kind of tell. You know, if it's new, which I don't think it is, they sell for like $200, but it looks like they maybe used it like once or twice. It's in immaculate condition, and I'm not going to open it all up again, but it is still in the plastic. Like they have the plastic, but it looks like it does have like a crumb or two on it, so I think they used it and then put it away. But still, this model, like used, will sell for about $40. I think just because of the condition it's in and has the box and a bunch of the accessories, we'll probably get like $60 for it. I'm going to hope. Kind of got to buy these when you see them. You know, you find an NES game at a garage sale. I know, it's nothing special, but it was $1. You got to buy Mario Brothers for $1. We've got this. We think it's vintage, probably 60s, 70s, something like that, like mid-century. Black, like pottery Jaguar. It's unsigned. Paid $5 for that, and we're seeing comps like $50 to $60 on it. Very stylish. Pretty cool. And then this was the find of the day. These are kind of interesting. We had to look into these because it's just one of those things you're like, what in the hell is that? And I'm just going to pick one up very gently. So these are really heavy. Obviously you can't tell that on camera, but these are super heavy, but the bases look really cheap. So when you look at the base, you know, it's like, oh, it's like, you know, a little made in China, whatever, light. But this fixture on top is like so interesting. You're like, what is this? Yeah, so if you look at these, it's like, these don't look like anything special, right? It's
Oh, Harbor Lights 2002. It's battery powered. Like, oh, this couldn't really be anything, right? We paid $10 for the box, so for all 4 of these. And pretty sure these are from a lighthouse. And what we think the company does is they like harvest, but they get these from old lighthouses, and then they put it on the little base and they, transform it into like a nice light for your side table or living room, whatever. Seeing comps for these, each one between 150 and 200. Some of them are selling for like 250. Kind of crazy. So this was something we almost passed on, and thank God we didn't, and that we took our time and like actually looked it up, because yeah, this is kind of crazy. So these we're going to try and get uplisted as soon as possible. Hopefully they work. I imagine like even without the bases, like these probably are still pretty valuable. But yeah, there you go. That was the find of the day. All right, and we're back on Sunday. Took the kids out to a playground this morning. Beautiful spring day here in New Jersey, and stopped at maybe about 5 or 6 sales, and today was vintage clothing day. Sometimes when it rains, it pours, as they say. So let me show you everything else we grabbed at garage sales this weekend. So up first, $2 for this Diadora soccer jersey. Again, just based on like prices, kind of stuff you have to get, right? Like, I don't think this is anything like super crazy, but still pretty cool. Looks like vintage 90s to me, and then on that tag. This is all from one sale, these couple of shirts. I put 2 aside that I'll show you right at the end because they are kind of crazy. I thought this one was cool. $1 for this vintage 90s Mickey shirt. Well, made in USA, and the back is pretty cool. Again, just this kind of like oversized graphic, cool color, that like color block on the sleeves. $1 for that. $5 for this vintage Banana Republic shirt. I think you call this like a camp shirt. Probably need to run it through the wash with a little bit of OxyClean, but pretty sure that's 80s. This one's really cool. Again, $1 for this. I was kind of into the MLS back when I was a kid in the 90s. I still live in Florida and used to go to Tampa Bay Mutiny with Carlos Valderrama. If anyone else remembers him. But this is a super cool shirt. The little taxi cab on the front. Obviously, I'm in the northern New Jersey area, so find all the Jersey teams, all the New York teams. This is the Metro Stars. Pretty sick. That is such a cool shirt. Again, I don't know what I can get for this. I'll show you some comps on the screen. I've done a little bit of research. A lot of the shirt people, they're kind of dreaming on some of their prices, honestly. Like, sell-through's pretty bad, I think, because people are just pricing things way out of what is reasonable. It's like made in USA, Nike tag, the taxi. Very, very cool shirt. Again, $1 for that. We've got the Harlem Wizards. Again, stain on it, but I don't know if that's always a bad thing with vintage. Obviously, it'd be better if it wasn't there, but you can still sell it even with that. Made in Canada. Pretty cool little design, kind of cute little guy there. Again, it's from the same garage sale. Just had a big old pile of t-shirts, $1 each. Nothing on the back on that one. We've got pretty sure this is 80s. Was doing a little research on the tag. Little made in USA screen stars. Kind of hard because it's a little wrinkled, but again, this is like a local-ish university to us up here. Little 80s Rutgers football, kind of cool. Probably nothing crazy, probably like a $20 shirt. This one was cool. I did pay $40 for it, but it's kind of one of those things. It's like so hard for me to pass on these because they're just so cool. And it's got a little bit of wear, but no like holes or anything. I was trying to be pretty thorough, like checking it over. NFL starter, really nice satin bomber jacket. Guy, for $20, I bought, I think it's 7 or 8 vintage 90s Yankees shirts. Like I said, today was the day of vintage clothing. Little American League champions. I have 2 of these. Probably just list them separately. Again, I'm thinking these are probably like $25 shirts, nothing insane. They're good sizes too because they're men's XLs. We've got another 90s. This one's 98. Yankees, World Series champions. I mean, the champions shirts is obviously better. So these averaged about, I guess, like $2 to $3. I think this one's the best. It's just such a cool design. New York rocks the world, 1998 World Series champs. Very nice. Got another one, Eastern Division champs from 96, and the American League champs from 96. Oh, excuse me, one more. And we got another World Series champions shirts. So I'll have to show some comps, but I'm going to guess each one of these is probably like a $25-ish shirt, maybe more. We'll look into the comps a little bit. And it's a good size. Again, all these like men's extra large, XXLs. Those are just going to sell a little bit faster, hit a wider audience. People like the baggy fit, I think. Again, we're saving 2 more bangers for the very end on the t-shirts, but got a couple more things. Went to an estate sale. This is kind of like a boring piece, but $5 for this like LL Bean insulated jacket. Probably honestly like a $30 jacket. Another vintage LL Bean. This one was $2. Little like zip up windbreaker thing, and it's hooded, little like pack-in hood, kind of a nice little feature there. This one had a stain that I missed, unfortunately, but again, this was $2. This looks like 80s to me, 80s Gap, little like fleece quarter zip. These are like kind of staples for me. They sell pretty well, like 25 bucks-ish probably. $1 for some Columbia snow pants. Again, probably a $20, $25 item, nothing crazy. And then we've got two bangers here. So the first one, again from that same garage sale for $1, this vintage 90s Hootie and the Blowfish shirt, made in USA, really cool. That I saw someone else sell the exact same shirt for 60 bucks recently, so that's a cool one. And then the best one today, this Tears for Fears Elemental Tour shirt from 1993. They're all in good condition, no holes that I could find, no like crazy stains on these. Yeah, we'll run it through the wash, clean it up. But someone has this exact shirt. I mean, they're not going to get that, but someone has this exact shirt listed for like $450 right now. It's the only one listed. And there's a bunch of similar shirts from tours for Tears for Fears with solds for $200. So I'm thinking because I'm the only one, if with like a reasonable price, I'm probably going to list it at like $220. Turn offers on, and probably will end up selling it for like $150. So there you go. $1 for this Tears for Fears Elemental Tour shirt. Not my band, but very, very cool. It is Monday, about to pack up orders from this weekend. Let's go ahead and jump in. Up first, we've got this DeMarini softball bat picked up for $5 from a garage sale and sold for $25 plus shipping. $5 for this vintage 70s Spalding Youth baseball glove, sold for $30 plus shipping. And the person actually messaged me that this was the glove they had when they were a little kid, so kind of a cool story. They're reconnecting with this piece that they used to have. Sold another Lego minifigure from a big Facebook Marketplace pickup. This one is called Toxikita from the Ultra Agents. Sold her for $25 plus shipping. Paid $8 from a thrift store for this vintage Lionel 100th anniversary clock. Sold it for $35 plus shipping. Picked up this Ninja Scroll DVD for $1 from a garage sale. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. Another $1 pickup from a garage sale. This is Marvel Ultimate Alliance for the Xbox 360. Sold it for $11 plus shipping. Pick up lots occasionally from estate sales. There's some online estate sales. We'll like bid on things and pick up big lots. Haven't done that in a while, but this one was from like a jewelry lot we won, and it's this vintage dog with two puppies, little like ceramic thing. Sold it for $14 plus shipping, and again, like kind of no money into it because we bought it for something else. Bought the lot because of some other items. $3 for this Doctor Who DVD. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. This one's called The Time Warrior. Got this Nintendo 3DS case from a big video game buyout. Listed it because I just like had it. Took me 2 seconds, and sold it for $9 and free shipping. So maybe make $1 or $2. Got this Levi's wedgie skinny jeans. Picked up for $3 from a garage sale. Sold for $12 plus shipping. And the final item today, this Mizuno softball glove, picked up for $5 from a garage sale. Sold it for $29 plus shipping. A little bit slow weekend of sales, but I'm going to be getting a ton of vintage shirts listed today, and hopefully we'll get some nice sales the rest of the week. Stay tuned. It is Friday. Going to talk a little bit about what's sold the rest of the week, but before I jump into that, I did want to talk a little bit about something that happened earlier today, actually. Kind of a little shook up by it, just a little bit. We're okay. Everything's good, but definitely had a little bit of a layoff scare this morning. So I am a stay-at-home dad. Work on this eBay thing about 20 hours a week. I left my job about 5 years ago to pursue this dream that I always had of being a stay-at-home dad. And I do this eBay thing to kind of supplement, help pay the bills. It's a little bit of like a creative outlet for me as well. If you've ever been at home with kids, it does get a little bit boring. They're both school age now, so I have a little bit more time and flexibility in the day. So wanting to be productive while also keeping that flexibility. So that's why I'm doing this eBay thing. My wife came home from an errand and kind of like rushed in the house this morning because she got a message, like a random, calendar block on her calendar, like meeting with your boss, and then a friend had texted her that she got moved to a different team, and then her boss was laid off, and so I was like, oh my God, like here we go. She dodged it. thankfully. She's getting moved to a different team, so it all worked out. You know, and if she had been laid off, we would be okay. Like, we would be able to figure it out. We have savings. You know, I'm not making a ton of money, but I'm making like $2,000 a month doing this. That's not nothing. We have some savings and could figure it out, you know, until she was able to find another job. You know, it's considered like safe, right, to have a 9-to-5 job and be working for an employer, and it's considered risky or unsafe to go and work for yourself and try to make money on your own. You know, working for yourself is unstable. It does have ups and downs. It is all on you. There's a lot of pressure, you know, to continue to like produce and all that. But now, having been out of the workforce for a few years, seeing, you know, what almost happened to my wife and ultimately me and my family today, you realize that sense of security that you have in a job, a 9-to-5 job, is kind of an illusion. So I left this job in 2021, and at the time I left, it was like kind of a fast-growing company, sort of high-flying, and it had started to kind of slow down. You could sort of see that, you know, it was not this like fast-growth company that it was when I was there. And within 2 to 3 years, like, as I was staying in touch with people and would hear through the woodwork and stuff, like round after round of layoffs. And most people that I knew there are no longer with that company. Oh man, I left this really good thing, and like, is this a huge mistake? And that decision would have been made for me anyway. I probably wouldn't be there now at this point anyway. But the problem is, like today, what my wife almost experienced is that everything's fine. Like, everything seems totally fine. You're doing your job, you're going about your day to day, you're busy, it seems like you're needed, and then they shutter that team. Just like one meeting, your whole life is totally changed, completely upended. So this sense of security that you have in that job is not really real. Like, somebody has power over your livelihood at the end of the day. And that's kind of the trade-off that you maybe don't see. It's like, which risk am I comfortable with? There is a risk you're taking by staying in the same place, and there's a risk you're taking by going to work for yourself. You just have to balance those realistically. You know, it's not some risk, no risk. It's one type of risk, another type of risk, and which one are you comfortable with? I think really the biggest thing is, like, if you're feeling afraid to pursue something that feels right to you, whether it's eBay or something else, right? It doesn't have to be eBay. I'm sure a lot of people watching happen to be eBay sellers, but whatever you're passionate about, your side project, your business you want to start, change careers, maybe you want to be a stay-at-home parent for 6 months while your kids are young, like whatever that thing is, the fear you're feeling is probably not 100% real. This feeling of, well, I'm giving up a guaranteed or like a really good thing. Yeah, maybe, but also maybe like you could get laid off tomorrow and goddamn, I should have pursued that thing I wanted to pursue, and now it's too late. So just something I've been thinking about today, and yeah, if you're afraid to pursue something, like, just go for it, because you never know what's going to happen either way, right? So anyway, we are going to jump into everything that has sold the rest of the week. And up first, we've got this fleece jacket. The brand is Saliwa. I actually don't know how to pronounce it. Picked this up for $12 from a thrift store. Sold it for $40 plus shipping. $7 from a thrift store for these brand new with tags American Eagle swim trunks. Sold for $23 plus shipping. $5 for this Bape t-shirt. Sold for $35 plus shipping. $4 from a thrift store for this Indiana Glass deviled egg dish. Sold for $17 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this Bratz alarm clock. Thought these would be a little bit better because all this like Y2K stuff is kind of hot right now, and couldn't really find comps for it. We ended up selling this one on an offer for $11 plus shipping. I have one more, so we'll see what we can get. The other one was in a little bit better condition. Next up, paid $3 from a garage sale for this Rawlings baseball glove. Sold it for $38 plus shipping. We've got the first sale of one of these harbor lights that we picked up. Paid $2.50 a piece for these. And this one sold for $250 plus shipping. Very, very nice sale there. $3 from a garage sale for some Vans. Sold for $10 plus shipping. Would not pick those up again. We've got another Lego minifigure lot. Put these together, just kind of some random themes. Trying to make them like sort of interesting lots for people. And giving good value too. Like if you were to sell each one of these individually, maybe this is like $20 to $25 worth of minifigures. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for this North Face Apex jacket. Sold it for $28 plus shipping. $4 for some Lululemon Pacebreaker shorts, sold for $24 plus shipping. We've got this Elgato capture card picked up for $3 from a garage sale and sold it for $49 plus shipping really fast. We've got another stinker article of clothing here, paid $5 from a thrift store for this Tommy Bahama shirt. Thought it would be interesting because it was a very large men's size, a 2XB, and it is linen. So that's some interesting stuff going for it, but sat around forever. Eventually sold it for $10 plus shipping, so not a brand I'm going to be picking up. Picked these up from a garage sale, these Star Wars Imperial Assault expansions, all brand new sealed. I paid $3 a piece for these and sold them for $75 plus shipping. I've got one more that I picked up, and that one's listed for like $100 on its own. That one's, I guess, kind of hard to find. Got another Lego minifigure. This one is Splinter. Sold him for $15 plus shipping. We've got this vintage fiber optic lamp, $5 from a garage sale, sold it for $70 plus shipping. And the final item today, this vintage Toy Story 2 sweater, picked up from $1 from a garage sale, sold it for $30 plus shipping. So that is everything that I've got today. We're gonna get these packed up, tally up the game fund, and add something really nice to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $526 in profit after eBay fees and income tax, bringing the game fund to $349. And for $87 total, we are adding 3 fantastic games to the collection, including Advance Wars 2, Harvest Moon, and a complete in-box Japanese copy of Kuru Kuru Kururin. That puts me at 37 out of my top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
My very first return scam. Kind of stupid, like it was just really strange. And then the sale of the day, as you could probably imagine, was these Bratz dolls, and sold that one for. So let's jump into everything that has sold over the weekend. And up first, we've got this vintage 90s Mickey Mouse shirt, sold for $23 plus shipping. Paid $1 for that from a garage sale not too long ago. Sold 2 LL Bean camp shirts to the same buyer. Paid $2 a piece for these from a rummage sale. Total order was $42 plus shipping. Got another Lego minifigure lot picked up from Facebook Marketplace. This one is 7 random Star Wars minifigures, all from like the original trilogy was how I grouped these together. Sold this lot for $25 plus shipping. Picked up this Patagonia shirt for $5 from the thrift store. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. We've got this Majestic Umpire shirt, $6 from a thrift store. Sold for $18 plus shipping. $8 for a Bauer hockey helmet. This is like kind of a staple for me. Whenever I find these, I just pick them up. If they're like, $5 to $10, 10 would be on the high end. It would have to be in like very, very good condition for $10. But $8 from a thrift store for this one, and sold it for $30 plus shipping. Paid $1 from the bins for this Avatar toy, these like Banshees. Sold it for $19 and free shipping. $10 from a garage sale for this McFarlane Sports 2-pack. It's Martin Brodeur and Marc Messier, little like hockey figures. Sold those for $27 plus shipping. $1 from a garage sale for this first edition Dead Zone by Stephen King. If you get a first edition first printing, they're like $100. This one sold for $15 plus shipping. Sold another Magic the Gathering card. This is from my personal collection. Don't remember where I got this from, but sold it for $4 plus shipping. Sold another vintage shirt that I picked up in a huge haul not too long ago. Paid $1 for this one as well. This one is Metro Stars with this little like taxi graphic on the front, really cool logo on the back. Very, very cool shirt. I was a little sad to sell this one, but Metro Stars was not my team. I think I decided I'm on the lookout for some Tampa Bay Mutiny stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to find that locally here. I might have to buy that, but I would love to have a shirt like this one, but that's for like the Tampa Bay Mutiny. That was my team back in the day. $50 from an estate sale for this Wally Lego set. Sold it for $120 plus shipping. $1 from an estate sale for these vintage Power Rangers pajamas. Sold them for $14 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this Logitech 4K webcam. Sold for $44 plus shipping. And from the same garage sale, these also sold the same day. Picked up for $2 these Sony wireless Bluetooth headphones. Sold those for $49 plus shipping. Paid $1 from a garage sale for some Schleich toys. It's a lot of 6 different animals. Sold these for $18 plus shipping. And then the final item today, $65 from a rummage sale for this LL Bean clock weather station, and sold that one for $215 plus shipping. So that's everything that's sold this weekend. Let's go ahead and get these packed up.
Now today is Friday, and we've got another town-wide garage sale on the map. Let's go hunting.
All right, so let's jump in. Quite the day of garage sales today. $3 for a pair of Levi's 505s. $25 for a Coach duffel bag. I will show some comps on the screen because a lot of this stuff I actually haven't looked up 100% yet. $10, was able to test it. It was actually from an estate sale. Sony DVD VCR combo. At least can open the tray and have a VHS come in and out. $2 for this Jaws. It's new, sealed. Little like Billy Bass like motion activated singing thing. I think I saw some comps for like 30 to 40 for that. We got a couple golf clubs. $5 for the two of these. I didn't recognize this brand, Lazarus, but he just like threw it in. So I probably wouldn't have bought this one, but I paid $5 for this one here. This is a Callaway Apex, and I think this sells for about $100. Pays $2 a piece for these kids' jeans. They've got patches all over them, kind of like a style. Kind of slow sellers, but seeing like good sales price, so that's pretty cool. We got two pairs of those. This one's Echo. It's probably like a $20 item. We've got a Fujifilm digital camera, $5. $5 for a pair of Fry tassel loafers. I think the style is not like super in, but obviously Fry stuff is really, really nice. And they kind of caught my eye. They look super nice and vintage, like made in USA. Sell-through is not great, but again, $5. You're getting like $50 for these when they sell, so kind of cool. And from the same sale, I got some LL Bean duck boots. $5 for this vintage jewelry box. My wife was out with me today and she grabbed this one. I don't know what this goes for, but again, we'll show some comps on the screen. $5 for this like velvet lined jewelry box. Little like fruit bowl, glass fruit bowl. Comps for $30. Little Angry Birds King Pig plush from 2010. Like 15 to 20 on that. Let's see, some random toys we gambled on. Again, I haven't looked some of this stuff up, so I'll show some comps. $1 for him. Paid $2 for this. Paid $5 for this old little like mini TV, and we have a cousin that is interested in this, and he said he would trade us some Lego sets for it. So he said, oh, our son's into spaceships and Harry Potter stuff right now, so send us what you got. So we're gonna get a trade on this one. About $100 on this guy though, if you can sell this on eBay. Paid $1 for this. Picked up a bunch of hats at various sales. So $1 for this one. Some of these got to go through the wash and maybe need a reshape, but these are kind of like staples, like $15 to $20 items. Paid $1. I thought this was kind of cool. This was $2. This like vintage Nissan. I thought that was kind of cool. Definitely vintage. From when, I don't know, but just a little Scion trucker hat. Kind of interesting. About $2 for this. Like vintage starter shirt, made in USA. We've got this etched glass bowl. Paid $10 for that, seeing comps around like $100. We got a electric wall clock for $5 from this brand United. And then the sale of the day, as you could probably imagine, was these Bratz dolls. These things are kind of crazy. $220 for every doll that you see on the table, like all in. And I didn't look up every single one, but some of them are out of the packaging. Like there's this one loose one. Pretty sure they're all otherwise are sealed. So we've got like 1, 2. This other one is something different, but there's another one under here. 3. All brand new sealed. 4, 5. There's some Barbies mixed in here. So we got a couple Barbies. Scooby-Doo Barbie. McDonald's Barbie. Another Bratz doll. We've got this Disney Fairies. Another Bratz doll. Another Bratz doll. Another Bratz doll. Kind of cool about these, we saw a couple of items and we're like, ooh, we really like this kind of stuff, and bought a few. And so what else you have? And she invited us inside, and this is where the rest of it was. She was like, I was going to put this out tomorrow. Today was Friday, so 3-day sale, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And we just ended up pretty much buying everything she had that was like this. And this was the best item here in the back. Again, $220 for the lot, and this one will pay for pretty much everything we bought today, and then some. Seeing good sell-through comps for like $400 on this one single figure, which is kind of crazy. So good afternoon, it's Friday. We're gonna jump into everything else that sold this week, but before I do, I did want to talk about my very first return scam. So we are growing up as a reseller here. So here's what happened. Sold a pair of very nice Morel running shoes, 25 bucks about, got delivered. Maybe about 2 weeks later, they said, hey, we'll send a return, doesn't fit, no problem. Buyer paid return, get the package back and open it up and it's a totally different pair of shoes. What's strange about the whole thing, obviously it wasn't the right one, but then they sent me back. They were in like pretty rough condition, obviously very used, but they're like a good brand, kind of like outdoorsy shoes. Submitted the case to eBay, like this isn't the item that I sold them. Case sat with eBay for a day or two, and then they gave me my money back. So it was like, no problem. Kind of stupid. Like it was just really strange. You're like, one, you paid the return. They could have said like item not as described, and they would have, I would have had to pay the return shipping. So they paid the return shipping. They sent me back like actually a decent item that I can sit here and like actually resell and get some money back out of. And then they weren't even like that expensive of a pair of shoes. They were like $25 shoes. So they went through like all this trouble. They pay the original shipping. They paid the return shipping. I don't know what action, eBay took against them, but it's like not a big deal. And I realized like, wait, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. I'd never gotten a return scam before. And I've sold 2,800 items according to this, which is kind of crazy since, I've been doing this for like, I don't know, over 2 years now, I think. It's interesting that, if you poke around like the eBay forums or like if you're on Reddit at all or whatever, and you come across these threads that are, eBay doesn't protect its sellers and it's like filled with scammers and it's all this stuff. But I do think it is kind of telling. Like I've literally sold 2,800 items and I've gotten returns. I've had things get broken in the mail. I've had things get lost. But very first ever return scam. And I just think that's very telling, right? It's not something you need to worry about really. If you're a very casual seller or you're thinking about jumping in, but you see a lot of horror stories online about people getting scammed. Like it's way overblown, way overblown. But I had this saying I used to use. It was always, and I say it a lot now too. It's outsell the problem. Whatever the problem is, we're gonna outsell it. Oh, you got a return scam? No problem. I'm just gonna sell 5 more items. No big deal. Something breaks in the mail. Okay, yeah, you're probably gonna get your money back from the post office anyway. But even if you don't, which that's happened to me a couple times, it's like whatever. Just gonna outsell the problem. No big deal. I'll just list 10 more items tomorrow. And whatever, I don't care about any one particular item. And I'm sure, I'll have something happen and I'll go, ooh, that stung. And yeah, it stings a little bit. You lose 50 bucks here, you lose 50 bucks there. But just kind of like is what it is, right? You just let it roll off your back, just keep going. It is what it is. Cost of doing business. And again, like I say, it's like, we're just going to outsell it. Whatever that problem is, whatever issue, whatever loss you just experienced, whatever, I'm over it. We're just going to outsell the problem. If you're going to get upset about a return, oh, that's bullshit. Like they shouldn't return because blah, blah, blah. Like whatever, just cost of doing business. Just factor it in. It is what it is. Especially if you're selling like clothing and stuff like that. So if you're selling clothing, you're not expecting to get returns. You're just like, you don't have the right mindset about it. You just kind of got to expect that that's part of the game. Lost packages, same thing. I'm not going to get upset about a lost package. I'm not in control of that. I think I've had, again, 2,800 items, less than 5 have been lost. Like, I think it's like 2 or 3. 2,800 items. Like, it's just not something I'm really going to worry about. It's not a big deal. Items broken. I've gotten 2 or 3 items broken in the mail. Again, 2,800 items sold. Had a VCR break in the mail once. That was my fault. Box was too small. Lesson learned. I had a piece of glass break in the mail once. That was also probably my fault. I didn't have enough bubble wrap in there. I can't think of anything else. So I thought that was kind of interesting, like thinking about that one. It was my first ever return scam, which I thought was kind of funny. Took me, when I was first starting out, that was something I was really worried about. And just as you sell more stuff and you get more comfortable, you realize like it's just not really something to concern yourself with. And if it does happen or when it happens, you just deal with it. Okay, take it back, return it, no problem. Always accept the return, always make them send the item back to you. That is going to avoid like 99% of problems. No problem, send it back. I'll accept the return, no problem at all. And either they're not going to send it back, which has happened a bunch of times, they send it back and it was in fact an issue that you caused. Okay, that's on me, no problem. Here's your money back. Or in this case, the very first time it's ever happened, they sent me back the wrong item, I submitted a case to eBay and I got my money back within 2 days. And it's like I still made the sale and I've got this like decent pair of shoes sitting in the other room that I can list to resell. So, knock on wood that continues to be the case, but just really not something that I'm gonna spend too much time worrying about. And I'll leave you with that. Again, we're just gonna outsell the problem. Just outsell the problem. And on that note, we're going to jump into everything that sold the rest of the week. And up first, this Bose CD player. Unfortunately, I had to sell it for parts. Picked it up for 20 bucks from a garage sale. But even so, for parts, 80 bucks plus shipping. Nice one there. $1 from a garage sale for this Ralph Lauren women's denim shirt. Sold it for 22 plus shipping. $4 for this Fenton glass basket. Sold it for 20 plus shipping. $5 from a garage sale for this Lego Star Wars Starfighter. It's just the box box and manual only. I actually sold the incomplete set separately. Fine, it's just better to like break these things up, honestly. And sold this for $99 plus shipping. Found another one of these Lennox Swans. I actually sold one of these like 2 weeks ago. Picked this up at a thrift store for $3. Sold this for $125 plus shipping. Very nice sale there. $12 from a thrift store for these vintage walls insulated coveralls. Sold them for $35 plus shipping. Picked up a lot of these Barbie DVDs, $8 all in from a garage sale. Sold them for $42 plus shipping. Might be something I keep an eye out for in the future. Like, you know, you pick up a bunch of DVDs for $1 a piece and like lot them together. The Barbie ones happen to be like pretty good, but kind of something I would consider. $20 from a thrift store for this Lululemon jacket. Sold it for $48 plus shipping. $8 for this vintage 90s Joseph A. Banks sweater, 100% wool. Sold it for $18 plus shipping. $10 from a garage sale for this vintage New Jersey State Police jacket. Very cool item. Sold this for $54 plus shipping. $3 from the bins actually for another vintage sweater vest. Sold this one for $17 plus shipping. This is an Eddie Bauer. Sold to the same buyer a lot of Lego animals for $12 and a mountain lion for $10. Sold this vintage ceramic juicer for $25. Sold, picked this one up for $5 from a thrift store. $3 from a garage sale for this Star Wars Imperial Assault expansion. This is General Weiss. Sold this one for $112 plus shipping. Very nice one there. We've got another Lego minifigure. This one is Captain Tarples from episode 1. Sold him for $9.90 plus shipping. $2.50 from a garage sale for this mid-century ceramic flamingo. Sold this for $28 plus shipping. And the final item this week, $12 from a thrift store for these True Religion jeans. Sold them on an offer for $23 plus shipping. And that's everything I've got this week. Let's tally up the game fund and add some nice stuff to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $779 in profit this week after eBay fees and income tax, bringing the game fund to $417. And for $82 total, we are adding copies of both Kirby and the Amazing Mirror and Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland.
Call for backup. You can call on your new friends and new abilities in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Rated everyone, only for Game Boy Advance.
That brings us to 39 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
It kind of gets in your head because you start to think, am I making a mistake? This was very close to being the item of the day. Picked up for $20 from a garage sale. Sold for...
Today is Saturday. Let's go hit some garage sales.
All right, so I don't know where to start, so I'm just going to dive right in. $2 for this Gruen tank-style wristwatch. Again, a lot of this stuff I haven't researched, so I'm just gonna... We were shopping by vibes today, and that's how I usually shop, honestly, is just like, trust my gut. Especially when prices are so cheap, it's like, what do you have to worry about? For $10, Sony CD player. We heard it on, it was plugged in and plays music, so at least it does that. We'll see about whether it plays CDs or not. This is a brand new pair of Carhartt work boots. Paid $40 for these. Seeing comps like 70 to 80, maybe a little bit more because they are a very big size. They're size 14. So these were kind of a gamble, this box here. Paid $60 for the whole box, $5 a piece for all these parts manuals for forklifts. I looked one or two up and was seeing them sell for like pretty good money. And I don't know what the sell-through is going to be like. These are definitely a gamble for sure, because I didn't look them all up. They had a couple more, but I grabbed ones from brands that I had recognized. They're all from like the 80s. So there you go, service manual, Mitsubishi forklift parts list, service manual, parts, service manual, parts manual, service manual. So mostly Mitsubishi, and they had a bunch of other ones like brands I didn't recognize. I don't know if it was a mistake to leave some behind. I don't know if it was a mistake to buy as many as I did. So I kind of like split the difference. And yeah, we'll see what happens with these, but kind of interesting. We've got two of these Yankee Candles, Christmas cookie scent. Should be able to lot the two of these together for probably like $20. Only paid 50 cents for the two of those, so that was cool. $5 for a pair of Morel hiking shoes. Always a good brand to keep an eye out for, and these are in good condition. Just need to be cleaned up a little bit, but the soles are nice. $1 for this. Kind of a gamble. Hard not to buy something from 93, like new sealed in package for $1. So it's all cost for like $10 for this, 10, 15. So nothing crazy. Paid $1 each on these. I haven't looked these up yet. I think they were like 2015 and kind of like limited edition. Gambled on these. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 Disney pins, pretty cool. $7 for an automaton. I don't know if they use this or not. It's kind of hard to tell based on the package, so we'll have to look at that a little bit. It looks like they used it, honestly, but $7. I've sold a couple of these. Easy pickup there. Paid $1 for this Dragon's Breath game. I haven't looked this up, but I was actually thinking that this is going to be for my kids. These Haba games, if you're not familiar, if you have kids yourself, these are really good. A little more like designer board game-ish, if you're into that kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure it's complete. Looked complete. And these games are kind of expensive to get new, like $25-30, so nice one there. It's always a good day when you find a video game. I very rarely find video games. You know, ask every once in a while, but found this game. Is actually one on my wish list for only $10. And I didn't look it up, but I think it sells for a little bit more than that. And so I'll take it and get a good deal on a game that I've wanted. So there you go. $2 for a Coraline Blu-ray. This is another one for me. I've wanted to show the kids this movie. I don't know if they're going to be too scared of this or not, but that one's for me. And this is another one for me. Again, penny saved is a penny earned, as they say. And if you have kids, garage sales is such a great place to shop for kids, because like this stuff is so like they probably barely use this. Use it for a year or two, and then are putting it out at a garage sale for $1, and it's like, okay, I'll take it, clean it, and use it, no big deal. And then my kids will outgrow it in a year or two, and I'll pass it on to somebody else. We got $20 for this Canon digital camera. It is an EOS Rebel TI. So not like a super high-end model, but still for $20. Good dinosaur toys, $1 each on these. So I got 2 of those. Again, I'll show comps. I haven't looked these up, or I don't even know what kind of dinosaur that is, but pretty cool. And then we got a couple Schleich toys, again, also $1. So there's a big one. Schleich, we got another Schleich. These are really high, these are like heavy. You just know these are good quality when you pick them up. And then we got a Schleich little Pegasus character, so there you go. These are pretty good, paid $2 a piece for these. These Starbucks travel mugs, all different states. These are like $20 to $30 a piece. So I got 6 of those, and they're all brand new in the box, so that's nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. Got a bunch more clothing items, $1 for this. Little New York Winter Classic. I wouldn't buy this at the thrift store, but I'll buy this at the garage sale. A little Majestic, like Jets pullover, probably $15, $20 item. Got a jersey. This one I paid up for a little bit, $10. Again, these are like $30 items, XL. Kind of a unique colorway. I don't know what that is, some kind of alternate, but $10 for that one. $5 for this vintage Gap, kind of a cool like 90s style. $5 for this polo Ralph Lauren quarter zip in very good condition. $1 for a Nike hoodie. $1 for a Ralph Lauren 100% wool vintage, I think this is women's cardigan. Just based on the button style, it looks like women's to me. Pretty nice. $3 for a Carhartt hoodie. And I thought this was gonna be crazy. So this is super cool. This was very close to being the item of the day. That design is awesome. Okay, so I paid $3 for this. It's on a vintage Through the Loom Made in USA tag. It is in fact single stitch. Shirt people, sign off in the comments if you have an opinion on this. Single stitch. But here's the thing. This graphic is so bright. It does look like a vintage print. You know, it's kind of like soaked into the cotton a little bit. The comps I found selling for like 60 to $70, but they all have a copyright right here, and they're on a different tag, which makes me think, I mean, the context of buying this, like the person just had a bunch of shirts in a bin. I don't think that this was, you know, or they weren't the person that printed this. And I do believe it's actually vintage based on the type of printing on there. It looks like it's actually vintage, but I think it's probably like somebody in 1990 or whatever bought this at the mall and they put that print on there, because they aren't on I found this exact design, but they're not on this tag, none of them, and they always have a copyright there or like over here, but there's no copyright on this, and there's nothing else on the back. So unfortunately, I don't really want to go through the trouble of listing it and like run into an issue, so I'm just gonna keep it because I think it's super cool. And you know, I have a hard time keeping things that I pick up if they're worth a lot of money, even if I think they're cool, because it's like, well, I'd rather have the $50. But I think in this instance, I am just going to keep it, because I think because it's like I guess it's kind of a bootleg. It's like an unlicensed print, I believe. It's probably like a $30, $40 shirt, but I'm just going to keep it. It's freaking cool. So got a little stain. We'll OxyClean it, probably be able to get that out, but almost the coolest item today. Still might be the coolest item today. Got a bunch more toys. Funny enough, we went back to that person's house. If you watched my video last week, I picked up a bunch of toys from them, and it was the same town. You know, we were there on Friday, so went back again today, Saturday, and she was out again, put out a bunch more stuff. So we got a My Little Pony. This Lindsay Lohan doll is pretty good. $20 for this. Again, these weren't cheap, but resale value is really, really good on them because they're all brand new in the box. We've got an Alice in Wonderland. We've got another Bratz doll. This one's open, but $15 for that one. These are pretty good. So there's that one. Swan Lake Barbie. Again, $20 a piece on the big box ones, $15 on this one that was opened up. I paid $1 for each for this lot of this series Dinosaur Train, this kids show. PBS Kids. Gonna lot these all up together. I'm probably gonna get about $25 for the lot. I'm gonna sell them like $3 to $4 a piece, and we'll be willing to take offers. But I kind of want to come across a lot of DVDs, and I don't usually pick them up because they're usually not worth the trouble. But I think making these lots might be kind of interesting. So going to be experimenting with that a little bit, especially these like kids shows if they're all the same show. We sold some Barbie DVDs last week that went pretty quick, so going to experiment with that. We've got a Bose iPod player, $5 for that. $1 for this random like bronze statue. Looks like Icarus to me. Pretty sure it's vintage. I don't know what we can get for it. Person said they bought it in Greece, so we'll see. And then we found a complete in-box Wii. Wii Sports is in there. Paid $25 for this and this, so they had it marked. Again, kind of late in the day. Surprised this was still sitting there. Again, we'll have to test it. Sometimes they have problems. We'll see. But pretty good deal for $25. So good morning. It's Monday. Let's jump into everything that sold over the weekend. And unfortunately, it was kind of a slow one. Up first, we've got this vintage Gap denim shirt. Picked up for $2 from the bins and sold it for $11 plus shipping. It was actually missing a button, and I'm kind of deciding it's not really worth my time. One, I wouldn't have picked that up if I noticed it was missing the button. Two, if I do find a flaw, I'm just like listing it really cheap, trying to get it sold. You know, just kind of like chalk it up to experience. Take a little bit more patience when you're looking at your items. Bought this ages ago. Paid $7 from a garage sale for this kind of like Lego knockoff Batman set, and saw some comps when I picked it up for like 20 to 30, and it just kind of like sat around, and eventually took an offer for $12 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this vintage Russell sweatshirt. It's got this like country club logo on it. Sold it pretty quick for $17 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for some Levi's cargo pants. Sold for $19 plus shipping. $5 from a garage sale for some Carhartt double knee work pants. Kind of used the keyword like distress, so I think there is like a bit of an audience for those, like not necessarily looking to work in them, they're looking to buy them because it's kind of like a style. Sold those for $33 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for this Ralph Lauren Madras plaid shirt. Sold for $12 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this Uniqlo ultralight down puffer jacket. Unfortunately, it had a hole on it that I didn't notice. Again, trying to be a lot more thorough with this kind of stuff, but you know, things like slip through. You don't catch it like in the heat of the moment. And still managed to sell it for $16 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for this Untuck plaid shirt. Sold it for $13 plus shipping. Sold this Lego Bionicle. Paid $2 for this one. Sold it for $19 plus shipping. Sold this pair of Nike basketball shoes. Picked up for $6 from the thrift store. These are called Nike Giannis Immortality 2. These are like a massive size. They're size 15s. Sold these for $16 plus shipping. And the final item this weekend, Banana Republic camp shirt. Sold it for $39 plus shipping within like 20 minutes of listing it. So very nice one there. So that's everything we sold this weekend. Let's go ahead and get this stuff packed up. So it is Friday. We're going to jump into everything else that has sold this week. But before we do, did want to talk a little bit about kind of how this week is going in general. On Monday, you know, I mentioned we had a slow weekend. And then up until literally like last night, you know, thankfully I got a couple sales last night. The whole rest of the week was really, really slow. I think up until afternoon yesterday, I was sitting at like $250 profit roughly, and it kind of gets you like, kind of gets in your head a little bit, you know, when you have a slow week. I have over the last 2 weeks listed more than I have in a very long time. Garage sales just started back up. I've listed like 60 plus items. Again, this is like part-time. I'm only doing this 20 hours a week, and I just kind of found it funny that, you know, I hit this like dry spell right as I was listing some amazing stuff. You know, I put up all those Bratz dolls I found last week, but it kind of gets in your head because you start to think, am I making a mistake? Am I doing something wrong? Am I not picking up good stuff? Are my prices bad? You know, you're like, I should go run a sale, or I should, you know, yeah, I'll take that lowball offer. And the other funny thing is, like, this week I was getting a ton of lowball offers too. And normally that wouldn't bother me. You know, I'm sitting here with, like, you know, on track to my goal. You know, I have sort of a stretch goal. I think long term I'd like to grow this to about $1,000 a week profit is what I would like to get to. But I'm really happy with where it's been, about 500 a week. Some weeks are a little bit lower, some weeks are a little bit higher. If I'm hitting that 500 a week, I feel satisfied with the amount of time I'm putting into it. Like, pacing way behind that this week, I was starting to get really frustrated. Like, people are sending you lowball offers, or you put an item up, like some of these high-end collector's items that I was listing, some of these Bratz dolls and some of the higher-end Barbie dolls. There's one I listed for like $400, and of course it brings all the rats come scurrying, like trying to get you lowball deals. Like, will you take $200 for this? Like, no, I won't. And normally that would not bother me, but this week I was finding myself getting frustrated by that because you're kind of like, God damn it, just buy it. I need the money, you know? When it's like a slow week, it was literally like, oh my God, like, enough of these lowball offers, enough of the, you know, counters at 50% off and all this stuff. And ultimately, you know, I didn't take them. I was firm and stuck to my, you know, process, but was frustrating for sure. It was definitely difficult to, like, decline an offer, and you're like, man, I could use the $200 right now. You need to trust the process, right? I've probably said that before on this channel, but you kind of have to just trust that things are going to work out in the long run. Like, eBay is not a job where you just do work and you get money. It doesn't work like that. You could do a lot of work and not get paid for a while, and then all of a sudden, you know, you have some huge week and you sell $1,000 worth of stuff. That's more how it works. I think as your store grows, it probably starts to level out a little bit. But right now, you know, I have after this week, I have close to 700 listings active. But I think still now, in the grand scheme of it, my store is still pretty small. You know, I'm only selling like 3 to 5 items a day, roughly. And so, you know, there's a lot of ups and downs, and there's days you don't sell anything. Those are fewer and far between, thankfully. Yeah, you kind of got to try to think long term. You know, I'm speaking to myself right now more than anything, is you got to trust that the work you're putting in is going to lead to that result in the long run. You know, I'm doing the research. I'm making sure I'm picking up good items. We have good feedback on our store. I offer returns. We take good pictures. I have good listings, good descriptions. I show all the flaws. And, you know, the items we're picking up are good items and all that. You have to just kind of like trust that it's going to work out in the long run. But it can be really frustrating on weeks like this where you're just like, oh my God, like, I'm super, super slow. I'm putting in more work than I have, and we're picking up great stuff. Like, we've had these huge garage sale hauls the last 2 weeks, and then, like, sales dry up. And it's like, what the hell am I doing wrong? Oh my God, this is so frustrating. And it's like, nothing. You're not doing anything wrong. Just stay the course. Stay the course. And so, yeah, that's kind of my takeaway for this week, is like, don't worry about the ups and downs. Trust the process and just keep going. And again, I'm saying that to myself as much as I am saying it to you. So anyway, we did get a little bit, again, I'm going to call it lucky, but it's sort of, you have downs and you have ups, right? So thankfully last night I sold like 8 items. So we might get pretty close to my $500, after all is said and done, my $500 profit goal. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump into all of the items that sold the rest of the week. And up first, we've got this Barbie and the Magic of Pegasus doll, picked up for $20 from a garage sale, sold for $75 plus shipping. We sold another Starbucks mug. This one is Orlando. Again, paid about $2 for this at a garage sale. Sold it for $23 plus shipping. Got another inbox doll from that same garage sale, $2 for this one. This is Mattel Diva Stars Miranda. Sold this one for $30 plus shipping. We've got this loose Nintendo 3DS game, Super Mario Maker. Sold it for $6 plus shipping. $10 from a garage sale for this Fujifilm FinePix camera. Sold it for $45 plus shipping. We've got this Lego Minecraft minifigure lot. Sold this one for $18 plus shipping. Picked up this pair of Nike Air Max from a thrift store for $6. Sold it for $18 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this vintage 80s Land's End sweater. Sold it for $19 plus shipping. Picked up this lot of Hasbro G.I. Joes vintage vintage 90s. Paid 28 bucks for all of them and sold that lot for 60 plus shipping. I got this little tech deck figure in a big lot of Legos, actually just like in the bin. So kind of calling it free. Sold him for $9 plus shipping. Got this vintage 90s J. Crew fleece pullover, $9 from a thrift store and sold it for 31 on an offer plus shipping. $3 for this vintage 90s Lands End Oxford shirt. Normally this brand would not be worth picking up, but just the style, very 90s style, definitely like screams 90s. Sold this shirt for 17 plus shipping. And we've got another Starbucks mug. We sold this one for 30 plus shipping. This one's Pennsylvania. $3 from a garage sale for this Bose sound dock. Sold it for 45 plus shipping very quickly. $1 from the bins for this J. Crew sweater. Sold it for 18 plus shipping. Got a Sony boombox, $10 from a garage sale. Sold for 48 plus shipping. Up next, this Lego Bionicle Toa Matoro, $7 into it. Sold it for 45 plus shipping. I've got this Angry Birds King Pig plush from 2010. Picked it up for $2 from a garage sale and sold for 14 plus shipping. This next item is kind of funny. Picked this up from a thrift store for free. This little local store. It's like spend 20 bucks and pick out a free piece of jewelry. So thought this looked kind of interesting. Was just like, I'll just grab this. I don't know. Ended up actually kind of being something, they call it like an Elzac style, and still sold it for 10 bucks plus shipping, so I'll take it for a free item. And then the final item today, we've got another Starbucks mug. This one is Delaware. Sold this one for 25 plus shipping, and that's everything I've got this week. Let's tally up the game fund, and we're going to add something really nice to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we generated $400 in profit this week, bringing the game fund to $415. We are obviously saving up for some bangers, but today, for $106 total, we are adding 3 fantastic games to the collection, including Castlevania Circle of the Moon, Mega Man Battle Network, and Mega Man Zero. That brings us to 42 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one.
We make buyers aware that discs are not tested and cannot be returned for not working properly. It is the company's policy, and we apologize for any inconvenience. And then probably the coolest item. This one is Bratz Wild Wild West. Sold it for $100. We just got back from the 3-day weekend. Today is Tuesday. We luckily had a very busy weekend of sales, so let's go ahead and jump right in. Up first, we've got this vintage Wedgwood Jasperware vase picked up for $3 from a garage sale. Sold it really fast, actually, for an item like this for $42 plus shipping. $5 from a garage sale for this Studio Pottery casserole dish. Sold that one for $40 plus shipping. Sold a couple of these last week and sold the rest of these that I picked up. I picked up 5 of these Starbucks Been There mugs, all different locations. It was kind of like a limited edition, like collector's mug that Starbucks put out. And these sold crazy fast. So I have about $2 into each one. This one is North Carolina. Sold this one for $22 plus shipping. $5 from a garage sale for this new in box Disney Fairies 2-pack. Sold this one for $20 plus shipping. About a week and a half ago, picked up a bunch of these Bratz dolls, brand new in box. Paid like $225. It might be like $1,000 worth of stuff when all is said and done. This one was actually opened, unfortunately, but still paid $15 for it. This is Bratz Chloe. Sold this one for $125 plus shipping. $3 from a thrift store for this vintage pressed glass trinket box. Sold it for $20 plus shipping. $10 from a thrift store for this Vitantonio Pizzelle maker. Sold this one for $90 plus shipping. We've got a Pokemon card. This is Gudra V-Star. Sold this one for $8. We've got a vintage Trifari necklace, $1 from a garage sale, sold for $8 plus shipping. $4 from a thrift store for this Wrangler Pearl Snap, sold this one for $12 plus shipping. $1 from a garage sale for this vintage Yu-Gi-Oh! Blue Eyes White Dragon figure. You see something like this, you just pick it up. Unfortunately, it was only worth $8 plus shipping. $1 from a garage sale for this vintage Otagiri coffee mug. Sold this one for $12 plus shipping. Same buyer bought 2 items, paid $3 for this vintage Ralph Lauren polo, sold that for $14, and then picked up this Tommy Hilfiger linen shirt for $1, sold that one for $13.50 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this Lala Loopsy doll, sold it for $17 plus shipping. Here's our next Starbucks Been There mug. This one is New Jersey, sold it for $25 plus shipping. $3 from a garage sale for this Rawlings youth baseball glove, sold it for $17 and free shipping. This next item sold really fast, thankfully. Paid $5 for these Morel hiking shoes. They're called the Accenter 3. Sold these on an offer for $28 plus shipping about 2 days after I listed it. We've got another really fast seller here. Picked this up at garage sales last weekend. $25 for this Coach Jacquard Weekender bag. Sold it for $145 plus shipping. And then our last Starbucks Been There mug, we've got this one is Virginia. Sold this one for $27 plus shipping. I've got a pair of Levi's 501s. Paid way too much for these. Paid $7 for these. Sold them for $15 plus shipping. $2 from a garage sale for this vintage 70s denim jean jacket, kid size. Sold it for $8 plus shipping. Got this Rice Arlo overshirt, $11 from a thrift store, sold for $24 plus shipping. Comps were much better than this, but mine had a flaw, unfortunately, and just really wasn't able to get it sold without an offer, but happy to sell it anyway. $40 from a rummage sale for this Magnavox DVD VCR combo. This is a pretty desirable model, and thankfully it had the remote. Sold it for $106 plus shipping. Next up, got this vintage Maglite made in USA, $2 from a thrift store, sold it for $14 plus shipping. And then the final item, paid $7 from a thrift store for this Peter Millar Summer Comfort polo shirt, and sold it for $15 plus shipping. Let's go ahead and get these packed up.
And now, today is Friday, and we've got a few garage sales to hit, so let's go. At this first sale, left with a couple of DVDs for $1 each, Warped Tour 2003, and this metal documentary. These should be about $10 to $15 items each. And at this estate sale, I came away with this vintage, I think it's from the 2000s, Vietnam Veterans hat, probably a $25 item, and found a free Sony Trinitron. You can sell these locally if they're in good condition, but I'm putting this one in my game room. I also decided to pop by this local thrift store today. Let me get this stuff home and show you what I grabbed. Let's jump in. We got 3 baseball gloves, $8 each. So again, it's not garage sale price, but pretty good. So 2 Eastons in good condition and an Academa. We got some, and then their clothing items were $4 each. So we've got some vintage, made in Hong Kong, Lord & Taylor corduroy pants. Nice like straight leg style. We got a Uniqlo little like fisherman sweater, probably like a $20 item. We got some vintage Hugo Boss golf pants. I don't know what the market is for these, to be completely honest, but the tag was kind of interesting, and the fact that it was made in Italy. It's called the Palmer. So we'll see on those. And then probably the coolest item, I think it's a bootleg. I didn't see like a copyright or anything, so I don't know if it's like an official shirt or not, but still just kind of a cool shirt. Insane Clown Posse. I don't believe it's vintage, but it has kind of that like patina to it. And there you go. Pretty cool shirt. So it is Friday. I'm going to jump into everything else that sold this week, but I did want to talk a little bit about my experience as a buyer on eBay recently. Kind of running into some interesting issues as a buyer. If you've been following the channel, you'll know I use 20% of my profit, at least currently. I'm on the kind of like final stretch here. I'm using 20% of profits that I make on eBay to buy new games for my Game Boy Advance collection. Since I've been going for this collection, I've been spending a lot more time on eBay as a buyer. I've also bought some other things besides video games. I've been buying some clothes and stuff for myself here and there, like just little things. And I've been running into like a ton of issues. You wonder why people are willing to pay like twice the price to buy something from Amazon versus eBay. Like, why is that? Because Amazon just controls that process so tightly, and eBay, it's us, right? It's people like me and you, if you're an eBay seller yourself watching this. What really like solidified this for me this week, I realized the average seller is just putting in such a bare minimum amount of effort. In order for you to be a top-rated seller is really not that difficult. There's no excuse to not be a top-rated seller. Top-rated plus, that makes sense. You don't want to offer the one-day shipping, I think it is, to get the top-rated plus. I don't think that's really necessary. But to get top-rated seller, you got to include tracking, you got to ship stuff out on time. And then it's like transaction defects. I think it's 0.5%, so 1 out of every 200, something like that. So anyway, what really put this into perspective for me this week was my son is super into Legos recently. So I bought
the Lego Movie on Blu-ray from a Goodwill, labeled as good condition. It shows up and it's all scratched up. It doesn't play. So of course I go and open item not as described, return request. They say, hello, we are sorry to hear you are unhappy with your purchase and apologize for the inconvenience. Due to the large volume of DVDs, CDs, and games donated to us for resale, we do not test discs, which is stated in our listings. So I said, so send me a label to return it or give me a refund, please. Our listing stated that the disc was not tested and as such, we are unable to offer a refund. We apologize for the inconvenience. I just thought this was fun. So I said, saying untested doesn't mean anything. I'll be opening a case. We make buyers aware that discs are not tested and cannot be returned for not working properly. It is the company's policy, and we apologize for any inconvenience. So sent the item not as described request. Within literally 2 minutes, eBay gave me my money back. Of course, they've got negative feedback now. It just kind of put it into perspective, like over the past couple weeks, looking through some of these listings, seeing how bad the photos are. People's descriptions super lazy, not noting defects, not noting flaws. I, was looking for a pair of jeans the other day. Decided I want a pair of black jeans. Maybe, I don't know, 25% to half of listings had measurements in the photos. That's like baseline. That's baseline stuff. And then this, like running into the Goodwill where they're like clearly just not even looking at a disc for scratches, put it as acceptable. And then if it doesn't work, just give the refund. Like that's what you do, right? Baseline stuff. Then try to fight me on a return. I've had that happen before too. I've bought things on eBay and they've had flaws and then I get like nasty messages from the sellers. It's just not a way to carry yourself. And like it is such a low bar to clear is what I've learned over the past couple weeks. Like if you're shipping items out on time, you're packing items well, you're taking good photographs, you're noting flaws, being honest about the condition, taking measurements on your clothing, like you're better than probably 80% of sellers right off the jump. That's not even counting like what items you're selling, how often you're listing things. That's just baseline stuff. So really I feel like the bar to be a good eBay seller is in the floor, like in the basement. It's really not that difficult. But anyway, we're gonna jump into the rest of the items that sold this week. And up first, I've got this Canon PowerShot digital camera. Paid $10 for it, plus had to buy a replacement battery for another $10, but sold it for $135 plus shipping, so very nice one there. Got another Lego minifigure, have about $1 into it, picked it out of a huge lot. This is Ursula, sold her for $11 plus shipping. Sold another boxed doll. This was from that same garage sale. I paid $20 a piece for these. This is Mattel Barbie Swan Lake Teresa. Sold her for $140 plus shipping. Next up, picked up this drinking glass set for $10 from a thrift store. It's 6 drinking glasses, all with this little like goose pattern on it. Kind of like this cottagecore stuff is kind of in right now, so keep an eye out for like stuff with geese on it. You'd be surprised. These sold very fast for $50 plus shipping. We've got brand new sealed Monopoly game, $1 from a garage sale a long time ago. Sold it for $12 plus shipping. We've got this lot of 3 vintage, these are service award pins from Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. I bought a big lot from an estate sale months and months ago and finally just digging through the last little bit of this to clear it out and lotted these up, kind of calling it free. I sold like $1,500 worth of gold out of that lot. It was incredible. I'll link the video if you want to go see what I found in there. Sold this for $35 plus shipping. Sold a chai curling iron. I don't know if it's chai or chi. Picked it up for $7 from a thrift store and sold it for $25 plus shipping. Got another boxed doll. This one is Bratz Wild Wild West. Again, $20 into it. Sold it for $165 plus shipping. Got a lot of PlayStation 2 memory cards. Sold these for $45 plus shipping. Got another boxed doll. Again, $20 for this one, so this one wasn't as good, but still sold it for $35 plus shipping. And then got a pair of board shorts for $5. Sold this for $17 plus shipping.
And with that, we made $817 in profit this week after eBay fees and income tax, bringing the game fund to $472. We are in the home stretch here, adding 3 more games to the collection for $163, including Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Pokemon Pinball, and Metroid Zero Mission. That brings us to 45 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. We only have a few weeks left of the challenge. Don't forget to subscribe to follow along, and I'll see you in the next one.
I gave this lady $150 for everything that's in that bin, this whole pile of clothes, and then this whole pile of clothes.
Today is Saturday, and we've got some garage sales to hit. Let's go.
So I just got back from a handful of garage sales. Only had time to get to about 10 or so before the rain kicked in. But let me go ahead and jump into everything that I picked up. For $1, got this new Tags Dickies hat. We got for $3 an Instax Mini 8 camera. Do really well with these. Usually about 20 to 25 bucks depending on how new it is. Hopefully that is in good working condition. We got this limited edition Mickey Mouse plush. New Tags for $1. Looked up comps after the fact and saw these going for about 15 to 20 bucks if I actually want to sell it. People usually list them for much higher, but all the solds are around 20 bucks. Did not look this up yet, but this was a $3 Lego Ninjago set. No minifigure. Probably 15 to 20 bucks on this guy. We've got another staple for me. I just pretty much buy every baseball glove I find if they're in decent condition. $5 for this one. Probably sell for about 20 to 25. Kind of gambled on these a little bit. I looked up one or two of them. And these are Sonic Archie comics from, what was the date on these? Printed in Canada, 1996. There you go. They were asking $5 a piece for them, and we negotiated down to about $3 a piece, a little bit less than that. I got 28 comics for $70 and was seeing a bunch of comps, like individual comics selling for anywhere from 10, 20, some 30, 40, 50. So I haven't really dug into these in detail yet. And this could be either like a huge dud or a big win. See, this one is 97. A couple of number ones. I don't know, there looks like there's a couple different series here. There's like this Sonic's Buddy Tales. There's just Sonic the Hedgehog. And we'll look into some of these and see how we did. And maybe we'll lot them up or list some of the bigger, better ones individually. We'll see. We'll work on that. We've got this made in Italy sweater. It is, couldn't find much about the brand, but it's merino wool, silk, and cashmere. Made in Italy for $3. Can't really go wrong with that. I'll be shocked if that's not at least a $20 to $25 sweater. And then another $3 item, this Nike like full zip windbreaker. And then in the bag for $15, we have a complete Nintendo Wii. So we are going to plug this in right now, see if it works, and see if we get lucky and like a Wii Sports or something cool will come out of there. So here we go. Let's get this thing plugged in. All right, so we are plugged in. Okay, we've got power. Come on. Oh, I think it's empty. Bummer.
But now it's Sunday and we've got even more sales to hit. Let's keep hunting.
So I went to about 15 garage sales this morning and struck out super hard. I'm kind of learning that the quote millionaire's yard sale is just not worth the trouble. I strike out at these types of towns all the time. Anyway, we did get a couple of items, $5 each for some lacrosse helmets. CPVRs, look like they're in good condition. And we got a bag of Lego for 20 bucks. We got Ninjago set, a couple off-brand base plates. This one with the box. Again, most of these are probably nothing crazy. They're probably some newer sets. I haven't looked into these entirely just yet. Minecraft set. This one might be decent. Some Lego City stuff and a little truck. So there you go. That was literally everything. But let's see what sold over the weekend.
And up first, we've got this vintage Lego set from 1973. Picked up as part of I bought a bag of a bunch of old vintage Lego at a Goodwill for $8. Pulled about 4 incomplete sets out of it, ended up making like 4 listings. So saying I have about $2 into this one. Again, it's incomplete, but still sold it for $15 plus shipping. $3 for this New Era Batman hat. Ended up taking an offer. It was listed for a long time. Sold it for $5 plus shipping. $5 from a thrift store for this Ralph Lauren Blake shirt. Sold this for $20 plus shipping. $4 from a thrift store for some Viore men's shorts. Sold these for $30 plus shipping. Sold another Bratz doll, $20 from a garage sale. Sold this one. This is Megan. Sold her for $65 plus shipping. We got a Dinosaur Train DVD lot, $7 from a garage sale. Sold this one for $35 plus shipping. $5 from a garage sale for some Carhartt double knee work pants.
called these distressed. They've got some paint marks, some holes, but again, I think that's kind of the vibe. Sold these for $39 plus shipping, full price. $12 from a thrift store for this New With Tags LL Bean sweater. Sold it for $22 plus shipping. $5 from a garage sale for this, calling it a ceramic stalking panther. Sold this for $60 plus shipping. So up next, picked up a bunch of these Fresnel lenses from a garage sale for $10 total. Got 4 of them. Already sold one, and we just sold another one for $225. Very, very nice sale there. Picked up this 1997 Curious George mug for $1. Sold it for $25 plus shipping. Sold a Disney pin, picked up for $1 from a garage sale. Sold this for $15 plus shipping. We got another boxed doll. This is Alice in Wonderland. Sold this for $60 plus shipping. Again, have $20 into that from a garage sale. I would not pick up this item again. Picked this up from a Goodwill for $7 and had to take an offer to get it sold $10 plus shipping. Still learning quite a bit about clothing and essentially just learning you have to be way, way, way pickier than I initially thought. Picked up a bunch of these forklift manuals from a garage sale for $5 a piece, $60 for the whole bin. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to sell any of these because when I was looking at the sell-through rate, it's pretty abysmal, and there's actually a seller on eBay that has scanned them and is selling digital versions like pretty cheap. They don't have everything, but they've got a lot of the ones that I was looking up. And this one, thankfully though, sold for $65 plus shipping. So already like essentially broke even on that bin, just got to sell one more and we're in the profit on it. This one was a Caterpillar lift truck parts manual. So there you go. Sold a baseball glove, picked this up for $8 from a thrift store only a couple days ago. And this one is an Easton. Sold it for $45 plus shipping. Again, very fast. And then the final item this weekend, paid $5 for this Polo Ralph Lauren quarter zip from a garage sale. Sold it for $20 plus shipping within a couple days of listing. So that is everything I've got this weekend. Let's go ahead and get these packed up.
Today is Friday, and wouldn't you know, we've got even more sales to hit today. Let's keep it going.
Okay, so another round of garage sales this morning. 50 sales we got to. The list was 90 sales today. I was out from about 9 until 2 o'clock. Had to pick my son up from school, but we're just gonna jump in. We might be here a little bit. And since there's so much stuff, I'm gonna try to go quick, but here we go. So this one's for me. I thought this was kind of cool, little vintage, like 90s-ish looking muscle tee. Going to the beach in a couple weeks. Gonna be wearing that, $2 for that. Got this like vintage corduroy Giants hat for $2. We've got a little Build-A-Bear for $2. This is from 1997. Goes for about $15-20. This one, comps were kind of all over for this one. This was $5 for this Creative Nomad Jukebox. I believe it is just an MP3 player, kind of made to look like a CD player. $5 for that, but somebody got like $100 for it, so I don't know. We'll have to look into that one. Again, comps on the screen. Haven't done research for everything. Got $1 for this Power Ranger. It's actually a Power Ranger, which I was kind of surprised by. Not something I recognized. It transforms, though. I assumed it was a Transformer. It's got like a little head in there. See, comps for like $20 for this dude. We got a Mr. Bucket for $3. Looks like all the pieces are in there. We got an NES game. Always a good day when you find an NES game. This is Rygar. Paid $5 for this one. Goes for about $15, but this is one I'm going to be keeping. This is a Dell docking station for $5. We'll have to look up that model. I've sold a bunch of these before. We got in the box, it is used, but a Sony DVD VCR combo player. I did get to plug it in and test that it's working, and it does have the remote. And I think it's a pretty good model, like a $100 item here. So there you go, good one there. These are something kind of special, I think. Seeing comps on these for like $60 to $70, $3 a box on these ornaments. I'm working my way over to all this clothing in the middle because that was, I think, kind of the highlight, at least for a single sale. We got this Mario Lemieux McFarlane Toys figure, $5. We've got, this is like a Transformer, it's called Energon from like 2003. I don't think this is complete. I believe this is part of a larger set, but I should still be able to sell it. I think for like 20 bucks probably. Yeah, like $2 to $3 for that. Got a bunch of gloves, $5 each on these. We got 1, 2. This one's a kid size, but still, like you can tell this is one of the nicer ones. The black, like gold glove. The catcher's mitts are a little bit better than the regular baseball gloves. They're a little bit more expensive. Since this is a youth one, probably around 30. On this guy, we got a Dolphins. It's crazy how much Dolphin stuff I find in New Jersey. Anyway, I think it's vintage. Looks vintage. Made in Taiwan, maybe like Y2K-ish. Got a Devils hat from the same sale. We'll run those through the wash, make them look nice. 20 bucks. I haven't looked this up, but these do pretty well. I bought a bunch of these last year and sold through them like crazy fast. These Gemmy inflatables, and it's new in box. The box looks like the top, like they opened the top a little bit, but it looks sealed up in there. This guy sparked a memory. I saw him sitting there and was like, he looks so familiar. What the heck do I know him from? It's the little Snuggles bear. He's so cute. And I see people getting and he's new with tags. I think I'm going to get like 30 bucks for him. Paid $5 for it. He's freaking adorable. We got 2 of these for $25 total. These new in box Teletubbies, which is pretty nice. And they're still, yeah, he's still cinched in there. 1998. Like 50 to 60 bucks a piece on those. We got a little blow mold snowman here. 20 bucks for him, but he is for us. He's going to go on our front porch this Christmas. We were looking for one of these, and these are like really expensive. I mean, if you want to buy one on eBay, they're like 200 bucks, but 20 bucks from a garage sale, I will take it. And let's see, we got another blow mold. This was $3. Little like blow mold pumpkin for $3. Got a couple more toys. We got a bunch of Lego Technic. There's like a bunch of stuff jammed in here. I haven't really gotten a chance to look through it, but $3 for that thing in the box, and the motor was separate. And then a bunch of these toys were actually from the same sale. And then got this little like bootleg Rambo toy. Saw people selling this like 15 to 20 bucks. So kind of interesting. I mean, it's, you know, no like brand name or anything on it. Kind of interesting. And then we've got this Dark Knight 2005 toy, like these like things that pop out, kind of cool. Again, like $2 or $3 for this. I bought a bunch of stuff from one person, and then that was from them too. This one's nothing. Again, have like $3 into that. It's like a Ninja Turtles remote control car, but probably shouldn't have picked that up. But again, it looked like it might have been something special, but it wasn't. Got 2 of these from the brand Orchids of Hawaii. Little like ceramic dishes. There's 1, 2 of those. Paid $5 for the pair. So this was from one sale as well. I got this vintage made in USA like East Pack duffel bag. And the guy had some nice clothes. $5 for this really nice Nike quarter zip and another nice Nike full zip sweatshirt. These kind of items do pretty well, like 20, 25 bucks. And then the bag, and then this was his as well for $2, an Amp energy drink shirt. Thought that was kind of cool. And then he had another like muscle tee. Probably will sell this one just because it's got like an interesting brand on it. Pretty sure this is vintage though. And then from some other sales, again, lots of clothing today. Opening my mind to this kind of stuff. $15 for this Levi Sherpa, $2 for an Izod, vintage Izod, and then I think this is the start of the sale of the day. So I gave this lady $150 for everything that's in that bin, this whole pile of clothes, and then this whole pile of clothes. So we've got a Black Sheep is the brand, the like made in England wool sweater. Nike sweatshirt, snow pants. This is not a great brand, but still like zero exposure snow pants for $2. They were MSRP of $100. Yeah, each one of these items is like $2 to $3 a piece, all in. Orvis cargo pants. Apparently cargo pants are back in. Got some double RL, like white jeans. We got, these are not actually Coogis, unfortunately, but they're pretty good nonetheless. These are, so there's one by Tundra is the brand. These were $5 each. We got 1, 2, and 3. This one's made in USA back rack. I don't know what, I'm thinking like $50 a piece on those. Again, I paid $5. We got a little like vintage, just Nike, like basic Nike sweatshirt. This, and now we're getting into all the vintage Yankee stuff. It was like this whole bin. Again, I think it was like 70 pieces in total. A bunch of the stuff I already talked about. And then this pile and that pile, all from one garage sale. Again, most of these items like 2 to 3 a piece. Yankees, Yankees sweatshirt. This one's kind of cool, little Tommy Hilfiger with the corduroy collar. Just tons of Yankee stuff. $19.99 Yankee sweatshirt. Cool design on this one, definitely 90s, that little like horizontal stripe. Didn't recognize the brand, Thatcher and Cross, we'll look that up. Yeah, rugby gear, made in USA. It's a bunch of new tags, like Cooperstown Collection Yankee shirts. All different players, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new tags. We've got a new tags. So this is like new old stock. Polo, actually, yeah, made in Hong Kong. I'm a little confused by the style of the tag though. I mean, clearly bought from a Macy's, so I feel pretty good that it's legit. But it's weird that it was made in Hong Kong and it kind of looks newer. I don't know. I have to do some research on that. But either way, like new tags polo for $5. I will take it. We've got some made in USA Polo Ralph Lauren chinos. We got this random polo shirt. I just bought it from the style. I didn't recognize. I mean, the tag looks nice. Canterbury of New Zealand, made in Hong Kong, polo, super 90s. This like vintage Olympics sweatshirt. And then we got this big old pile of shirts. Again, like $2 to $3 a piece on these. Let's pull these up onto the kitchen table. 1 second. Okay, got everything up on the table. And yeah, it's like 60 some shirts. The Yankees, bunch of made in Canada, bunch of made in USA, Darryl Strawberry. So it's just a million Yankees shirts. Super cool. Just keeps going. Yankees, 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 made in USA. Apologies if you're not a Yankees fan, but the thing is, one of the nice things of living in this area is Yankees, if you find vintage Yankee stuff, it is one of the most in-demand teams. People all over the world buy Yankee stuff. Little vintage Rangers, Yankees, and made in USA, Yankees, 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 Giants, Yankees. That one's made in Honduras, so this is probably not like super vintage, but still like for $2, kind of a cool shirt. Not quite vintage, but still kind of a cool shirt. Yankee Stadium inaugural season, 2009. Let's see this one. Yeah, pro player, made in USA, Giants, 94 Yankees. I think the guy was going for a collection or something because he had like every single player, all that very similar style shirt. Again, this one's not like super vintage, but 2009 World Series champions. This one's pretty cool. Diamondbacks inaugural season shirt from 1998. Snakes on base. So some of them are a little newer, like 2009 World Series champions. Knicks. Is this vintage? Yeah, little logo athletic. More Yankees, Yankees, Yankees. So there you go. This absolutely insane haul of vintage t-shirts was definitely the garage sale of the day. And yeah, I've got a lot of work to do to get all this stuff organized and out of my kitchen. Just spent the morning, as you saw, picking up a ton of great stuff at garage sales. Oh my God, I love garage sale season, and I'm so sad that it is over so quick. Tend to not have many sales in the summer, and then there's a bunch more in the fall, and then we don't have sales again for like 6 months, which is why, you know, if you've been following my channel, I did a ton of thrifting over the winter, and you know, you do all right, but really garage sales, it's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's so much better than the thrift store. You know, thrift store is consistent, like it's there all the time, but oh my God, garage sales, like the amount of stuff that I can find. And as you saw, like crazy, crazy stuff. So I'm going to be super busy this coming week trying to list a ton of vintage t-shirts. I'm going to try and get all those shirts up, hopefully by the end of this coming week. And hopefully that will help bolster the sales a little bit. Now let's jump into everything else that sold this week. And up first, we've got these Levi's 505s, picked up for $3 from a garage sale, sold them for $19 plus shipping. We've got another Lego minifigure. This one is from the theme Nexo Knights. He's called a Scurrier. Sold him for $7 plus shipping. We've got a Stetson Western shirt, little tan pearl snap, $4.50 from the thrift store, sold for $27 plus shipping. We've got a Tyco RC Charger. This was in a bin of Lego that I got, and so calling it free. You know, I didn't necessarily buy this specifically, but sold it for $10 plus shipping, so I will take it. We've got this vintage 90s Diodora soccer jersey, $2 from a garage sale, sold it for $32 plus shipping, despite some like pretty heavy fluff. Claus, which was kind of nice. $7 from a garage sale for this automaton musical instrument toy. Sold it for $22 plus shipping. Paid $1 for some 1998 Fisher-Price Little People. Kind of been learning a little bit about some of these and know that there's some rare ones that you can pick up. Researched all of them except one, was like, oh, these aren't anything. And then of course the last one that I didn't bother looking up was something. So I sold this lot of 5 for $10 plus shipping because I thought they were nothing. And it sold within like 30 seconds. And I'm like, wait, what did I miss? And went through them all again. And the little girl is like a Christmas character. She alone sells for about 15. So maybe the lot could have gotten 20. Not a huge loss, but either way, like sold something I thought was worthless in like 30 seconds. So I'll take it. $7 for this Lego Bionicle. Sold this one for 18 plus shipping. We've got a Panasonic Lumix camera, $4, sold it for 32 plus shipping. Got another Magic the Gathering card. This is from my personal collection. This is Ugin the Spirit Dragon. Sold him for 19 plus shipping. Picked this up from a garage sale for $10. It is an Apple Airport. Sold it for $49 plus shipping. Paid up for this a little bit. I thought it was a cool item. It's this vintage Polo Ralph Lauren check shirt. And again, this is when I was thrifting a lot over the winter and really trying to like cut my teeth and learn clothing. Paid $9 for this item from a Goodwill. Definitely overpaid for this, but sold it for 15 plus shipping, so still make a couple bucks on it. This next item is kind of funny. And so last week or the week before, I got effectively like what was a return scam. I sold a pair of shoes, person said doesn't fit, and they mailed me back a different pair of shoes. These weren't in the best condition. Like they were kind of dirty when they sent them back to me. They are these Salomon Tech Amphibian hiking shoes. They're like nice shoes. I'm starting to think like maybe it was a mistake. I don't know, but so I got to keep my money on the item that they bought for me because, I submitted the case and the evidence to eBay and they returned me my money. I don't know if they took any action against this particular person. And the other weird thing why I may be thinking it's not an accident is they never messaged me like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I messed up. So I think, they were trying some funny business. But anyway, these shoes are free. I don't have any money into them because they were the item that this person sent back to me. They could have sent me back rocks. Why'd you send me back a pair of shoes? Really weird. I sold these for $49 plus shipping, and they sold the same day I listed them. These were even better than the shoes that I sold them. Got this lot of Apple iPod accessories. Picked up a lot of electronics from an estate sale like months and months back and finally got through like testing a bunch of stuff and decided to lot these all together. They are from like 2002, 2003. It's a charging cable, a dock, like one of those charging bricks, headphones, and the like remote control. You can like an inline remote where you can press next, play, all that. And individually, maybe the items were worth like 50 to 55, and just as a lot, I listed it for 40. It sold the same day I listed it, so I will take it. Very happy with that. I have about $2 into that lot. Sold another piece of pottery. This is from the maker Giroux. It is a swan, like mid-century modern sculpture. Paid $4 for this one and sold it for 75 plus shipping, so nice one there. And final item this week, we've got a new at tags, so like new old stock, vintage 90s Looney Tunes shirt. Picked this up for $4 from a garage sale and sold it for $40 plus shipping. And that is everything that I've got today. We're gonna pack this stuff up and I'm gonna be adding some really nice stuff to the Game Boy Advance collection, but I did wanna give you an update on what's going on with this challenge. I'm almost done. Coming down to the finish line here. We'll see how long it takes me to get there because some of the games left in the challenge are kind of expensive. I'm putting 20% of profits into the game fund, but I've got the Fire Emblems left. I've got Pokemon Emerald. I think I'm gonna be able to get there in the time frame that I have in mind. My kids are gonna be off from school very soon. My son's last day is actually June 11th, which is kind of crazy, like super early. If you're kind of new here, my main job is a stay-at-home dad, so this is like my part-time thing. I've decided I'm going to be taking a break from YouTube in the summer, so when this challenge is over, that's going to be the end of Season 2 of Cartridge Quest, and I will be back in September for Season 3, but for now, I'm really like down to the wire here. Only got a couple of games left, so I got to get a ton of listings up, hopefully find a bunch more stuff at garage sales next week, but let's go ahead and tally up this game fund and add some really nice stuff to the collection. Let's go.
And with that, we made $693 in profit after eBay fees and income tax, bringing the game fund to $447. And for $82, we are adding 2 more games to the collection, Mario Tennis Power Tour and WarioWare Mega Micro Games.
That puts us at 47 out of our top 50 Game Boy Advance games. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. I'm a stay-at-home dad trying to support my family flipping items on eBay part-time, and for the past 8 months, I've been using 20% of those profits to build the Game Boy Advance collection of my childhood dreams. But now there's only 3 games left, and I need to finish this challenge soon. My son's last day of school is this Thursday, and once summer break starts, this side hustle is going to get a lot harder. But first, let's go hit some weekend garage sales. Let's jump in. Got a bunch of media today. Found this for $2. Tragedy though, it was empty. But still, for $2, the case and manual alone sells for like $25. So still a nice find, even though it is empty, unfortunately. If you follow the channel, you know I sold a bunch of kids' DVDs in a big lot. Last week, like 8 of them for $40, like $5 a piece, all Barbie DVDs. So I grabbed a bunch of Barbie DVDs and then a bunch of other ones, like a bunch of kids DVDs, $1 each. I'm gonna try some lots. I've got like a bunch of Pixar stuff and a bunch of animated movies and then a couple Barbie movies. So, and this is 3 more Barbie movies in a case here. So I'm gonna make some lots. If they're not, I'd like to have at least 5 DVDs to make it worth the trouble. You know, like 15 to 20 bucks, and kind of see how that goes. So that's going to be an experiment I'm running over, you know, this garage sale season, experimenting with some kids' DVDs because it did pretty well with those. And I sold sold some Dinosaur Train DVDs as well. Gonna see how that goes. Again, these were 2 for $1. Really good price on those. $1 a piece on these CDs. Picked up 10 of them. Again, gonna do something kind of similar. Gonna make a lot on eBay, all 90s rap CDs, and see how that goes. And if I can get $3 or $4 a piece, it'd be worth the trouble. So there you go. Got a bunch of DVDs and CDs. Paid $3 for this classic football game. Sold one of these before. I think it went for about $20. So a nice one there for $3. Got a couple like art pins. I don't know much about these, honestly, but these were $1 a piece. These like antiqued pewter, and they are signed. They're from like a real brand. My wife was out with me today, as usual, and so she grabbed these. You know, I'll put some comps up on the screen. Metzke is the brand on those, so we'll look into that. We got some Rainbow Bright dolls, $1 each. Let's go for about 20 a piece. $2 for a Victorinox watch, probably about a $40 watch. We've got, this is antique. This is probably 1920s, 1930s. This glass covered tray, probably a $50 item. It's antique, like coffee table tray. Got a sealed copy of Fable 3 for $1. Have not looked this up, but this is a vintage, made in USA Orvis hat. So the reason I bought this is a recognizable brand. It's vintage, made in USA. The style, I don't know that it's in necessarily, but gonna look into that. If that's not at least a $20 item, I will be shocked. This one's for us, $1 for a beach umbrella anchor. We actually needed one of these. Taking a little Jersey Shore trip here in a couple weeks, and this will come in handy. Let's jump into these. So I got a bunch of these bar taps, and some of these, there were about, I think we paid $25 for all of them. Since we bought the whole box, you kind of like tallied it up and gave us a deal. There's a bunch that are like $10 a piece. These are probably like 10, 10, 10, 10. I think this one's like 15 to 20. This one's really heavy. I thought this one was really cool. It's like, feels like they literally made it out of a piece of stone. Pretty cool one. We'll come to this one at the end. That's the best one. We got this sign here. It's probably a $50 sign for $4. Hopefully that works. These are all about 15 a piece. Utica Club, Murphy's Irish Red. Thought the Miller High Life one was kind of cool, the football. Again, about 15 to 20 a piece. We might have to lot some of these up to get them sold, but then this one was worth pretty much all of our time today. This is definitely the best item we picked up today. $3, again, maybe a little bit less actually because we bought a ton. It's Reaper Ale. Last sold comp on eBay was $375. So kind of crazy. Very, very nice. Nice pickup here. It's got a little bit of wear on it. See a chip down there on the D, but it's in really good condition otherwise, and definitely like a cool one. If you collect, very unique. It would definitely pop out in a collection. So super cool. So let's get these out of the way. And as always, garage sales, great place to pick up clothing for cheap. Beats a thrift store for sure. So $2, about, let's see, two, and then 5. Yeah, $2 a piece on the on the tops and then $5 a piece on the jeans. So we've got a Lucky Brand Pearl Snap. Got this. I do pretty well with these embroidered sweatshirts. It's not like vintage or anything, but still probably a $20, $25 sweatshirt. Embroidery, nice embroidery on there. Again, thrift store for $8, definitely not, but at a garage sale for $2 for sure. A little Champion reverse weave. I sell these like 15 to 20 bucks. Again, $2 on that. And then we got some nice pairs of jeans for $5 a piece. We got 3 Madewells and a pair of Levi's. And these are probably $15 to $25 pairs of jeans, depending on, the size. There's I don't know much about the specific styles. The perfect vintage jean. I've sold some Madewells for like 25 and 30, and Levi's usually go like 15 to 20. So there you go. That was everything I picked up today. Now let's jump into everything that sold over the weekend. Up first, got this New Tags vintage Power Rangers kids shirt. Picked up for $1, sold it for $10 plus shipping. Sold the final of these. I had about 4 or 5 of these New Tags Migration plush dolls. Paid about $1 each on these. Sold this one for $15 plus shipping. Sold this lot of vintage men's jewelry. This was kind of like the last little bit from a really good purchase I made at an estate sale maybe like a year ago now. Had a ton of gold in it, made a bunch of money on it. Probably the best thing I've ever picked up for eBay, honestly. And this was like the last little bit. Put it on bids and got $10 plus shipping for a bunch of like random jewelry pieces. This one's kind of funny. I actually picked this up off the curb from my neighbor's house, like 3 or 4 houses down, and I'm probably on their ring cam, like walking away with this vacuum. They put a Dyson vacuum out on the curb at trash night, and I don't really know them that well, but again, like I'm not just gonna leave it sitting there and have it end up in the landfill. So I grabbed it off the curb and I took 2 parts off of it that I know do pretty well. The vacuum heads, Dyson vacuum heads, they just come off, clean it, put it on eBay, and then the canisters also sell pretty well. You can part out a lot of other stuff. I know people like break the whole thing down and will part the whole thing, but like high reward for as minimal effort, the head and the canister. And I sold the vacuum head within a couple days of listing it. So again, I had it for free because I picked it up off my neighbor's curb. Sold it for $40 plus shipping. So that one's kind of fun. Picked up this cast, I think it's bronze, but this giant metal like tiger head for $5 from a garage sale. Sold it for $100 plus shipping. Picked up this Easton softball bat for $3 from a garage sale. Sold it for $29 and free shipping. Got this iHome audio dock for iPods. Picked up for $5 from a garage sale. Sold it for $25 plus shipping. Picked this up just this past weekend at garage sales. This Reaper Ale Mortality Stout, like beer tap. Sold it for $300 plus shipping. So good afternoon. It is Friday. I'm going to talk about everything else that sold this week. But before we do, I did want to talk a little bit about this week. My son's last day of school was the 11th, and it has been very difficult to get stuff done outside of, I have like an hour and a half in the middle of the day to get eBay stuff done. So I'm like packing boxes, photographing, and trying to get a couple listings up in that hour and a half when he's down for a nap. So it's been a little bit difficult to keep up with this week, and really why I'm wanting to kind of like wrap this challenge up soon. As much fun as I'm having and as bittersweet as it's going to be for it to be over, it's really tough to do family life, my stay-at-home dad responsibilities, which obviously come first, keeping the house running, keeping the kids busy and entertained and all that, and eBay, and then YouTube. So it's been a little bit tough this week, and then my daughter's last day of school is the 23rd or the 24th, I think, and once she's home too, it's going to be almost impossible to keep up with some of this stuff. So looking forward to the challenge almost being over. Stay tuned for the end of the video because we're going to be adding some nice stuff to the collection. But let's go ahead and jump into everything else that sold this week. Up first, we've got this Fujifilm Instax camera picked up for free from a flea market. I was missing the back, and the person literally said, I don't know, it doesn't work, I don't think, and they gave it to us. Meanwhile, I asked about, I think they had like a Ralph Lauren quarter zip or something, and they quoted me $40 for that. But they gave me this for free. I don't know. Sold this for $100 plus shipping. This was picked up from an estate sale as part of a lot, bid on a bunch of glass items, and this one was kind of in there, didn't like pay for this one specifically. Calling it a ruby red wine glass. Sold it for $15 plus shipping. Sold another beer tap handle. This one is Beck's. Sold this one for $20 plus shipping. Have $3 into it. Paid $2 at a garage sale for this Billy Bass Jaws. It's like one of those things that sits on the wall and it like moves and sings. Sold it for $50 plus shipping. We've got a 90s Ralph Lauren polo shirt. Sold it for $10 plus shipping. We've got a pair of Adidas running shoes. Paid $2 from a garage sale. Sold them for $12 plus shipping. We've got a Lego Star Wars minifigure lot. I sold this one for $20 plus shipping. And then we sold another Lego Star Wars minifigure lot. This one sold for $22 plus shipping. Again, these are both from like large lots, only a couple dollars into each one. Paid $7 from a thrift store for this quarter snap sweater. It's from the brand Southern Marsh, something I'd never heard of before. But it was pretty nice, and I kind of took a chance on it. Sold it for $25 plus shipping. And then the final item on eBay this week, this My Little Pony, picked up for $5 from a garage sale and sold it for $25 plus shipping. And we ended up with $500 exactly in profit after eBay fees and 20% for income tax. But we're not done because we had a sale on Etsy. I've been dipping into Etsy a little bit, finding some of this, kind of jokingly calling it like grandma stuff, but some of this like vintage glassware and things like that. The prices on Etsy are much better than they are on eBay, but the sales velocity, I guess you'd call it, is worse on Etsy than on eBay. So they sell faster on eBay, but for more money on Etsy. So doing a little bit of cross-posting on Etsy recently and got a sale there. So picked up this clock for $5 from a garage sale and sold it for $40 on Etsy pretty quick, actually. But we're still not done because I've been listing some stuff on Facebook Marketplace and it has been totally dead for some reason. Have not really been able to sell anything on Facebook Marketplace. And then for some reason, this week, Facebook Marketplace absolutely popped off, and like at the perfect time too, because was really happy to get rid of a bunch of this stuff. So let's jump into some of these items. And again, like a lot of this stuff is kind of like free because it's stuff I already owned. It's things that, had wanted to get rid of or got for gifts or for really cheap. So we got this metal bench for free, this outdoor metal bench. Sold it for $40 cash on Facebook Marketplace. Not too bad. $2 for this empty Xbox 360 box. Sold it for $15. We've got, and we're not paying fees on any of this stuff, paid $5 for this dollhouse. It is called the Loving Family Dollhouse. Sold that for $20 plus shipping. Thought we'd get a little bit more for it, but still was happy to get $20. We've got a Lego Technic helicopter with the box. Paid $50 for this from an estate sale. It was way too big to list on eBay, and I didn't want to disassemble it and like count the parts and everything. So I listed it on Facebook Marketplace for like eBay comps, and it sold $125. And again, didn't have to pay shipping, didn't have to pay eBay fees. We've got a bar cart. This was a gift we got a long time ago and sold it for $35 cash. And then I paid $1 for this Sanyo flat screen CRT TV. I got this from an estate sale maybe about a year or so ago. This was actually set up in my own game room. But if you remember, I found a Sony Trinitron at an estate sale just last week, and I like that one a little bit better than the Sanyo. It's a little bit smaller, a little bit easier to like maneuver and stuff, and just like fits the space a little bit better. The Sanyo was actually really big. It's a nice TV, but it was a little bit too big. Sold the Sanyo CRT for $80 cash on Facebook Marketplace. So again, like all profit, no fees or anything on that. So with all of those very surprising Facebook Marketplace sales this week, brings my total profit for the week to $782, and the game fund to a crazy $521, which means we are adding 3 games to the Game Boy Advance collection, including Fire Emblem and the Sacred Stones, and last but not least, pretty much entirely clearing out the game fund. I debated whether I was going to put this game on the list at the very beginning of the challenge, but it's kind of like, if you're going to build a Game Boy Advance collection, this is the game you gotta have. Pokemon Emerald. And that puts me at 50 Game Boy Advance games. It
it makes sense to be ending this challenge now, and I'm really glad that I managed to finish it this week, actually. I thought it was going to take me one more week than it did. I'm going to be focusing on my stay-at-home dad job first this summer, and that means I'm going to be putting a pause on YouTube for now. But again, I'm going to be coming back in September when the kids are back in school, and I have a little bit more flexibility in my schedule, and we'll be doing another collecting challenge. I don't know exactly what that's going to be yet, and I hope you all enjoyed the journey. If you have not yet, go ahead and subscribe, and if you're looking for something else to watch, if you're kind of new here, I also did an N64 collecting challenge, and that whole playlist will be right here for you to watch. I actually put it all in one giant video if you want to go watch a 12-hour video of me starting from a beginner to collect the entire my top 100 N64 games. Thank you all so much for watching and following along. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and I can't wait to pick this back up in September. Thank you so much. Have a great summer, and see you next time.